However, this is not the fact that we are fueling this oil, this war, but we are certainly buying Russian oil. And the way U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has said that if United States and European countries put pressure on these countries, those who are buying the Russian oil, this is going to be a contest between the Russian economy and the Ukrainian forces. That how long Ukrainian forces can withhold their territory, or the Russian economy, which could sustain the pressure or sustain this war. So definitely, U.S. Trump administration is looking at more secondary sanctions, and for that, as we have heard, U.S. President Donald Trump has said that he has invited the European leaders, and he will be meeting them individually. Recently, there was a phone call mentioned by the U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, by the U.S. Vice President J.D. Vance as well, to Ursula von der Leyen, who's the European Commission chief, and after that, European Commission chief also held a phone call with Prime Minister Modi as well. And though the discussion was around FTA, India-EU FTA negotiations, which is progressing well. But we have to see that how the secondary sanctions are being worked out. And how the negotiations can progress, because the pressure is mounting globally. Because if this comes to an act, then definitely there will be larger concern about the global crude oil prices, and we have to see that if the global crude oil prices goes high, then this put additional pressure on many economies, including India.
Absolutely. Pranay, thank you so much for those details and for that context. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Ukrainian President Zelensky calls on allies for support after Russia launches biggest air attack of the war. Ukraine's president on Sunday called on allies for support after Russia launched a huge drone and missile barrage which left 4 people dead in this attack. The strikes caused damage across the north, south and east of the country, including the cities of Zaporizhia, Kryvyi Rih and Odessa, as well as in the Sumy and Chernihiv regions. And this is what Ukrainian president has claimed. And Russia launched its largest air attack of the war on Ukraine overnight, setting the main government building on fire in central Kyiv and killing at least 4 people, including an infant. This is what the Ukrainian officials have claimed.
Важливо, що сьогодні є широка реакція партнерів на цей удар. Очевидно, Росія старається завдати болю Україні, і удари більш наглі. Це чітка ознака, що Путін випробовує світ, чи приймуть вони це, чи змиряться. Тому важливо, щоб заяви лідерів держав, інституцій були продовжені сильними діями, санкціями проти Росії, проти пов'язаних з Росією осіб та сильними тарифами та іншими обмеженнями на торгівлю з Росією. Їхні втрати повинні відчуватись. І саме це переконливо. А також наша далекобійність. Путін не хоче переговорів, явно ховається від них. Тож дефіцит бензину в Росії та інші економічні негаразди – логічна відповідь на російські відмови йти на припинення вогню, на зустріч лідерів.
And now, shifting focus, all eyes are now on the vice presidential elections to be held on September 9. Preparations are underway in full swing for the polls, and both NDA and India Bloc are leaving no stone unturned to claim the victory in these polls. Now, BJP held a workshop for its members of parliament at the Bal Yogi Auditorium in the Parliament complex. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the session and was seen sitting in the last row. This move was described as sending a clear message to all the workers, parliamentarians and BJP leaders that nobody is above the party line. India Bloc's VP candidate B. Sudarshan Reddy appealed to NDA MPs and urged them to prioritize national interest over party lines. He has reached out to NDA MPs saying that he will accept whatever decision they take. Meanwhile, the India Bloc dinner, which was to be hosted by Mallikarjun Kharge, has been cancelled, and it was aimed at mock poll demonstration for vice presidential election.
अभी उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव 2-3 दिन में आने वाले हैं और मैं आप सबसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा, अपने पार्टी के हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में सोच समझकर आप मतदान करिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप जो भी निर्णय लेंगे वो मेरे हित में और आपके हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में आपका निर्णय होगा। जो भी आपका निर्णय होगा मैं स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। ये देश आपकी है, मेरी है और अपने सबकी है।
9 तारीख को उपराष्ट्रपति का जो चुनाव होना है उसमें हम मानते हैं कि ये दलीय आधार पे नहीं हो रहा है, सिंबल से नहीं हो रहा है और जस्टिस सुदर्शन बेहतर उम्मीदवार है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है देश हित में और चूंकि चेयरमैन राज्यसभा भी वही होंगे तो उनको लोग निर्वाचित करें, हम ये आशा करते हैं और उसका प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
Very important event. This is not simply Vice President of India election. This is an election for safeguarding democracy and constitution and going against democracy and destroying constitution. We have achieved independence in 1947. There are many things came on the way and our people have protected the democracy and constitution. Now, in the parliament and outside the parliament.
अब ये लड़ाई बहुत टक्कर की हो गई है। हम भी नहीं चाहते कि हमारा एक वोट खराब जाए, तो इसलिए चूंकि हमारे दल में बहुत से हमारे साथी पहली बार चुन के आए हैं, तो उसका एक अभ्यास होना जरूरी है कि कैसे वोट डाला जाए जिससे हमारा वोट इनवैलिड न हो। और हमें पूरा आशा है कि सेकुलर माइंडेड जितने भी सांसद हैं, चाहे किसी दल में हो, वो हमारे प्रत्याशी को वोट करेंगे।
Shifting focus, another Trinamool Neta is in the spotlight and not for the right reasons. Abdul Rahim Bakshi stoked a controversy after he threatened to pour acid into the mouth of a BJP MLA in West Bengal. The TMC Neta made the remarks while addressing a gathering to protest against alleged atrocities against Bengali-speaking migrant workers in other parts of the country. The TMC MLA claimed that the Bengali-speaking migrant workers were called Bangladeshis. The remarks quickly drew condemnation from the BJP, which accused the ruling party of fostering a culture of intimidation and also violence. BJP further claimed that such threats are a reflection of the TMC's politics and the Taliban regime prevailing in Mamata Banerjee's regime.
I don't know whether they are called as MLAs or criminals. How Mamata Banerjee run this state, you can see or you can judge by the statement of his MLA, who is saying that he will pour acid to his to the BJP's MLAs. The hooliganism is being spread by all over the West Bengal, which can be compared with the Taliban regime. Mamata Banerjee is trying to establish this through appeasement politics as well as the muscle power. Trinamool MLAs this Rahim Bakshi and other MLAs, they are always threatening to kill us. This kind of threatening will not stop us to work for the people, those who are opposing state government.
ये मालूम नहीं है क्या बोला है. ऐसे तो हुआ ना, तो तेजाब जो था अनिल का पूरा माधुरी दीक्षित का 1, 2, 3 बहुत अच्छा गाना था, तो वो शायद वो इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि वो एक फ्रेश कुछ होना चाहिए. तो ये शंकर घोष जो कर रहा है वो बहुत गंदी काम कर रहा है, गंदी बात बोल रहा है. यहाँ पे ये सब रहेंगे, वो तो त्रिपुरा में अरेस्ट हो रहा है. रहीम बख्शी थोड़ा गुस्से में आता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि फिजिकली तेजाब मारने का बात कर रहा है. नहीं, वो तेजाब है, वो 1, 2, 3 वाला. एक बार गलत कर रहा है, 2 बार गलत, वो गिन रहा है. ये कितने बार शंकर घोष गलत कर रहा है, वो गिन रहा है.
And a viral video of Trinamool Congress students' wing has sparked a major political row in West Bengal. In the video, TMC students' wing has been seen burning Rabindranath Tagore's picture at a college in Malda. The incident occurred on 2nd of September in a protest by TMC students' wing workers. They were caught on camera burning the pictures of Rabindranath Tagore along with pictures of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Union Minister Shrikanta Majumdar has condemned the act, calling it extreme levels of illiteracy, barbarity and arrogance. Saying that the incident deeply wounds Bengali society and bows heads in shame, the West Bengal BJP president has termed the act as hypocritical drama staged under the instructions of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Shrikanta also demanded quick action by West Bengal police against the concerned workers. And now, shifting focus, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is facing backlash over a video where he is seen lashing out at a distressed farmer. The farmer visited Kharge's home in Karnataka's Kalaburgi to complain about his crop loss. The region is still reeling from recent floods that have taken a massive toll on the crops, but instead of receiving help or support, the farmer was snubbed by the Congress chief. Kharge chided the farmer for complaining about 4 acres of crops and drew a personal comparison of losing 40 acres himself. The Congress president accused the farmer of staging a publicity stunt and also asked him to go and tell Prime Minister Modi and Amit Shah about the crop loss. Now, the BJP has hit back, saying that the Congress insults farmers just like they insult the army and the constitution. The Saffron Party has also accused Rahul Gandhi of hating farmers, saying that he has ditched the struggling farmers of Punjab and Himachal and left for vacation.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆ ಬಿತ್ತಿದ್ದಿ? 4 ಎಕರೆ. ನಂದು 40 ಎಕರೆ. ನಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ನೀ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅದು ಏನು 6 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ 3 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಗೊತ್ತದ. ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಬರಬೇಡ. ನನಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತದ. ಹೆಸರು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ಉದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ತೊಗರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯದ. ನೀ ಏನು ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು. ನಮಗೆ ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಏರಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬಿತ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಮೋದಿ ಶಾ ಕೇಳಿ ತೊಗರಿ.
जब एक किसान खड़गे जी के पास पहुंचा और अपना क्रॉप लॉस दिखाने लगा, तो खड़गे जी ने उसे ताना मारते हुए, फटकारते हुए, धिक्कारते हुए कहा कि क्या क्रॉप दिखा रहे हो, ये पब्लिसिटी करने आए हो, मेरा नुकसान तुमसे ज्यादा हुआ है। ये है मानसिकता कांग्रेस की किसानों के प्रति। इन्होंने किसानों को उनका अधिकार कभी नहीं दिया। इन्होंने स्वामीनाथन कमीशन रिपोर्ट को लागू नहीं किया। इन्होंने हमेशा किसानों के अधिकारों पर हनन किया और केवल किसान ही नहीं, ये सेना का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये सनातन का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये जनता का भी अपमान करते हैं।
Ten days after floods devastated parts of Punjab, several families are still living by the roadside, trapped between survival and silence. With cattle they can't leave and homes they can't return to. They rely entirely on volunteers while the wait for government help drags on. We tell you more in our ground report by my colleague Aman Bhardwaj. Take a look.
We are not in a village or somewhere you could see through the visuals, but this is a national highway, and we'll try to show you how the life of people are being affected, and people with their kettles and all their belongings are living on a national highway. This is a Firozpur Husainiwala National Highway, where people are dependent on the aid help they are getting. Everyone who passes through and donates or do a seva, they're trying to safeguard themselves. आप नेशनल हाईवे पर रह रहे हैं, यहाँ पर रोड पर क्यों
बोल बे
इसी हाईवे पे रह रहे हो क्यों
ए पानी आ गए से
किन्ने दिन हो गए थे रहने ਨੂੰ
ਹਨ 10 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਜੋ ਗਏ
ਕਿੰਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੋਰ ਰਹੋਗੇ ਇੱਥੇ
ਅਸੀਂ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਕੋਈ 2-4 ਜਦੋਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਥਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਘਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ
सरकार ने नहीं कितने थां बनाई या
अजय नहीं बनाई जी
हम यही चाहते हैं कि अब मी आया है कि अभी हमको ठंड लग रही है तो और कंबल आ जाए तभी हमको सोना मच्छर जाली हो जाए अब जब बारिश आई थी हम रहने की जगह नहीं थी बैठने की भी नहीं रिश्तेदार भी आए थे पूछने के लिए तो फिर सही नहीं लग रहा था फिर भी हम टाइम पास किया है
You see in this all shelter they are living, they are trying to save their life, and this now they got a tea in langar, and they which each and everything they are getting, they try to save that, they are trying to live on that, they are dependent on that, and next to it on the road there's a jungle, but this condition is in Firozpur, where the headquarters, the DC office or the administration would hardly be on 8 to 10 kilometers.
सारा परिवार ही थे हाँ जी
कौन कौन है परिवार
ते 2 काके एक बेटी है घर वाली है हाँ जी
तो खाना पीना कितने कर रहे हो
खाना पीना सारा इतने करते हैं हाँ जी
कभी पहला भी इधर सड़क पे रहना पिया है
23 भी ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ 23 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਸੀ
नहीं तो कोई आया नहीं इतने मदद लिए डीसी
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ
आंदा जांदा एसएसपी या मतलब कोई अधिकारी रुकिया होवे
ਰੁਕਿਆ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ
ठीक है
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੀ ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ
all they demand is a compensation till now, but administration or the government should take a call on it and see the concern they are raising. With video journalist Aman Gupta, this is Aman Bhardwaj for India Today, Firozpur.
And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll tell you more about a big breakthrough as far as cancer treatment is concerned as Russia unveils its cancer vaccine. Stay with us for more on this.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Cancer is still one of the biggest health problems in the world. But now, Russian scientists say that they have made a major breakthrough, a vaccine called Enteromix that could help the body fight cancer on its own. The results so far from the phase 1 clinical trial are creating a lot of buzz. Let's take a look at this report.
Cancer remains one of mankind's leading cause of deaths. By 2050, doctors fear over 3.5 crore new cancer cases every year. Amid this enters humanity's latest breakthrough to prevent cancer. Enteromix, the new cancer prevention vaccine developed by Russian scientists, with a claimed efficiency of 100% in early tests. The vaccine will train the body's own immune system to fight and find cancer cells using mRNA technology. This technology helps your body make special proteins from the virus. Your immune system sees these proteins as foreign and starts making antibodies to fight them. These antibodies then help target cancer cells in a more efficient way. The same technology is used in some COVID vaccines. The Enteromix vaccine makes traditional treatments like chemotherapy or radiation redundant. Phase 1 clinical trial data shows the vaccine could shrink tumors and slow cancer growth by 60 to 80% in patients, depending on the type of cancer. But the vaccine needs to go through larger phase 2 and phase 3 trials to prove safety and efficacy. Till then, the world remains in hope of defeating the biggest health scourge ever to plague humans. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. अदानी, हम करके दिखाते हैं. LIC, हर पल आपके साथ.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching First Up on India Today. I'm Anjali Pandey. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin. But first, let's take a look at the headlines. All eyes on crucial vice presidential polls. Stage set for the high-stakes battle. VP polls take centre stage. BJP holds VP poll workshop. Opposition picks fresh appeal to NDA MPs. Justice Reddy lacks numbers in both the houses. Shocking dhamki politics in West Bengal. TMC MLA issues brazen threat, threatens to pour acid down the throat. TMC MLA targets BJP MLA Shankar Ghosh. BJP slams Mamata Banerjee, draws Taliban parallel, says TMC fostering a culture of violence. Bengal college protest triggers outrage. TMC student wing burns Tagore posters. Tagore and Modi posters burnt in Malda. BJP demands action, slams TMC, calls it barbaric and shameful act by the TMC. Mallikarjun Kharge's heartless take on crop loss. Kharge lashes out at farmer. Kisan shows crop loss. Kharge snubs. Mallikarjun Kharge warns the farmer. No publicity stunt. BJP hits back. Lamba's Congress chief says Congress insults farmers. Top newsmakers from the South on India Today platform. India Today Conclave South kickstarts today. Carlos Alcaraz wins the US Open 2025 title, beats Jannik Sinner 6-2, 3-6, 6-1, 6-4 in the final.
Goes to Sergio. Alcaraz, his most...
And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news from the state of Karnataka. Communal clash in Karnataka during Ganesh Visarjan. This particular incident being reported from Mandya district in Karnataka, where stones were pelted at Ganesh Visarjan rally. The stones were pelted at the procession as it crossed a mosque in Mandya district of Karnataka. The clashes broke out between two groups in Mandya. These are the visuals of the Ganesh Visarjan rally where this communal clash erupted. This is being reported from Mandya in Karnataka district, Mandya district, where stones were pelted at the Ganesh Visarjan rally, and these were pelted at the procession as it crossed a mosque in Mandya. Now, these clashes broke out between two groups. As you can see in the visual, stones being pelted on the right side of your screens. You can see the men pelting stones at the Ganesh Visarjan rally in Mandya in Karnataka. My colleague Nagarjun is now joining us with more details on this. Nagarjun, give us more details about what exactly unfolded in Mandya.
Good morning. It's 8 p.m. last night that this pelting started in the good town of Mandya district, and specifically near the cross of Siddharth Nagar when the Ganesh Visarjan was passing by a mosque or a masjid. Miscreants started pelting stones at the rally, is what we are told, the chariots, and then as a retaliation, the other side. So eventually it broke out.
All right, so that's the breaking news that's coming in from the state of Karnataka, where there were communal clashes in a Ganesh Visarjan rally in Mandya district. The stones were pelted at Ganesh Visarjan rally as the procession crossed a mosque. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Aam Aadmi Party's Fulera Panchayat jibe at the Delhi Chief Minister. Chief Minister's husband attends the government meet and Aam Aadmi Party now attacks. Aam Aadmi Party says Delhi government turns into Fulera Panchayat. Aam Aadmi Party's web series analogy to attack Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta. Aam Aadmi Party posts photo of Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's husband at the government meeting. In web series Panchayat, husband of a woman Sarpanch informally exercises authority, and now the Aam Aadmi Party has compared Rekha Gupta's husband sitting in the government meeting to the web series Fulera Panchayat. So Aam Aadmi Party's Fulera Panchayat jibe at Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta after Aam Aadmi Party posted a picture of Rekha Gupta's husband attending a government meeting. These are the visuals of that particular meeting that has been posted by Aam Aadmi Party, in which you can see Rekha Gupta's husband also attending the meeting and sitting right beside her. Now, Chief Minister's husband attends the government meeting, and now the Aam Aadmi Party has attacked the Chief Minister and the BJP. So these are the visuals of the government meeting which was attended by Chief Minister Rekha Gupta's husband, and now the Aam Aadmi Party has posted the picture of the meeting, saying and comparing this meeting to Fulera Panchayat, and Aam Aadmi Party has said that the Delhi government has turned into Fulera Panchayat. Now, for context, in this web series called Panchayat, the woman Sarpanch's husband informally exercises authority in the village, and now the Aam Aadmi Party is comparing Rekha Gupta and her husband attending the government meeting to that. My colleague Piyush Mishra is now joining us with more details on this. Piyush, the Aam Aadmi Party is attacking Rekha Gupta and the BJP over Rekha Gupta's husband attending the government meeting. Why exactly was he part of the meeting?
Well, that's the question which Aam Aadmi Party is now asking from the BJP government. Remember that Saurabh Bhardwaj, former minister in Delhi government and senior leader of Aam Aadmi Party, has put out a post on social media platform X, where he has put out a picture also in that post claiming that the man who is sitting on the left of Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta is the husband of Delhi Chief Minister, and he is being allowed to take part in Delhi government official meeting, and following which now Aam Aadmi Party is raising a lot of questions over this. So far, Anjali, BJP has not reacted on this, neither from the government or from the party. We'll have to wait and watch how the BJP is going to, react on this big allegation coming in from Aam Aadmi Party. But yes, it's a serious allegation which has been leveled by Aam Aadmi Party. We'll have to wait and watch how not only BJP but Congress reacts on this.
Also, Piyush, is this a direct violation of constitutional norms?
Well, certainly, if you are not a government official, if you are not the representative of the government, then you're not allowed to sit in any kind of meeting, and that's what the Aam Aadmi Party is raising. Aam Aadmi Party is also saying that BJP has been always accusing Congress and other political parties of indulging in dynastic politics, and here the politics of dynasty can be clearly seen, in the open display, where the husband of Rekha Gupta is taking part in the official meeting. We'll have to see how BJP and other parties are going to, comment on this big development.
Right. Piyush, thank you for getting us those details. So, controversy has erupted over Rekha Gupta's husband attending a government meeting, after which Aam Aadmi Party has attacked the BJP and Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, comparing the Delhi government to web series Panchayat's Fulera Panchayat. And now, shifting focus, all eyes are on the vice presidential elections to be held on September 9th, that is tomorrow. Preparations are underway in full swing for the polls, and both NDA and India Bloc are leaving no stone unturned to claim victory in the polls. BJP held a workshop for its members of parliament at the Bal Yogi Auditorium in the Parliament complex. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attended the session and was seen sitting in the last row. Now, this move was described as sending a clear message to all the workers and parliamentarians and BJP leaders that nobody is above the party line. India Bloc's VP candidate B. Sudarshan Reddy appealed to NDA MPs and urged them to prioritize national interest over party lines. He has also reached out to NDA MPs, saying that he will accept whatever decision they take. Meanwhile, the India Bloc dinner, which was to be hosted by Mallikarjun Kharge, has been cancelled. The dinner was aimed at mock poll demonstration for vice presidential elections.
अभी उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव 2-3 दिन में आने वाले हैं, और मैं आप सबसे दरख्वास्त करूंगा, अपने पार्टी के हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में सोच समझकर आप मतदान करिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप जो भी निर्णय लेंगे वो मेरे हित में और आपके हित में नहीं, लेकिन देश के हित में आपका निर्णय होगा। जो भी आपका निर्णय होगा मैं स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। ये देश आपकी है, मेरी है और अपने सबकी है।
9 तारीख को उपराष्ट्रपति का जो चुनाव होना है उसमें हम मानते हैं कि ये दलीय आधार पे नहीं हो रहा है, सिंबल से नहीं हो रहा है और जस्टिस सुदर्शन बेहतर उम्मीदवार है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है देश हित में, और चूंकि चेयरमैन भी राज्यसभा भी वही होंगे तो उनको लोग निर्वाचित करें, हम ये आशा करते हैं और उसका प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
Very important event. This is not simply Vice President of India election. This is an election for safeguarding democracy and constitution and going against democracy and destroying constitution. We have achieved independence in 1947. There are many things came on the way and our people have protected the democracy and constitution. Now, in the parliament and outside the parliament.
अब ये लड़ाई बहुत टक्कर की हो गई है। हम भी नहीं चाहते कि हमारा एक कोट खराब जाए, तो इसलिए चूंकि हमारे दल में बहुत से हमारे साथी पहली बार चुन के आए हैं, तो उसका एक अभ्यास होना जरूरी है कि कैसे वोट डाला जाए जिससे हमारा वोट इनवैलिड न हो। और हमें पूरा आशा है कि सेकुलर माइंडेड जितने भी सांसद हैं, चाहे किसी दल में हो, वो हमारे प्रत्याशी को वोट करेंगे।
And my colleague Piyush Mishra is joining us with more details on the story. Piyush, the stage is all set for the vice presidential elections. But if we look at the numbers, the NDA clearly has an edge over the India bloc. So are the results, at least on paper, already one-sided?
Well, there's no doubt that NDA candidate C.P. Radhakrishnan enjoys a huge majority in Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. You know, today is a day when workshop also of a few NDA MPs will take place in Parliament, and C.P. Radhakrishnan certainly has an edge. But on the other side, the India bloc is also putting all its efforts to ensure that its candidate, wins. If you talk about the numbers, more than 300 numbers are there with the NDA. On the other side, India bloc candidate lacks a lot of numbers. So the majority is with NDA, and most likely the NDA bloc will have an edge, which means that C.P. Radhakrishnan will, win if we talk about this entire vice presidential elections.
Piyush, thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this. As of now, we're shifting focus. We're getting some breaking news. And Congress MP Shashi Tharoor's big remark on Bihar special intensive revision. Shashi Tharoor has said that electoral polls are never perfect, and he has also said that the Election Commission should respond in a fair manner. So that's the reaction from Congress MP Shashi Tharoor on Bihar's special intensive revision exercise. Shashi Tharoor has said that the electoral polls are never perfect and that the Election Commission should respond in a fair manner. Let's listen in to what the Congress MP said.
I think everyone who has participated in elections has known that the electoral rolls are not perfect. There are duplicates, there are dead voters, there are living voters who are not registered, there are people who have moved address and who's got 2 or 3 addresses in 2 or 3 different booths. All of these things have existed. But if it has happened on a very big scale, then it needs to be addressed. I think the Election Commission's best approach should be to confront these matters very openly. It's in the interest of the Election Commission's own credibility that no voter should have any doubt in their minds and hearts about the fairness of the election. Because our elections are a pride for Indian democracy. And we want our democracy should have that ability to say that we conduct free and fair elections in this huge country despite all the challenges. Challenges there are, and no one is going to achieve perfection. But we can certainly respond, I hope, in a fair manner to the legitimate concerns and the legitimate questions asked by the opposition.
And my colleague Mausami Singh is now joining us with more details on this. Mausami, can this remark by the Congress MP Shashi Tharoor be seen as backing the special intensive revision exercise in Bihar?
So clearly it's not the first time that Mr. Tharoor has taken a different line or a note from the party line, and clearly he's trying to bring in his point of view as far as the SIR is concerned. And, we've seen how Rahul Gandhi and the entire opposition has taken out a voter Adhikar Yatra, and the Congress's prime slogan being vote chor gaddi chor. So the party line is absolutely clear. Any other viewpoint, in fact, would be seen as a departure from what the party has to say and be accounted as a personal opinion of Mr. Tharoor.
Mausami, thank you for those details and for that context. With that, we're now shifting focus. Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is facing backlash over a video where he is seen lashing out at a distressed farmer. The farmer visited Mallikarjun Kharge's home in Karnataka's Kalaburgi to complain about his crop loss. Now, the region is still reeling from the recent floods that have taken a massive toll on crops, but instead of receiving help or support, the farmer was snubbed by the Congress chief. Now, Kharge chided the farmer for complaining about 4 acres of crops and drew a personal comparison of losing 40 acres himself. The Congress president accused the farmer of staging a publicity stunt and asked him to go and tell Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah about the crop loss. The BJP has hit back, saying that the Congress insults farmers just like they insult the army and the constitution. In fact, the Saffron Party has also accused Rahul Gandhi of hating farmers, saying that he has ditched the struggling farmers of the state of Punjab and Himachal Pradesh and left for vacation.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆ ಬಿತ್ತಿದ್ದಿ 4 ಎಕರೆ ನಂದು 40 ಎಕರೆ ನಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ ನನಗೆ ನೀ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು ಅದೇನು 6 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ 3 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ ಆಯ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತದ ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಬರಬೇಡ ನನಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತದ ಹೆಸರು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ ಉದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ ತೊಗರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯದ ನೀ ಏನು ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು ನಮಗೆ ಸಸ್ಟೈನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಏರಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬಿತ್ತಿ ಓಕೆ ಮೋದಿ ಶಾ ಕೇಳಿ ತೊಗರಿ
जब एक किसान खड़गे जी के पास पहुंचा और अपना क्रॉप लॉस दिखाने लगा तो खड़गे जी ने उसे ताना मारते हुए, फटकारते हुए, धिक्कारते हुए कहा कि क्या क्रॉप दिखा रहे हो, ये पब्लिसिटी करने आए हो, मेरा नुकसान तुमसे ज्यादा हुआ है। ये है मानसिकता कांग्रेस की किसानों के प्रति। इन्होंने किसानों को उनका अधिकार कभी नहीं दिया, इन्होंने स्वामीनाथन कमीशन रिपोर्ट को लागू नहीं किया, इन्होंने हमेशा किसानों के अधिकारों पर हनन किया और केवल किसान ही नहीं, ये सेना का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये सनातन का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये जनता का भी अपमान करते हैं।
And my colleague Sagai Raj is now joining us with more on the story. Sagai, do such remarks by such tall leaders show that they clearly don't understand the ground reality of small and marginal farmers?
The insensitive statement of AICC Chief Mallikarjun Kharge has not gone well, especially the farmer community are criticizing this particular response from Mallikarjun Kharge as a public representative, as he is in public life. If he cannot give any kind of compensation or any assurance, he can at least say that everything will be fine as the Karnataka government is in power in the state of Karnataka. He will try to talk to the government and try to give some kind of compensation. Instead, he goes on and says that we should talk to Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And this particular statement has not gone well, where the opposition is trying to get political mileage out of it, whereas the farmer community are also upset with this.
All right, Sagai, thank you for those details and for that context. So, controversy has erupted over Mallikarjun Kharge's remark of comparing once the farmer came with his problems, his issues of crop loss, Mallikarjun Kharge, instead of showing empathy, snubbed the farmer. And now shifting focus, another Trinamool Neta is in the spotlight and not for the right reasons. Abdul Rahim Bakshi stoked a controversy after he threatened to pour acid into the mouth of a BJP MLA in West Bengal. The TMC Neta made the remarks while addressing a gathering to protest against alleged atrocities against Bengali-speaking migrant workers in other parts of the country. The TMC MLA claimed that the Bengali-speaking migrant workers were called Bangladeshis. Now, the remarks quickly drew condemnation from the BJP, which accused the ruling party of fostering a culture of intimidation and violence. BJP further claimed that such threats are a reflection of the TMC's politics and the Taliban regime prevailing in Mamata Banerjee's rule.
I don't know whether they are called as MLAs or criminals. How Mamata Banerjee run this state, you can see or you can judge by the statement of his MLA, who is saying that he will pour acid to his to the BJP's MLAs. The hooliganism is being spread by all over the West Bengal, which can be compared with the Taliban regime. Mamata Banerjee is trying to establish this through appeasement politics as well as the muscle power. Trinamool MLAs, this Rahim Bakshi and other MLAs, they are always threatening to kill us. This kind of threatening will not stop us to work for the people, those who are opposing state government.
ये मालूम नहीं है क्या बोला है. ऐसे तो हुआ ना, तो तेजाब जो था अनिल का पूरा माधुरी दीक्षित का 1, 2, 3 बहुत अच्छा गाना था, तो वो शायद वो इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि वो एक फ्रेश कुछ होना चाहिए. तो ये शंकर घोष जो कर रहा है वो बहुत गंदी काम कर रहा है, गंदी बात बोल रहा है. यहाँ पे ये सब रोहिंग्या, वो तो त्रिपुरा में अरेस्ट हो रहा है. रहीम बख्शी थोड़ा गुस्से में आता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि फिजिकली तेजाब मारने का बात कर रहा है. नहीं, वो तेजाब है, वो 1, 2, 3 वाला. एक बार गलत कर रहा है, 2 बार गलत, वो गिन रहा है. ये कितने बार शंकर घोष गलत कर रहा है, वो गिन रहा है.
And a viral video of Trinamool Congress students' wing has sparked a major political row in West Bengal. In the video, TMC students' wing was seen burning Rabindranath Tagore's picture at a college in Malda. The incident occurred on 2nd of September in a protest by TMC students' wing workers. They were caught on camera burning the pictures of Rabindranath Tagore along with pictures of Prime Minister Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah. Union Minister Shrikanta Majumdar has condemned the act, calling it extreme levels of illiteracy, barbarity and arrogance, saying that the incident deeply wounds Bengali society and bows heads in shame. The West Bengal BJP president has termed the act as hypocritical drama staged under the instructions of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. In fact, Shrikanta has also demanded quick action by West Bengal police against the concerned workers. And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you more on the Punjab floods. Now, as floods wreak havoc in Punjab, India Today is on the ground to get you the ground situation. More on this on the other side.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए।
अरे ये क्या है?
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये घर की रक्षा के लिए।
न जले न पिघले, घर घर को सेफ बनाए। अपार अनुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर।
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi. To visit Punjab on September 9 to review the flood situation, Mallikarjun Kharge criticizes the Modi government's decision on GST reforms ahead of elections. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba resigns amid increasing party pressure.
Remember when we did that massive corporation tax cut in September 2019? Few months later, COVID happened. COVID comes in, now Trump happens. Trump brings in tariffs. He is now threatening second, third phase of tariffs. So in such a situation, what all can a government do?
Welcome back. We're getting some breaking news from Jammu and Kashmir. NIA raids are underway at multiple locations across Kashmir. These raids are being conducted in connection with an ongoing terror case investigation. Sources confirm that these raids are happening in Kulgam, Pulwama and Baramulla districts. So that's the breaking news that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where the National Investigation Agency raids are underway at multiple locations across Kashmir, which include Kulgam, Pulwama and Baramulla districts. And these raids are being conducted in connection with an ongoing terror case investigation. My colleague Mir Farid is now joining us with more on this. Mir, give us more details about these NIA raids that are underway in Kashmir.
Yes, multiple teams of the NIA have raided multiple locations across Kashmir, especially Baramulla, Kulgam and Pulwama districts. Being told that at least 10 to 12 locations are being raided, and it is in connection with the ongoing terror investigation. Now we know NIA is investigating multiple terror incident cases, and every now and then as the investigation moves ahead, new angles come in, and that really ensure that raids happen. Seems one such raid happening, and being told it's not only Kashmir, but in various parts, in fact 3 to 4 other states and UTs, these raids are happening. So it seems to be massive, raids and probably some new important angles that came forth as far as these investigations are concerned. In some time, we'll get to know the exact details of the case as to which terror incident is related to. But as of now, I can confirm to you that these teams right now at various locations and searches are on. Back to you.
All right, Mir, thank you for getting us those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on the NIA raids that are underway in Jammu and Kashmir. These raids are underway across several parts of Kashmir, which include Kulgam, Pulwama and Baramulla districts. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Congress MP Tariq Anwar visits flood-hit areas in Katihar and he was carried on shoulders by the locals. The leader was on the shoulders of the people. The MP Tariq Anwar had gone out to inspect the flood erosion in the area, but a video went viral in which he can be seen being carried on the shoulders by the locals over there. So a 1 minute 12-second video of the leader on the shoulders of the public in Katihar is becoming increasingly viral on social media. We're showing you the video on your screens right now. In fact, Katihar MP Tariq Anwar was in his parliamentary constituency Katihar on a 2-day tour in the flood-hit areas, and during this the MP was on a tour of the flood and erosion affected areas of Barari and Manihari Legislative Assembly. My colleague Rohit Singh is now joining us with more details on this. Rohit, a controversy has now erupted over Tariq Anwar touring his constituency, the flood-hit areas, but what has caught everybody's eyes is him being carried on the shoulders by the locals over there.
Well, yes, this video has gone viral where the Katihar MP Tariq Anwar, who is a Congress MP, is being seen carried by a couple of locals in the flood-affected areas in Katihar. And under what circumstances did this happen? It needs to be looked into because as we can see in the picture that the entire area is flooded. So was Tariq Anwar reluctant to walk by himself in the flood affected area, and that is why he was carried by the locals? All these things needs to be looked into, but the pictures which has gone viral is being seen as a controversy has generated, as he's seen being carried by a couple of locals, and the opposition also, his rivals also raising questions that already the people in this area are affected by flood, and when a leader or a local MP has gone to inspect the flood affected area, he has been carried by the locals and he was reluctant to walk also in that area. So this video has now gone viral on the social media. Back to you.
Clearly, high-handedness of the Congress MP is exposed in this video, and also what message does this send out? You're visiting your constituency, the flood-affected areas, but on the other hand, you're being carried on the shoulders by the locals. So clearly, the visit of the leader serves no purpose.
Well, that is what needs to be looked into, as I was mentioning, because Tariq Anwar is 74 years old. And he's an MP from Katihar, so he's a senior leader. He has already been MP from Katihar several other times in the past also. And now again yesterday when he was inspecting the flood-affected areas in Manihari and Barari, you see why did Tariq Anwar do this, or was he not willing to walk in the flood-affected areas? Or did the villagers themselves offer that they can carry him in the flood-affected area? All these needs to be investigated. But the message that has come out of this video is not very pleasing, because it clearly goes on to show that already the people in this area are affected by floods. And when their representative also comes to look at the area that is flood-affected, they are being carried by the locals. So the message that is going out through this video is not very good for the Congress party. Back to you.
Absolutely, Rohit. As you mentioned, the age factor of Tariq Anwar, he's 74-year-old. But should there have been better preparation or management by himself and his team before visiting the flood-affected areas instead of relying on the locals over there? All right, we're now being joined by BJP's Guru Prakash Paswan on this story. Mr. Paswan, a very good morning to you. So these shocking visuals coming to the fore from Bihar's Katihar, where the MP, Congress MP Tariq Anwar visited the flood-affected areas. But what has caught everybody's eyes is that he was being carried on the shoulder by the locals over there. What message does this send out? How do you view this?
No, I think we have to understand that only a couple of days ago, a very senior Congress leader, so Priya Shrineth, came on record and said that people of Bihar are sweaty, people of Bihar are like workers, and it's like Rahul Gandhi committed a very big service by shaking their hands. This shows the feudal mindset of the Congress party and the leadership. What are you trying to do? You are on the shoulder of a common Bihari, and then you are visiting flood-affected areas. This is a sense of clear entitlement of the Congress leadership. The Congress is an organization of a privileged dynast, and what behavior is being shown by senior Congress leader, a member of parliament from that constituency, that I will visit the flood-affected areas, but on your shoulders? What is the message that he is trying to convey? This is beyond our comprehension. Since before the inception of the Yatra, we have seen how Congress party and the entire leadership has left no stone unturned for insulting Biharis, for insulting the Bihari sentiment. This is nothing but another step, another feather in the cap of the Congress party when it comes to the insult of Bihari sentiment. How can you even think of this? Is audacious to be on someone else's shoulder when you are perfectly fine, touch wood. And we wish, I think the Congress party leadership has been treating Biharis for like this. And this came out in the open, right? During the Yatra, we saw on a Congress party official event, abuses were hurled. Then people who abuse Bihari on a regular basis, people who question the DNA of Biharis, people who say that Biharis are brainless, people who say that Bihari can come and clean our toilet. This, Anjali, we have to understand, is a clear, entitled, privileged position from which the Congress party operates. They treat Biharis like this. They treat us as political commodities, but no longer. I'm sorry, this is 21st century. This is New India. Biharis are equally relevant stakeholders when it comes to the New India growth story. You can no longer treat us like this. We demand strong clarification. We demand an apology on behalf of the member of parliament who wrote on someone's shoulder. This is completely unacceptable, inhumane, and at least in 21st century, we cannot accept it.
All right, Mr. Guru Prakash Paswan, thank you for speaking with India Today. So, completely unacceptable is what the BJP says on this viral video of Congress MP Tariq Anwar, in which he can be seen carrying on the shoulder by the locals in Katihar. 10 days after floods devastated parts of Punjab, several families are still living by the roadside, trapped between survival and silence. With cattle they can't leave and homes they can't return to, they rely entirely on volunteers while they wait for government help drags on. We tell you more in our ground report by my colleague Aman Bhardwaj. Take a look.
We are not in a village or somewhere you could see through the visuals, but this is a national highway and we'll try to show you how the life of people are being affected, and people with their kettles and all their belongings are living on a national highway. This is a Firozpur Husainiwala National Highway where people are dependent on the aid help they are getting. Everyone who passes through and donates or do a seva, they're trying to safeguard themselves. आप नेशनल हाईवे पर रह रहे हैं, यहाँ पर रोड पर क्यों
बोल वे
इसी हाईवे पे रह रहे हो क्यों?
ए पानी आ गए से
किन्ने दिन हो गए थे रहने ਨੂੰ?
ਸਾਨੂੰ 10 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਜੋ ਗਏ।
ਕਿੰਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੋਰ ਰਹੋਗੇ ਇੱਥੇ?
ਅਸੀਂ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਕੋਈ 2-4, ਜਦੋਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਥਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਘਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ।
सरकार ने नहीं कितने थां बनाई या
अजय नहीं बनाई जी।
हम यही चाहते हैं कि अब मी आया है कि अभी हमको ठंड लग रही है तो और कंबल आ जाए, तभी हमको सोना मच्छर जाली हो जाए। अब जब बारिश आई थी हम रहने की जगह नहीं थी, बैठने की भी नहीं, रिश्तेदार भी आए थे पूछने के लिए, तो फिर सही नहीं लग रहा था, फिर भी हम टाइम पास किया है।
You see in this all shelter they are living, they are trying to save their life, and this now they got a tea in langar and they which each and everything they are getting, they try to save that, they are trying to live on that, they are dependent on that, and next to it on the road there's a jungle. But this condition is in Firozpur, where the headquarters, the DC office or the administration would hardly be on 8 to 10 kilometers.
सारा परिवार ਇੱਥੇ ਜੀ ਹਾਂਜੀ
कौन कौन है परिवार में?
ਤੇ ਦੋ ਕਾਕੇ ਆ, ਇੱਕ ਬੇਟੀ ਹੈ ਘਰ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਹਾਂਜੀ
तो खाना पीना कितने कर रहे हो?
ਖਾਣਾ ਪੀਣਾ ਸਾਰਾ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ
रोड पे।
ਹਾਂਜੀ
कभी पहला भी इधर सड़क पे रहना पे है?
23 ਵੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ 23 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਸੀ
नहीं तो कोई आया नहीं इतने मदद के लिए डीसी?
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ
आंदा जांदा एसएसपी या मतलब कोई अधिकारी रुकिया होवे?
ਰੁਕਿਆ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ
ठीक है।
ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੀ ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ
All they demand is a compensation till now, but administration or the government should take a call on it and see the concern they are raising. With video journalist Aman Gupta, this is Aman Bhardwaj for India Today, Firozpur.
And we're now getting some breaking news. Malayalam actor fined at Melbourne airport, fined for carrying gajra to Australian airport. Actor Navya Nair flouts Australian biosecurity laws. Navya says it was a mistake, not intentional. Now the actor takes the penalty sportingly and also shares playful posts on social media. So Malayalam actor Navya Nair fined at the Melbourne airport for carrying a gajra to the Australian airport and which flouts the Australian biosecurity laws. Navya has said that it was a mistake and it was not intentional. And we're now being joined by Jitarth Bhardwaj from Australia today. Jitarth, what exactly unfolded at the airport? Tell us more about the biosecurity laws in Australia under which was flouted by the Malayalam actor due to which she was fined.
Australian Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestries biosecurity regulations are such that anybody who is visiting Australia, they are not allowed to bring fresh flowers, fruit, vegetables, seeds and other plants materials, meat product and other things. Even Indian cricketers a few years back was stopped there and they were asked to throw their shoes where the mud was there from other part of the world. So these are pretty strict rules at the airport, and unfortunately what Navya did was in good faith, her father gave her gajra and she forgot to mention there is a declaration form at Australian airports and ports. So you have to tick there, what are you bringing? If she would have ticked that she has a plant and flowers with her, they would have asked her in what condition they are. They would have asked her to bin it. There was no fine otherwise. But she, when she signed the declaration form, she didn't mention that she has this gazra, and unfortunately she was fined. The fine can be up to $2,500. However, she was fined 1,900 something on this occasion. Yes, Navya understood this, and Australian authorities every time urge people that please do not bring such things to Australia, and even we as Indian Australians, we urge our friends, families, my parents, when they visit, we always tell them, sometimes they visit temples and they bring prasad, they just think that it's just prasad, but no, it's not allowed here in Australia. At the airport you will be fined. So it was a festive occasion. She was coming for Victorian Malayali Association's Onam festival. Festival was fantastic, I can tell you, but unfortunately she has to cope up with this fine.
Also, Jitarth, the question is that is there enough awareness about these laws among the tourists?
As per my experience, people are urged, it's written on, even when you disembark from the airplane, it's written, multiple language, it's written warnings. If you have something like this, please throw it, otherwise declare it. In the plane also, when the form, declaration form is distributed by the air hostesses, They also say that if you have Australian biosecurity, there is a recording which is provided by Australian Border Force to all these aircrafts, airlines rather, I should say, to announce there. It is announced there. However, most of the time we don't kind of pay attention to these kind of announcements, and that's when these unfortunate incidents happen.
Chitar, thank you so much for joining us with all those details. And with that, we're now shifting focus. We're getting some more breaking news. And the BRS officially takes stance that the party will abstain from voting for the vice presidential polls. Another setback as numbers against opposition VP pick Sudarshan Reddy. So just a day before the vice presidential elections that are all set to take place tomorrow, BRS has officially taken a stance that the party will abstain from voting for the vice presidential polls. Now this is being seen as another setback as the numbers are against the opposition's VP pick Sudarshan Reddy. So the numbers on the paper are clearly in favor of the NDA pick. And now this breaking news coming to the fore where the BRS has officially taken a stance that they will not be voting in the vice presidential elections. They will abstain from voting for the vice presidential polls.
Sir, just wanted to know, sir, tomorrow is the vice presidential polls. So, sir, what will be the BRS's stand as far as tomorrow's poll is concerned?
Well, BRS has been very clear from the beginning that we had maintained a non-aligned stance in the parliament.
Yes,
we
sir.
supported the government bills wherever we felt it was in the interest of national requirement, and opposed wherever we felt they were not in the interest of the country. Having said that, as far as tomorrow, the coming vice president election, BRS party has taken a stance to abstain, and the reason being the ruling party at the state level, one of the ministers in the union cabinet has very categorically said that we don't need BRS support, and on the other end, we have also noticed that the harassment meted out to the BRS party workers across Telangana by the Congress government has compelled us to take a stance. Unfortunately, there is no nota that none of the above provision in the electoral ballot.
Yes, sir.
Hence, we decided to abstain. So our abstains can be interpreted as nota.
Oh,
so
okay.
These are very compelling reasons.
So, sir, one question. Did either NDA or India Bloc approach you for the elections?
Well, like I said, the NDA state, the union cabinet minister coming from Telangana has very clearly stated that he doesn't need our support.
Okay, sir.
And as far as the India Alliance is concerned, the candidate supported by them has approached us, but the party senior leadership, just yesterday they tried to connect, but the kind of attitude the state government of Congress has been towards our workers,
yes, sir,
that has been very disturbing to us.
Okay.
Of course, we respect both the candidates. Both are of very high caliber, and of course, one, Mr. Reddy, comes from Telangana. We appreciate the stature, but unfortunately, the party from where he is supported doesn't really, is not in tune with the BRS policy.
So that was BRS leader K.R. Suresh Reddy speaking to India Today on why the BRS has decided to abstain from voting in the vice presidential elections that are all set to take place tomorrow. My colleague Piyush Mishra is with us with more on this. Piyush, so another setback for the opposition VP pick Sudarshan Reddy, as the BRS has said that they will not be voting for anybody in the vice presidential polls.
Well, absolutely, Anjali. So far, there were some political parties like BRS, YSRCP, BJP. They were the neutral parties. They have not taken any stance. But just a day before polling, BRS has officially taken a stand that they are not going to vote for vice presidential polls, which means that they will abstain from the voting. This is indicating that both the groups, India Bloc and NDA, they have lost the number of 4 MPs, Rajya Sabha MPs, from the electoral college. So that's a big development coming in, where BRS has decided to abstain from the voting. But we are also told is that BRS has decided this because NDA leader who comes from the state of Telangana, who is also a union minister, made it very clear that he doesn't need the support of BRS. On the other side, there are various workers of BRS who have been subjected to harassment by the Congress government in the state of Telangana, and that's why no support to India Alliance candidates. So there are two big reasons. Those have been put forth by BRS, and they have now decided that they are not going to take part in voting. They will abstain from voting. On the other side, there are parties like YSRCP, which has extended its support to NDA. BJD is not yet decided, so still there are some numbers. Those could swing towards India Bloc or India Bloc, but decision will be taken by today evening.
Absolutely. Piyush, thank you for those details. So, big development ahead of the vice presidential elections. The BRS has decided to abstain from voting. And now shifting focus, cancer is still one of the biggest health problems in the world. But now Russian scientists say that they have made a major breakthrough, a vaccine called Enteromix that could help the body fight cancer on its own. The results so far from the phase 1 clinical trial are creating a lot of buzz. Let's take a look at this report.
Cancer remains one of mankind's leading cause of deaths. By 2050, doctors fear over 3.5 crore new cancer cases every year. Amid this enters humanity's latest breakthrough to prevent cancer. Enteromix, the new cancer prevention vaccine developed by Russian scientists, with a claimed efficiency of 100% in early tests. The vaccine will train the body's own immune system to fight and find cancer cells using mRNA technology. This technology helps your body make special proteins from the virus. Your immune system sees these proteins as foreign and starts making antibodies to fight them. These antibodies then help target cancer cells in a more efficient way. The same technology is used in some COVID vaccines. The Enteromix vaccine makes traditional treatments like chemotherapy or radiation redundant. Phase 1 clinical trial data shows the vaccine could shrink tumors and slow cancer growth by 60 to 80% in patients, depending on the type of cancer. But the vaccine needs to go through larger phase 2 and phase 3 trials to prove safety and efficacy. Till then, the world remains in hope of defeating the biggest health scourge ever to plague humans. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, we're now slipping into a very short break. But on the other side, we'll get you some sports news. India clinched their 4th Asia Cup hockey title with a dominant 4-1 win over South Korea. More on this on the other side.
We'll be lifting the...
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bend, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
India thrashed South Korea 4-1 to be crowned as the Men's Hockey Asia Cup champions in Bihar's Rajgir. A brace from Dilpreet Singh and a goal each from Sukhjit Singh and Amit Rohidas helped India decimate Korea in the final. A dominant performance from Harmanpreet Singh and company, who remained unbeaten in tournament to win their 4th Asia Cup title, first in 8 years. The title ensured India's direct entry into next year's FIH World Cup, which will be jointly hosted by Belgium and the Netherlands. Now, the men in blue are now the second most successful team in Asia behind Korea with 5 titles.
ये हमारा टारगेट था, एम था और काफ़ी समय से इस चीज़ के लिए हम प्रैक्टिस कर रहे थे. सो फाइनली आज वो चीज़ अचीव की है, बट जो मेरा और मेरी पूरी टीम का नेक्स्ट टारगेट है वर्ल्ड कप है. सर आप हर मैच से सीखते हैं, जैसे मैं हर मैच के बाद भी यही बोलता हूँ कि प्लस और माइनस रहता ही हमेशा, बट कितनी जल्दी आप उसको एनालाइज करके उस पर वर्क करके चीज़ों को अप्लाई करते हो वो मैटर करता है. तो आई थिंक एज ए टीम डिफेंस हमने काफ़ी अच्छी की है और जो स्कोरिंग देख रहे हैं बहुत अच्छी रही है.
अरे भाई हमारा माइंडसेट यही था कि यहाँ से हमने वर्ल्ड कप क्वालिफाई करना है और एशिया में हमने डोमिनेट करना है, तो वही हमारा मैसेज था इस टूर्नामेंट से. आई थिंक हमें मालूम था कि हम कोई भी टीम को इधर हरा सकते हैं, बट हमारी फाइनल एग्जीक्यूशन है जो वो अच्छी चाहिए. फाइनल पास जो टीम है जो हमने डिलीवर करने हैं वो उसके ऊपर हमने काम किया था और हमें आता था कि जो सुपर 4 होगा, जो फाइनल के इंपॉर्टेंट मैच होंगे वहाँ पर हमारे फॉरवर्ड्स हमारे डिफेंडर काफ़ी अच्छा खेले.
Alcaraz defeated number 1 seed Yannick Sinner 6-2, 3-6, 6-1, 6-4 in the final to win his second US Open title. This was the third meeting in the finals between the two this year, with Alcaraz winning the French Open while Sinner clinching the Wimbledon title. Not only this, but the duo now have last 8 Grand Slams between them, starting from 2024 Australian Open.
His most polished.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching India Today. More news and updates continue on the other side.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Co-powered by Airtel, the Safe Network. the bold look of Kolar.
A very good morning to all our viewers. You're watching The Burning Question on India Today. It's 9 a.m. I'm Anjali Pandey. Let's take a look at the headlines of this hour. All eyes on crucial vice presidential polls. Stage set for high-stakes VP battle. VP polls take centre stage. BJP holds VP poll workshop. Opposition picks Sudarshan Reddy's fresh appeal to NDA MPs. Justice Reddy lacks numbers in both the houses. Shocking dhamki politics in West Bengal. TMC MLA issues brazen threat, threatens to pour acid down the throat. TMC MLA targets BJP MLA Shankar Ghosh. BJP slams Mamata Banerjee, draws Taliban parallel, says TMC fostering a culture of violence. Congress MP's shocking aerial survey of flood zone. Congress MP Tariq Anwar's Katihar visit sparks row. Locals carry Congress MP on shoulders in flood zone. Shocking VVIP flood zone survey by Congress MP. Congress Chief Kharge's heartless take on crop loss. Kharge lashes out at farmer. Kisan shows crop loss. Kharge snubs. Kharge even warns the farmer no publicity stunt. Meanwhile, BJP hits out at Congress. Lambasts the Congress chief, says Congress insults the farmers. Top newsmakers from the South on India Today platform. India Today Conclave South kickstarts today. India thrashed South Korea 4-1 to be crowned as the Men's Hockey Asia Cup champions. And at the top of this hour, we're getting some breaking news. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's big separatist attack at the DMK. The Finance Minister says separatist mindset dominates DMK politics. Nirmala Sitharaman has said, and I quote, the DMK's time is spent on not looking at these incidents but bringing separatist logic. They allege their tax money is going to Bihar. Is Bihar in Pakistan? People from Bihar can work in your factories, you can make your profit, but you want to keep your tax money to yourself. Separatist mindset dominates the so-called Dravidian model of politics. This is what Nirmala Sitharaman has said, attacking the DMK. And it is also pertinent to note that Nirmala Sitharaman herself hails from Tamil Nadu. My colleague Anagha is now joining us with more details on this. Anagha, this sharp attack from the Union Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman against the DMK, accusing the DMK of having a separatist mindset. Give us more context.
Well, in fact, of late, the southern states and especially Tamil Nadu has been raising the issue of tax devolution. They say that even though Tamil Nadu is contributing so much more than the other North Indian states, for example, Bihar, in terms of tax contribution, why is it that all of Tamil Nadu's money is being given to Bihar for Bihar's welfare and development, but peanuts is being returned back to Tamil Nadu? Isn't this unfair? Is what Tamil Nadu has time and again been questioning the central government, including the other South Indian states. In fact, now it's the first time that Nirmala Sitharaman has so outrightly addressed this, this particular portion about South Indian money being used for North Indian states. Nirmala Sitharaman says that this particular statement by the Dravidian model, that's the Tamil Nadu, is very, very separatist in nature. She's actually questioned the DMK as to whether they think Bihar is from Pakistan. In a way, she's trying to say that all of Tamil Nadu's money, all of South Indian money is being spent on India's welfare. It should be looked at it from that lens and not really from a separatist mindset, is what Nirmala Sitharaman says. In fact, she's also picked up the language issue. In fact, DMK has time and again been saying that the identity of individual southern states has always been suppressed, especially ever since BJP came to power. And now she's picked up that particular issue, saying that the DMK is unnecessarily raising up emotive issues around language and the Dravidian identity to target the BJP, as it had no answers to the allegations of corruption and caste crimes plaguing its own government. So that's the kind of very sharp attack that the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman is hitting out at DMK, calling it as a party that has a separatist mindset.
Yeah, Anika, and how has the DMK responded to this attack by the Union Finance Minister?
Well, in fact, DMK has time and again been hitting out at Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman and the central government. They've always been saying that the central government is offering stepmotherly treatment to Tamil Nadu, and especially to states that are non-BJP ruled. That has been the ammunition for DMK. They are saying that even though southern states are contributing a lot more in terms of taxes, all that money is being gobbled up by the
All right, Anika, thank you so much for those details and for that context. And let me go across to Abha Bakaya of Business Today TV with all the updates of the markets in an all-new show. Abha, over to you.
Good morning and welcome to Market Opening on our brand new collab show between Business Today and India Today TV. It's 9 a.m. and we're here to get you ahead of the curve as markets kick off trading for the day. From the big overnight queues on Wall Street and global markets to the buzz around corporate earnings, policy moves and stock-specific action, we break it all down so you know exactly what to watch. Stay tuned as we track the Sensex, Nifty and the stories that will drive the market mood today, and catch us again at market closing with my colleague Sakshi Batra. So we've got you covered. First, let's take a look at what's hot in the corporate and financial space this morning. The world's largest economy is on the brink of recession. Global ratings agency Moody's has warned that states making up a third of US GDP are either already in or are at a high risk of recession. The downturn, according to Moody's, will be seen in job losses and big price rises. Applicants for US non-immigrant visas will not be able to escape queues in India by booking an appointment in another country. US had in the past post-COVID period allowed visa seekers to apply in an American consulate in another country. Indians would often fly to Thailand, Singapore and Germany to get their visas on time. It's a mega week for IPOs in the stock market, with as many as 9 public issues opening for subscription these 5 days. 3 main board IPOs include Urban Company, Dev Accelerator and Shringar House of Mangalsutra. Excitement is high, with the grey market premiums for the 9 IPOs shooting up to 110%. Customers are king in the auto market as car makers announce big price cuts after the slash in GST rates. Mahindra has already taken the plunge, others to follow 2 weeks from now. Car dealers in a bind as no rules have been released for the compensation cess already paid for cars in stock. All eyes will again be on the Ola Electric share price, which has fallen more than 13% in the last 2 sessions. The company auditor has flagged a serious internal control lapse in Ola Electric Technologies, one of the company's subsidiaries. Ola Tech generated most of Ola's revenue last fiscal. All right, let's take a look at the global market check first. Gold has hit a fresh all-time high, surging past $3,600 an ounce. Prices are up nearly 37% this year after a 27% rally in 2024, fueled by a weak dollar, easy monetary policies, global uncertainty leading to safe haven buying, and a central bank buying spree. As of mid-2025, central banks worldwide are holding close to 37,000 metric tons of gold, worth about $4.5 trillion. That's more than $3.5 trillion parked in US treasuries. So that's for the first time since 1996 that gold now makes up a bigger share of global foreign exchange reserves at 27%, overtaking treasuries, which stand at 23%. India also has quite a substantial sum parked here and has made that shift to buying more gold, showing economic stability as well here in India. In other global news, Japanese Prime Minister Ishiba has quit. He's resigned after election losses. Let's move across to that story. And some amount of positivity in the Japanese market this morning, because he is supposed to be a little bit more pro-growth. So there is some momentum picking up there on the back of that. Cost backlash waited for the US tariff deal before exit. Sanai Tekaichi has seen as a successor. Markets are reacting positively. Nikkei is up almost 2% in trade. Meanwhile, on the OPEC decision, the OPEC Plus agreed on fresh production hikes from next month. They've extended a shift towards higher output and have ended years of defending prices. So a minor uptick coming in there on crude as well. Let me welcome our guest this morning, Chakri Lokpriya, CIO Equities at LGT Wealth, joining us. Chakri, great to have you with us. It's Monday morning, lots of factors at play. Of course, global and macro factors continue to set the tone. What's your view on the Nifty and Nifty Bank as we head towards open this morning?
Good morning, Abha. Thanks for having me for your show today. I think, today probably India is on a better wicket as we open. Simply because of, slightly more positive noises coming from the US and India on the tariff front. And, all kinds of negatives at about a 50% tariff have more or less been priced into the market. So I think, select sectors, which are all the GST consumer discretion, like tires, autos, metals, steel, these kind of companies you'll continue to look positive.
That's right. In fact, slightly more friendly conversations, a friendlier tone coming in from President Trump when talking about Modi. That was the news over the weekend as well. So some amount of easing off there. It's a mega week, Chakri, for the primary markets, with as many as 9 IPOs hitting Dalal Street over the next 5 days. Now, we know, of course, that a lot of action has shifted to the primary markets of late. But from a retail investor point of view, a lot of these are in the broader markets. Would you be looking at these as safe investment strategies, and are any of these on your radar? And specifically, I would say Urban Company, which is the larger one of the lot.
Urban Company kind of, the valuations are kind of expensive.
Okay.
Still, they have some amount of business momentum on their side. But this is a market which, I wouldn't expect, investors shouldn't expect for those big bang type of returns that have seen in the past. And this is a time for, tempered returns, tempered expectations. And because the overall sentiment, while improving, needs to be cautious.
All right, so still holding out on some caution there. I know, Chakri, you described, of course, a lot of segments on the market that will see a boost on the back of, the latest reforms on GST, the macroeconomic factors, positivity now brewing that perhaps the Fed will cut rates. Are you then looking perhaps more positively at some of those names across, like you said, real estate, cement, steel, as safer bets, especially as we head into festive season where everyone's going to be looking, to buy in the markets right now?
You're right, Abha. In terms of, the GST cut has been timely.
Yeah.
In time for the festive season. So, whether the automobile companies, the front line, whether it's Maruti, M&M, TVS Motors, or even, the tire companies, clearly they benefit from any uptick in autos. And whether it is Seat, JK Tire, they'll also benefit simply because the tire companies, that is, because raw material prices for them have significantly come down. They're all crude linked, and oil is down about 15% over the last 12 months. So you'll have that margin cushion, and the valuations are on your side, and therefore tire companies and as well as OEMs look good.
Okay, talking about crude, minor uptick there. Chakri, post the OPEC Plus meet, any caution on that front with regards to crude prices?
Given the whole geopolitical tension about oil purchases, and therefore, I think US and its other allies will ensure that there is and OPEC will ensure there's an adequate supply of oil to keep the oil prices under check at about $60, $65. And also simply because, we are in the US back to school season where and demand for oil is actually quite high and heading into winter. So therefore, I don't think oil is really a concern about moving higher.
All right, great. Let's take a look at the market setup. We're just counting down to open now, a couple of minutes to go. Already set the tone. Chakri also saying market mood is going to be positive. Pre-market showing a marginal uptick as well. Let's take a look at what are some of the other stocks in news this morning. We've got BHEL with a 10-year exclusive MOU with Singapore's Horizon Fuel Cell. So that stock's going to be in the news this morning. We've also got Aurobindo Pharma. US FDA has inspected one of its units in Bachapur successfully and issued some observation there. So we're waiting for a response from Aurobindo. So that's in the news as well. We've got PNB Housing Finance also in the news. Let's bring up PNB for you. Board has approved fundraising of about 5,000 crores. So that's going to be in focus on PNB. Let's pull that stock up for you as well, just up a little bit in pre-open. We've got Zydus Life Sciences as well. They've completed an inspection of one of their plants, and the company again has to address some amount of queries coming in there. Meanwhile, SpiceJet, in some news in the aviation space, has actually reported a 234 crore rupee loss versus 158 crore profit. Revenue also fell 34%. So even though, market share is also slipping for Spice, and in fact, Akasa, it's not listed, but Akasa has overtaken Spice to be the third largest player in terms of revenue. So that's the latest in the aviation market. Lots of stocks and news there, but keep an eye, as Chakri also mentioned, more importantly on some of those real estate names, cement names, steel names. Gold financiers will continue to be in the news on the back of the kind of uptick we're continuing to see on gold prices. That's going to be a hot area. Auto will continue to be in the news, and Ola Electric is the other one that we're tracking as well on the downside specifically. But these are the segments of the market we've been seeing playing out, and these are the ones that we're continuing to track this morning. So let's calm down. We've got just 5 seconds to go on opening bell today. And Nifty pre-market indicating a gap up. Let's take a look at what the screen is showing us as we hit market open this morning. Yes, about 0.3% uptick coming in there on the Nifty as expected. Let's take a look at the advanced decline ratio. Nifty Bank is flat. Let's take a look at the larger breadth of the market and really what's moving. Nifty IT is also decent this morning, looking good. Clearly shaking off any kind of news from Trump, sounding some warning bells for the IT sector and outsourcing. Nifty Consumer steady. We've got financial services about flat this morning. Let's pull up auto since there'll be a lot of buzz there. Nifty Pharma's up about 0.2% right now. We've got the auto pack, yes, looking strong. That segment's looking strong. And let's pull up some of those individual gainers, some of the top movers today, see where the action's really trending. Steel, you hit it on the nose, Chakri. It's the steel majors right on top this morning. JSW, Tata, 2 to 3%, both of them. We've got Wipro up about 1% this morning. Shriram Finance also looking good. BEL, Adani Enterprises, some of the other names that are running this morning, and Cipla. Let's take a look on the downside as well. Where is some of the lag coming from? The financials are sitting quiet today. No major cuts, but definitely not participating, and that's what's perhaps keeping the index lower as well. Perhaps a little bit of marginal profit booking coming in on some of these names. And also want to pull up Ola Electric for you, since we've been tracking that this morning on the back of that news regards its subsidiary. Let's just see if the company has counter has reacted negatively to that. It has been trending a bit lower in the last month or so. So some concerns around that one. Ola Electric this morning is actually absolutely fine, 2.5% higher. So we'll keep an eye on that. Chakri, I want to come to you on Ola Electric specifically. What is your view there? Because the stock has been trending lower. Some concerns, of course, with some queries raised around one of its subsidiaries. But otherwise, this morning, at least, it seems to be back on track.
You're right. A couple of things. One is Ola has significantly corrected from its listing. And second is, now more information about battery storage and other bits of its CV are coming to light. And, once you start ascribing a valuation to that, kind of brightens the picture. And of course, the things like the current audit do raise concerns. So I think we should approach it with a bit caution until we find out more about what is the audit query all about.
All right, so that's on Ola Electric. Chakri, when it comes to some of those steel majors, I'll pull them up again because you mentioned it this morning and they're top of the charts right now. I want to get a sense of which ones you're looking at, which ones are your favorites. What are some of the fundamental factors that you're tracking with regards to, what's really making it to the top of your list and from the steel pack?
Yeah, sure. Jindal Steel and Power, Tata Steel, JSW Steel, all the front line. They should all do well for a couple of different reasons. One is the valuations are on their side. They all trade about 5 to 6 times EV/EBITDA. The second is, domestic demand is picking up. And third, domestic prices are at maybe 5-6% discount to international prices. And on top of that, there is news that, China might curb production of metals. And if all this put together, I think provides you sufficient momentum for the stocks to move higher.
Okay. All right, some deal buzz this morning as well. We've got Adani emerging as a top bidder for debt-ridden JP Associates. Vedanta, has emerged as a top bidder. Adani has been outbid with that 12,500 crore NPV offer. So the deal is they're going to pay about 4,000 crore upfront and the rest over 5 to 6 years. So that's the big deal. Let me just pull up Vedanta as well this morning, and that's Adani for you, up about 0.8%. What are you making of this deal, Chakri?
I'm sorry, I didn't follow on the deal, so I wouldn't have much to say.
Okay, no worries there, but that's the news coming in. Vedanta right now is actually trending lower, but they've outbid Adani with a 12,000 crore offer, and that's for JP Associate, the debt-ridden company. The Vedanta's down about 2% today at this point of time. So we'll take a deeper look at perhaps the the breakup of that deal and what it means for Adani going forward. We've got tire stocks in the news. Novama on Siet again upgraded as a buy. Chakri also talking about some of those tire names and how they stand to be positive as well. Let me also focus a little bit on gold and the kind of reaction we've been seeing on some of those gold financiers as well. Chakri, from the broader markets, given that retail and specifically on gold, but I'm widening the question in case, perhaps you don't want to comment just specifically on this. We are expecting some amount of a retail buzz given we're building up to festive season. Gold and gold financiers, of course, top of the list, but we're also seeing the traction across the board in the broader markets and some of these retail counters. Are you tapping into that trend at all?
You're right. Gold has emerged as a very important asset class in the turmoil of the last couple of years, and the gold have hit record prices. And the beneficiary of that is one is on the financiers, whether it's a Muthoot, Manappuram, and these companies, because their collateral, their loan to values are significantly far more safer loans than they were, let's say, a couple of years ago. And also now they have sufficient room to lend more, therefore their AUM growth will be stronger. On the other hand, if you take jewelry demand, companies like Titan are extremely well placed because now you're going into the festive season, and after that, the wedding season, and all these things will further give a benefit boost up to consumer spending. So I think whether it's a Titan or a Muthoot, we're positive on both.
Okay, great. What about financials? Chakri? Let's pull up some of those names. A little quiet this morning, but within the financial basket, what's your strategy? What would you be looking at? Would it be some of the smaller ticket, not smaller ticket names, but the smaller themes like an insurance, the more niche plays, or would it be, the bigger heavyweights that we continue to bank on?
Financials across board are very well positioned, whether it's the PSU banks, the private banks, or some of the NBFCs like Shriram Finance. Now, and of course, you mentioned earlier in your show, PNB Housing, the housing companies again, would benefit from a further interest rate cut. PNB Housing also has a company-specific issue, rather a positive one, because they're raising some money, they announced over this weekend, and the CEO change has now been well triggered. So I think it'll look to move higher. The valuations are on your side. PSU banks, again, valuations of SBI, Canara Bank looking very strong. And consumer uptick because of the GST cut will benefit some of the private banks and PSU banks. So I think across board is looking strong.
All right, great. Let's take a look at some more brokerage reports. Of course, we've been talking about steel, and we've got some positive outlook coming in there. Nomura also on Swiggy. They've started a coverage there on Swiggy. That's a buy call coming in with a target of 550 rupees a share. They're saying that the food delivery business is on a steady profitability path, and that it will be a key cash engine. So they're actually looking at it quite positively this morning. So that's Nomura. And I also want to, while we're on some of these new age players, let's pull up Ola Electric again, because the stock just seems to be climbing this morning despite news around that audit. So clearly either some amount of buying coming in at lower levels, but the stock today is up about 4%. So Ola Electric definitely won in the news this opening trade. All right, let's also pull up some other news for you. The US President Donald Trump has said that the immigration raids on a Hyundai plant last Thursday have not harmed his relations with South Korea, adding that he would look at what what happened to the manufacturing facility in the state of Georgia. In a post on Truth Social, he also asked all foreign companies to please respect American immigration laws. Hundreds of workers at the plant were detained in a raid by U.S. authorities on Thursday, stopping work on a plant that is one of the Korean automakers' major investments in the U.S. So this clearly created, a lot of uncertainty as well. So that's the latest. Let's listen in fact, to Trump's comments on this.
So I'm going to look at that. So it's a very interesting situation that took place in Georgia. And we heard about it yesterday. At the same time, ICE was doing right because they were here illegally. But we do have to work something out where we bring in experts so that our people can be trained so that they can do it themselves. Does that make sense? A great relationship with South Korea. Really good relationship. We just made a trade deal. But I'm going to look at it because I understand exactly what they're saying.
All right, so continue to make news there for all the wrong reasons. That's Trump for you. All right, few other pockets of the market. Chakri, I got to ask you about real estate stocks because I know you touched upon it earlier, but want to go a little deeper there as well. From a structural standpoint, that's clearly looking positive. The real estate index today is also higher. We're seeing top movers like a Brigade, for example. Let's pull up DLF and Prestige, see how some of the other names are doing this morning. But talk us through your theory when it comes to real estate, Chakri.
Whether it's Brigade or Prestige or even Shobha on the real estate, on the residential side, they're all looking good for a couple of reasons. One, now with the inflation expected to come down even more further after the GST cuts, so that gives the RBI to cut rates by an additional 50, 60, 50, 75 basis points, more than what was expected earlier. And when that happens, and that's going to be likely to be front-loaded, and if that happens, then, the cost of buying for real estate would come down. The cost of borrowing comes down fairly significantly, and that adds a significant boost to both commercial real estate as well as residential real estate. So whether it's a Brigade or Phoenix, who's seeing a good commercial uptick, or even Shobha on the residential front, I think they're all worth looking into.
All right. Okay, so real estate and, Chakri's clearly mentioned, pretty much a positive call across the board there. Also on some of those housing finance companies from the financial pocket, that's also looking attractive. Cement, steel, of course, naturally in line with that entire play as well. Okay, small cap index a little muted this morning. The defense index is flat. We've got, let's pull up some of the buzzers from the broader markets and just take a look at how market mood is shaping up. Oil and gas index just partially higher right now. Remember the OPEC Plus meet has also, of course, come through and, some amount of an uptick on the back of that. Adani Power right now seeing some amount of traction. Rajesh Exports, Bharat Forge, but it's the steel majors that are really making news this morning. Steel Authority of India. We've got Sterlite Tech also moving. PNB Housing, also some news there. Vedant Fashions, that one's up about 2% or so. Keep an eye on the auto index as well. That continues to buzz. And Ola Electric from some of the individual stock movers continues to be a big move this morning as well. So those are some of the newsmakers for you. Chakri, before we wind up the show, let me get just one closing comment from you as well. We're counting down, of course, to Diwali. It's that time of year. What are you anticipating on the index?
Given that, we've all kinds of negative news which are priced in, I think if any positive news comes, such as, removing an additional tariff, that opens the room for good earnings upgrades, and therefore the markets will move much higher. Even in the current context, I think, the Nifty will move at least 5-7% higher before the end of this year towards Diwali. And if the Trump tariff additional is 25 is removed, they move much higher.
Okay. All right, great. Chakri, thanks so much for joining us on the show. That's all we could pack into this edition of the Business Today show, but do stay tuned. We'll continue to track all the action for you at market closing. Thanks for watching.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए।
अरे ये क्या है?
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये घर की रक्षा के लिए।
न जले न पिघले, घर घर को सेफ बनाएं। अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ।
मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi to visit Punjab on September 9 to review the flood situation. Mallikarjun Kharge criticizes the Modi government's decision on GST reforms ahead of elections. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba resigns amid increasing party pressure.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. We're getting some breaking news from Jammu and Kashmir. Anti-terror encounter in Kulgam forest. Jammu and Kashmir Corps, CRPF, Army in joint anti-terror hunt. Officer and a Jawan injured in the exchange of fire. One soldier sustains critical injuries. That's the latest that's coming in from Jammu and Kashmir, where an anti-terror encounter in Kulgam forest is underway. My colleague Mir Fareed is now joining us with more details on this. Mir, over to you.
Yes, Anjali, this again was a cordon search operation based on a timely intel input about the presence of a Lashkar group. Now, this is Gadura or Gudar forest area of South Kashmir's Kulgam district. And early this morning, the cordon was laid, joint search party started the operation. And as soon as they reached a particular point in the forest area, they were greeted with gunfire. This Lashkar group, heavily armed, was in ambush. And in the first burst of gunfire, we've come to know from our sources that 3 soldiers have been injured. One of them is said to be an officer, while one is said to be very critical. They have been shifted to the hospital. More troops have been mobilized. An effort is on to corner them and end their resistance. Now, we know, again, it's a forest area, and of late, this theatre of militancy has shifted from urban to the jungles, and that's become tricky for the security forces because these operations are difficult, visibility is low, weather is bad and these militants have ample opportunity to take cover in the forest area. So seems to be one more of those challenging gunfight situations, but security forces are on it. And at least 3 are said to be in the forest area, and they're trying to corner them and basically pin them to a location and end their resistance. Anjali?
All right, Mir, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this anti-terror encounter in Kulgam. With that, we're now shifting focus. Actor Trisha wishes Vijay good luck. Trisha wishes Vijay that may all his dreams come true, and Vijay deserves his dreams coming true. This is what actress Trisha has said while wishing good luck to TVK chief and actor Vijay. Now remember, Vijay is in the political arena and Bollywood wishes pour in for the TVK chief. Vijay is locked in Tamil Nadu political war. Meanwhile, actress Trisha has wished Vijay good luck, saying that may Vijay's dreams come true. So actor Trisha has wished TVK chief and superstar Vijay good luck. Trisha has said that may Vijay's dreams come true and that Vijay deserves his dreams coming true. Now remember, TVK chief Vijay is now in the political arena and the Bollywood wishes are pouring in for the superstar. Vijay is now locked in Tamil Nadu political war. Actress Trisha has wished Vijay good luck, saying that may Vijay's all the wishes come true. And now the fans can't keep calm as the actress has wished TVK chief and superstar Vijay good luck, saying that he deserves that all his dreams come true. Remember, Vijay, the superstar Vijay has now entered the political arena. He's the TVK chief, and meanwhile the Bollywood is now wishing him good luck, and Vijay is already locked in the Tamil Nadu political war, and wishes for Vijay from his colleagues in Bollywood. Actress Trisha has wished him good luck, saying that may Vijay's dreams come true as he deserves all his dreams to come true. So wishes pouring in for the TVK chief and superstar Vijay from his Bollywood colleagues. Actress Trisha has wished Vijay good luck, saying that may Vijay's dreams come true. Fans clearly can't keep calm after this good luck wish from actress Trisha for superstar and TVK chief Vijay. Now remember, Vijay has entered the political arena. He has formed his own party, TVK. He's the chief of the party and he is locked in the Tamil Nadu political war. And now wishes pouring in for the superstar Vijay from Bollywood. And we're now getting some more breaking news. Aam Aadmi Party targets Rahul Gandhi's foreign trip. Aam Aadmi Party says Punjab fights flood. Meanwhile, Rahul is abroad. Aam Aadmi Party points to Rahul Gandhi's Malaysia trip. Flood politics escalates in Punjab. So scathing attack by the Aam Aadmi Party against Rahul Gandhi's foreign visit. The Aam Aadmi Party says that as Punjab fights flood, Rahul Gandhi is abroad. Aam Aadmi Party is pointing to Rahul Gandhi's Malaysia trip, and clearly the flood politics is escalating in Punjab, with the Aam Aadmi Party now attacking Rahul Gandhi for his Malaysia trip, saying that while Punjab fights flood, Rahul Gandhi is busy on his abroad trip. So Punjab flood politics escalates. It is the Aam Aadmi Party versus Rahul Gandhi. This time, Aam Aadmi Party has targeted Rahul Gandhi for his Malaysia trip, saying that as Punjab fights flood, the deadly floods, there is a devastation and destruction all over the state of Punjab. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi is busy on his Malaysia trip. And my colleague Aman Bhardwaj is now joining us on the story. Aman, as Punjab is battling floods, the politics over floods is also raging, with the Aam Aadmi Party now attacking Rahul Gandhi for his Malaysia trip.
Exactly, Anjali, because here the Punjab is fighting with floods, and here the Congress leadership is there. They were promising people that their senior leaders from the Gandhi family or Rahul Gandhi will be visiting Punjab. They'll talk to people, they'll visit farm fields, but no one came. Even Rahul Gandhi's schedule, which was once to be finalized, was not even finalized. And in that case, Aam Aadmi Party is targeting, because BJP has also tweeted few days back. The tweet by Amit Malviya was also there. On the same that foreign trips are there where the Punjab, not even Punjab, even Himachal, where the Congress government is there. So Rahul Gandhi should be visiting those places where Congress is running a government. They should meet people, because Congress has been voted in the area. And here also, before Aam Aadmi Party, Congress was ruling the state. So where is Rahul Gandhi? That is a big question by the political class. And Aam Aadmi Party, though is in government, they are themselves raising question, and that too to the people who were in ND alliance with them. And this because before 2027, this is going to give a mileage to the political parties as well, because there are elections in Bihar, and in coming years there will be election in Punjab as well. So this amplifies the political motives also for the different parties. But yes, it was expected that Rahul Gandhi, the Congress party is there in Himachal, is ruling Himachal Pradesh as well. And
yes,
before Aam Aadmi Party here in Punjab as well, Congress holds a strong hold here in Punjab. So Rahul Gandhi was expected to visit here, but the visit has been not made yet, and Prime Minister even will be coming.
All right, Aman, thank you for those details. So politics clearly raging on Punjab floods, with the Aam Aadmi Party asking the Congress party, where is Rahul Gandhi, pointing at his Malaysia trip. Now, 10 days after floods devastated parts of Punjab, several families are still living by the roadside, trapped between survival and silence. With cattle they can't leave and homes they can't return to. They rely entirely on volunteers while the wait for government help drags on. We tell you more in our ground report by my colleague Aman Bhardwaj. Take a look.
We are not in a village or somewhere you could see through the visuals, but this is a national highway, and we'll try to show you how the life of people are being affected, and people with their kettles and all their belongings are living on a national highway. This is a Firozpur Hussainiwala National Highway, where people are dependent on the aid help they are getting. Everyone who passes through and donates or do a seva, they're trying to safeguard themselves. आप नेशनल हाईवे पर रह रहे हैं, यहाँ पर रोड पर क्यों?
बोल वे
इसी हाईवे पे रह रहे हो क्यों?
पानी आ गए से
किन्ने दिन हो गए थे रहने में?
हम 10 रहना जो गए।
किन्ने दिन होर रहोगे थे?
अही रहांगे कोई 2-4, जब पानी ले गया था होगी खरे तो चले जावांगे।
सरकार ने नहीं कितने था बनाई या
अजय नहीं बनाई जी।
हम यही चाहते हैं कि अब मीह आया है कि अभी हमको ठंड लग रही है तो और कंबल और जाए, तभी हमको सोना मच्छर जाली हो जाए। अब जब बारिश आई थी, हम रहने की जगह नहीं थी, बैठने की भी नहीं, रिश्तेदार भी आए थे पूछने के लिए, तो फिर सही नहीं लग रहा था, फिर भी हम टाइम पास किया है।
You see, in this all shelter they are living, they are trying to save their life, and this now they got a tea in langar, and they which each and everything they are getting, they try to save that, they are trying to live on that, they are dependent on that. And next to it on the road there's a jungle, but this condition is in Firozpur, where the headquarters, the DC office or the administration would hardly be on 8 to 10 kilometers.
सारा परिवार ही थे। हाँ जी। 2 काके, 1 बेटी है, घर वाली है। हाँ जी।
खाना पीना कितने कर रहे हैं?
खाना पीना सारा इतने करते हैं। हाँ जी।
कभी पहला भी इधर सड़क पे रहना पिया है?
23 भी इतने रहे हैं। 23 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਸੀ।
नहीं तो कोई आया नहीं इतने मदद ਲਈ DC?
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ।
ਆਂਦਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ SSP ਜਾਂ मतलब कोई अधिकारी रुकिया होवे?
रुकिया ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ, ਮੁੜ ਕੇ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ 1 ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੀ। ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਤੱਕ, ਕੋਈ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ।
All they demand is a compensation till now. But administration or the government should take a call on it and see the concern they are raising. With video journalist Aman Gupta, this is Aman Bhardwaj for India Today, Firozpur.
And we're getting some breaking news. Congress MP Tariq Anwar visits flood-hit areas in Bihar's Katihar, but he was seen carrying on shoulders by the locals over there. So the leader was on the shoulders of the people in Katihar. Congress MP Tariq Anwar had gone out to inspect the flood erosion in the area. A 1 minute 12-second video of the leader on the shoulders of the public in Katihar is now becoming increasingly viral on social media. We are also showing you that particular video on your screens right now. In fact, Katihar MP Tariq Anwar was in his parliamentary constituency on a 2-day tour in the flood-affected areas. And now this video of him being carried on the shoulders by the locals is going viral. My colleague Rohit Singh is now joining us with more details on this. Rohit, a controversy has now erupted over this video of Tariq Anwar going viral on social media, in which he can be seen carrying on the shoulders by the locals over there. So on one hand, he is visiting the flood-affected areas, but on the other hand, he himself is seen being carried on the shoulders by the locals.
Well, that is the question being asked. That yes, Katihar MP, the Congress MP here in this case, Tariq Anwar, is visiting the flood-affected region in his constituency. But the pictures now that have come out after his 2-day visit to the flood-affected areas in Katihar has not gone down well either with Tariq Anwar, and also for the Congress party it has come as a major embarrassment. Because the video, clearly in the video we are seeing that Tariq Anwar, it appears that he may be reluctant to walk in the flood-affected areas. And for what reason he has done that, that is not known till now. But what the pictures have gone viral, the video has gone viral, is where he's seen being carried on the shoulder by two locals there. Even a cop in this case is seen helping the 74-year-old MP in this case. So the video has gone viral on social media and does not augur well for Tariq Anwar, and has also come as a major embarrassment for the Congress party. Back to you.
Thank you so much for those details. So a big embarrassment for the Congress party, as Congress MP Tariq Anwar is being seen carrying on the shoulders by the locals in flood-affected areas in Katihar. And we now have some more update coming in on the anti-terror encounter in Kulgam forest. We're learning that one terrorist has been shot dead in the Kulgam encounter. So big update from Jammu and Kashmir, where there's an anti-terror encounter that is underway in Kulgam forest. The latest update that is coming in is that one terrorist has been shot dead in this encounter. Terrorist was killed while fleeing apple orchard. Jammu and Kashmir Corps, CRPF, Army, in joint anti-terror hunt. An officer and a Jawan have also been injured in the exchange of fire. In fact, one soldier has sustained critical injuries. But the big update that is coming in is that one terrorist has been shot dead in the Kulgam encounter. 3 terrorists were said to be trapped in the forest, and one out of those 3 has been shot dead in the encounter. My colleague Mir Farid is now joining us with more details on this. Mir, we're learning that one terrorist has been shot dead. You told us just a while ago that 3 terrorists are suspected to be trapped in these forests, out of which one has been shot dead.
That's right, Anjali. The latest bit of breaking information we're getting is that one terrorist has been shot dead. In fact, he tried to escape from an apple orchard, but as he was trying to do so, the security forces sharpshooters shot at him, and he was killed on the spot. One weapon has been recovered. His identity is being ascertained. We also come to know that 2 army Jawans have been injured. An officer is said to be critical. He's been evacuated to the hospital. Now, there could be at least 2 more could be in the area. This is an orchard area which is very close to the forests of Gudar. And these terrorists, they tried to move from the first location and move towards the forest area. However, the security forces, sharpshooters were on it, and one of them was gunned down. Search operation continues for the other 2, and more troops have been mobilized. Now, Gudar is a place, it's a village very close to the forest area, and there are orchards as well. This militant, he was trying to move through the orchards, firing, and at the same time trying to escape from the location. However, he was pinned down and shot dead. As I say, 2 more could be there. it's a dynamic situation, and more troops, that's army, police, and CRPF on the ground, and efforts are on to track down the other and not allow them to really go deep into the forest area and use that thick foliage to escape. Anjali?
All right, Mir, thank you for those details. We'll keep coming back to you for more updates on this anti-terror encounter in Kulgam forest. And we're now getting some more breaking news. A tragic accident in Faridabad, adjacent to the national capital. AC burst and caught fire, killing 3 people of the same family. A dog also died in the accident. 3 members of the same family and a dog died due to suffocation after an AC caught fire in Greenfield Colony in Faridabad. My colleague Arvind Doja is joining us with more details on this. Arvind, क्या आप हमें और जानकारी दे सकते हैं इस पूरी घटना के बारे में? AC में आग कैसे लगी?
देखिए, कल देर रात की ये घटना है। फरीदाबाद का ग्रीन फील्ड ये कॉलोनी है, पॉश कॉलोनी है, जहां पर एसी फट गया था घर का, जिसमें जिसके बाद काफी भयानक आग लग गई थी। और इस आग लगने की वजह से जो घर में एक ही फैमिली के 3 लोग थे, उनकी मौत हो गई, जिनमें सचिन कपूर जो 50 साल के, उनकी वाइफ रिंकी कपूर और उनकी बेटी सुजान, उन तीनों की मौत हो गई है। इस मामले में फिलहाल जो डेड बॉडी है उसको पोस्टमार्टम के लिए भेजा गया है, लेकिन जो इनिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन है उसके मुताबिक जो एसी है, एसी का कंप्रेसर फटा, उसके बाद उसकी वजह से आग लग गई और धीरे धीरे जो पूरा फ्लैट है उस फ्लैट में आग लग गई। जो फैमिली के लोग हैं वो फंसे रह गए और दम घुटने से उनकी मौत हो गई। जो इंडिया टुडे के पास विजुअल्स भी आए हैं जिसमें साफ दिख रहा है कि जो एसी है वो फटा हुआ है, यानी एसी में काफी भयानक ब्लास्ट हुआ है, जिसके बाद ये आग लगी है। और इस आग में झुलसने से दर्दनाक तरीके से एक ही फैमिली के 3 लोगों की मौत हो गई, जिसमें हस्बैंड, वाइफ और उनकी बेटी शामिल है।
जी अरविंद, आपका बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया इन सारी जानकारी के लिए। सो वेरी अनफॉर्चुनेट न्यूज कमिंग टू द फोर फ्रॉम फरीदाबाद, वेयर देयर हैज बीन एन AC blast in which 3 members of the same family have unfortunately died. And we have some more breaking news coming in. Ukraine backs Donald Trump tariff on India. Zelensky says right idea to penalize India. Ukraine says that penalize nations dealing with Russia. So Zelensky's big remark to US TV network saying, and in fact backing Donald Trump's tariff on India. Remember, US has imposed 50% tariff on India, which now Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has backed. He has said that it's a right idea to penalize India. In fact, he goes on to say that penalize nations dealing with Russia. So that's the big remark coming to the fore by Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky on the Trump tariffs on India. So 50% tariffs on India have been imposed by Donald Trump, which has now been backed by Ukrainian President Zelensky. So amid the Russia-Ukraine war, remember just a week ago, before the SCO summit, Prime Minister Modi also had talks with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, and Prime Minister Modi called for a peaceful resolution to the conflict, but the war still continues. But amid all of this, the Ukraine has now backed Donald Trump's tariff on India, saying that it is a right idea to penalize India. India Today Global's Pranay Upadhyay is now joining us with more details on this. Pranay, big remark by the Ukrainian president now backing the Trump tariffs, the 50% tariffs imposed by the United States on India, saying that it is a right idea to penalize India as it deals with Russia.
This is not for the first time that the Ukraine President Volodymyr Zelensky has, endorsed the idea of putting pressure on countries like India, those who are buying Russian oil, and in fact, this entire noise that India or the oil purchases or countries those who are dealing with Russia is actually helping Vladimir Putin is being generated by President Zelensky and many others in the European bloc. But definitely, while he was there on a television show, he endorsed the idea of President Donald Trump, and he had no other option but to endorse this idea because he's being supported by President Donald Trump and the European Union. But on the other side, the question remains that what what is he saying as far as the European oil purchase and European gas purchase from the Russia is concerned, and many other countries, including China, are also buying a huge amount as compared to India, the Russian oil. So this remains a very, a very confused or a convoluted thing. Because President Zelensky, on one side, he's looking at a solution, he's looking for a ceasefire, but on the other side, many other countries, including the many of his allies and partners in Europe, are buying big amount of LNG, which is the gas from Russia, and the European oil gas purchase is much more in number, much more in volume, much more in monetary terms, as compared to the Indian oil purchase from Russia. So definitely this remains an issue. However, on the other side, the U.S. President Donald Trump will be holding meetings with the European leaders to go ahead with the secondary phase of sanctions.
All right.
Definitely we have to see that, what comes from Washington, D.C. On those meetings.
Right. Pranay, thank you so much for all those details and for that context. So as negotiations are underway to resolve the war in Europe, Russia has hit Ukraine with the largest air attack since the war began. Russian forces launched 810 drones and 13 missiles in an overnight attack, killing at least 3 people across the country and setting dozens of buildings on fire. After the attack, US President Donald Trump has agreed that the war was more difficult to resolve than he anticipated and asserted that he was ready to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. Zelensky called on allies for support after Russia launched a huge drone and missile barrage. Zelensky called for a broad response from Ukraine's European allies, adding that Putin does not want negotiations.
Move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin. How was your call with the Prime Minister?
І важливо, що сьогодні є широка реакція партнерів на цей удар. Очевидно, Росія старається завдати болю Україні, і удари більш наглі. Це чітка ознака, що Путін випробовує світ, чи приймуть вони це, чи змиряться. Тому важливо, щоб заяви лідерів держав, інституцій були продовжені сильними діями, санкціями проти Росії, проти пов'язаних з Росією осіб та сильними тарифами та іншими обмеженнями на торгівлю з Росією. Їхні втрати повинні відчуватись. І саме це переконливо. А також наша далекобійність. Путін не хоче переговорів, явно ховається від них. Тож дефіцит бензину в Росії та інші економічні негаразди – логічна відповідь на російські відмови йти на припинення вогню, на зустріч лідерів.
And with that, it's a wrap on this bulletin. But on the other side, my colleague Sneha Mordani will get you more on the crucial VP elections. The stage is all set for the high-stakes battle. BJP holds VP poll workshop and opposition pick Sudarshan Reddy makes a fresh appeal to the NDA MPs. Stay with us for more on this.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never bending, dripping in, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
From overnight global queues to live Dalal Street moves.
From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries.
Watch me, Abha Bakaya, as I bring you the opening bell action.
Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show.
Monday to Fridays, 9:05 a.m.
Every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-powered by Veka, India's largest selling UPVC window. Co-powered by Mahindra Electric Origin SUVs. Unlimited love. Birla Opus, painting वापस करके देने का assurance.
All right, a very good morning. You're watching India Today Television. I'm Sneha Moldani. This is India's agenda. Let's begin this edition with the headlines first. All eyes on crucial vice president elections. Stage has been set for a high-stakes battle. The polls take center stage. BJP holds vice president poll workshop. BRS decides to abstain from voting. Shocking dhamki politics in Bengal. TMC MLA issues brazen threatens to pour acid down the throat. MLA targets BJP MLA Shankar Ghosh. BJP slams Mamata, draws Taliban parallel. Says TMC is fostering a culture of violence here. Congress MP shocking aerial survey of flood zone. Congress MP Tariq Anwar's Katihar visits sparks a controversy. Locals carry the MP on shoulders in the flood zone. Shocking VVIP flood zone survey by the Congress MP. AC blast kills 3 family members including a 14-year-old child. Exploded late night where the family was sleeping. Khadge's heartless take on crop loss. On camera, Khadge lashes out at farmer. Kisan shows crop loss. Khadge snubs, warns farmer. No publicity stunt. BJP hits back. Lambasts the Congress chief, says Congress insults farmers. And top newsmakers from the South on India Today platform. India Today Conclave South kick-starts today. We'll kickstart this edition with some news just coming in. India's Choksi hunt intensifies. India gives big extradition assurance. India to Belgium. No solitary cell for Choksi. India has made an assurance. No overcrowded barrack. I'm going to go straight across to Shreya Chatterjee, tracking those details very carefully at this point in time. Shreya, talk to us about how India has said we will do what we can, pledging 24/7 security. Also saying that there will be no overcrowded barracks, given that concerns were raised by Choksi himself. Talk to us about this entire matter.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. This is actually a part of the entire extradition process of Mehul Choksi that is actually under its way. Remember, he's being investigated by the Enforcement Directorate and the Central Bureau of Investigation in that PNB fraud scam. Now, as a part of the process, the Indian government has actually given a letter of assurance to the Belgium authorities that there will be no inhuman treatment meted to Mehul Choksi. We have actually accessed the letter of assurance that has been given. In that letter of assurance, it's been clearly said that he will not be kept in any solitary confinement. He will be kept in barrack number 12 of Arthur Jail in Mumbai, and his cell will be monitored 24/7. It's important to find out that, the extradition hearing is right now pending for the second week of September. So just another week later, we will see that extradition hearing continue. Just before that, this letter of assurance somewhere down the line speeds up the entire process, and the Indian government has very categorically said that there will be at least 3 square meters of personal space in his cell. This is excluding the furniture. He will have time for medical facilities, drinking water. There'll be access to proper toilet, recreations daily. So it's a very lengthy letter that we have accessed that was actually written by the Indian government to the Belgium authorities in this process of extradition that is currently under its way of Mehul Choksi.
I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Shreya Chatterjee getting us up to speed with those details. The hunt for Choksi and the effort to bring him back to the country has in fact expedited here. India has given assurances now to the authorities in Belgium, saying that we will do what we can to address his concerns. There will be no solitary holding for Choksi, though the barracks wouldn't be overcrowded, and that he would be monitored, his security would be monitored 24/7, says India. More news coming in. Anti-terror encounter in Kulgam forest. One terrorist has been shot dead in the Kulgam encounter. A terrorist killed while fleeing apple orchard. Joint terror hunt by cops, CRPF, army continues. Officer Jawan injured in exchange of fire. One soldier sustains critical injuries is what we are learning at this point in time. I'm going to go straight across to Mir Farid, getting in more details on that story in a moment from now. But on your screen are deferred images where a terrorist has been killed. And these are pictures coming in from Kulgam, where the encounter essentially is underway. Joint terror hunt by cops and CRPF. Also, the army is what we know at this point in time. One officer and Jawan has also been injured in the exchange of fire. Pictures on your screens are from an apple orchard, as you can see, where a terrorist has been gunned down. Pictures are deferred. In fact, at this point in time, important to tell our viewers, these are details that we have with us from Kulgam at this point in time. In fact, this is an ongoing encounter in Kulgam that we're reporting on, where one terrorist has been neutralized already. Army Jawan has been injured is what we know. A terrorist is being killed while the Indian Army Jawan sustained injuries in an encounter that broke out. I have Mir with us right now at this point in time. Mir, this I understand is in the Gudar area in Jammu and Kashmir's Kulgam. Talk to us about what has happened here. Are there more than one terrorist? One, I understand, as we can see in those pictures, has been neutralized already. One Army Jawan has been injured also.
That's right, Sneha. This encounter broke out early in the morning. First light, the security forces were after a Lashkar group. They had credible inputs that in the Gadur forest area, very close to the forest, in the orchards as well, there is a group of Lashkar that is hiding. Now, as soon as the search was started, these militants fired upon the approaching search party of the army, and in this, two army jawans were injured in the first burst of gunfire. One of them is said to be an officer, and out of the two, one is in a critical state. They have been hospitalized, and post that, army also retaliated in this. One terrorist has been gunned down. His body is lying in the orchard. I've been told that one AK-47 rifle has been recovered, and they're trying to ascertain his identity. Most probably he's a local from South Kashmir, but again, we'll wait for official confirmation on the same. Two could be still hiding in the area, and for whom the army, police, CRPF is continuing the operation. The problem is that, again, it's very close to the forest area. And these three, as they saw the army, they tried to run towards the forest and take cover there. However, one was gunned down as he was trying to flee. Two more probably have entered the forest area, and against whom search operation and combing operation has been intensified. More troops have been mobilized, and efforts are on to not allow them to move far ahead and try to pin them down and end their resistance. Sneha?
I'm going to leave it that for the moment. Getting in those details is Mir Farid at this point in time. Telling us about the Kulgam encounter. On your screen is in fact the image of the terrorist who's been neutralized. And more news coming in at this point in time. Stalin is hit out at Edipati Palaniswamy over foreign trip. EPS questioned Stalin, and the chief minister is hit back. Stalin has said foreign trips the key to bring investment. Stalin, though, defends Europe trip to woo businesses. Edipati Palaniswamy has questioned the chief minister M.K. Stalin on a trip to Europe, essentially, where Stalin has gone on to say that these trips are important from the point of view of bringing in businesses to the state, defending his position. Remember, the chief minister's argument here is that it's going to bring in investment to the state, attracting over 15,516 crore investments to Tamil Nadu. Stalin said 10 new companies have come forward to invest in Tamil Nadu, but opposition Edipati Palaniswamy there is going after M.K. Stalin, talking about the intention to travel to Europe at this point in time. The matter heating up further in the run-up to elections as well, though the government and the chief minister are defending it. essentially saying that what's wrong given that this attracts investment to the state of Tamil Nadu and it's for the people of Tamil Nadu that these trips are being made. EPS claims many are trying to break AIADMK. It's a claim that's been made by Edapadi Palaniswamy, says he is squashing their attempts. With People's Power responding indirectly to Sengotaya. That's what Edapadi Palaniswamy has said at this point in time.
புரட்சித் தலைவர் எம்ஜிஆர், இதே புரட்சித் தலைவி அம்மா, மக்களுக்காக வாழ்ந்த தலைவர்கள். இருவரும் தலைவர்களுக்கு வாரிசு இல்ல, இங்க இருக்கின்ற மக்கள் தான் வாரிசு. எவ்வளவோ பேர் உடைக்க பாக்குறாங்க, முடக்க பாக்குறாங்க, அத்தனையும் உங்கள் துணையோடு தாவடுபடி ஆக்கிட்டு இருக்கிறோம். இது தொண்டர் நிறைந்த கட்சி, உயிரோட்டமுள்ள கட்சி, எந்த கொம்பனாலும் உடைக்க முடியாது.
In other news, another Trinamool Neta is in the spotlight and not for the right reasons. Abdur Rahim Bakshi stoked a controversy after he threatened to pour acid into the mouth of a BJP MLA in West Bengal. The TMC Neta made the remarks while addressing a gathering to protest against alleged atrocities against Bengali-speaking migrant workers in other parts of the country. The TMC Neta has brazened it out and expressed no regret over the remarks made. It quickly drew condemnation from the BJP that's accused the ruling party of fostering a culture of intimidation and violence. BJP further claimed that such threats are a reflection of the TMC's policies and politics and the Taliban regime prevailing, they say, in Mamata's regime.
ये हमारे बंगाल का जो माइग्रेंट लेबर है, प्रजाई श्रमिक, वो बंगाल के बाहर जाके काम करता है। प्राय 22 से 23 लाख बंगाली माइग्रेंट लेबर वो काम करने जाता है बाहर में। 2 तारीख विधानसभा में खड़ा होकर बीजेपी का एक विधायक उन्होंने बोल दिया जो सारा का सारा बंगाली माइग्रेंट लेबर वो रोहिंग्या है, वो बांग्लादेशी है। ऐसा कोई भी नहीं बोल सकता है क्या? हम इंडियन हैं, हम भारतीय हैं, हम बंगाली हैं, हम बंगाल के इंडिया के कोई भी कोने में जाके काम कर सकते हैं। वो कैसे करके हम लोग को बोल दिया, अपमान किया बंगाली का।
What kind of a fanatical remark is this? And we saw recently a senior member of parliament of the TMC use such extremist violent language saying they want to cut off the head of the Honorable Home Minister of India. This is a very venal mindset and violent culture of the TMC. Dissent and difference of opinion is understandable in a democracy. It is even welcome in a democracy. But the kind of rancid language the TMC leaders are using to provoke and incite violence against political opponents is most condemnable and has no place in a civilized democracy.
How Mamata Banerjee run this state, you can see or you can judge by the statement of his MLA, who is saying that he will pour acid to his to the BJP's MLAs. The hooliganism is being spread by all over the West Bengal, which can be compared with the Taliban regime. This Rahim Bakshi and other MLAs, they are always threatening to kill us. This kind of threatening will not stop us to work for the people, those who are opposing state government.
अनिल का पूरा माधुरी दीक्षित का 1, 2, 3 बहुत अच्छा गाना था, तो वो शायद वो इंडिकेट कर रहा है कि वो एक फ्रेश कुछ होना चाहिए। तो ये शंकर घोष जो कर रहा है वो बहुत गंदी काम कर रहा है, गंदी बात बोल रहा है। यहाँ पे ये सब रोहिंग्या वो तो त्रिपुरा में अरेस्ट हो रहा है। रहीम बख्शी थोड़ा गुस्से में आता है, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं है कि फिजिकली तेजाब मारने का बात कर रहा है। नहीं, वो तेजाब है वो 1 2 3 वाला। एक बार गलत कर रहा है, 2 बार गलत, वो गिन रहा है। ये कितने बार शंकर घोष गलत कर रहा है वो गिन रहा है।
Indrajit is getting in more details on that story. Indrajit, I don't know what is worse, really, those comments from, Abdur Rahim, where he's threatening over, with an acid attack, or the manner in which, the bizarre and laughable manner in which TMC is defending those statements. That statement from Kunal Ghosh, I'm just trying to wrap my head around it, Indro.
Well, absolutely, Sneha. If at all, the statement was not bizarre enough, what is all the more bizarre is that the Trinamool Congress now seems to be defending this abominable statement coming in from its MLA. Political violence has been the bane of West Bengal for a long, long time. And there has been, a lot of talk within the public space that this is something that needs to change. This is something that needs to be shunned. And given as it is coming in from an MLA from the ruling party, is all the more critical at this point in time, because those in power must take responsibility of changing the course of narrative as far as West Bengal is concerned and political violence is concerned. So it clearly does not help when MLA from the ruling party, Abdul Ghaffar Khan here, speaking the way he is speaking, and then of course, rather than taking stern action against him, rebuking him, punishing him for his comments, the Trinamool Congress, on the other hand, clearly seems to be justifying and trying to downplay his comments. It's not something that will, raise the public discourse and the political discourse in the state.
All right. Indrajit Kundu getting in those details. Be with us. I'll come back to you for more details. Another story we are tracking from West Bengal. Let's take a look at this. A viral video of Trinamool Congress's students' wing has sparked a major political row in Bengal. In this video, TMC students' wing is seen burning Rabindranath Tagore's picture at a college in Malda. This incident occurred on the 2nd of September in a protest by TMC students' wing workers. They were caught on camera burning the pictures of Rabindranath Tagore, along with pictures of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Home Minister Amit Shah as well. Union Mantri Sukanta Majumdar has condemned this act, calling it extreme levels of illiteracy, barbarity and arrogance, saying that all the incident deeply wounds Bengali society and bows heads in shame. He said the West Bengal BJP president has termed the act as hypocritical drama staged under the instructions of Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee. Shukanta has also demanded quick action by West Bengal police against the workers concerned here.
সবচেয়ে বড় কথা হচ্ছে আমরা ছোটবেলা থেকেই কবিগুরু রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুরের কবিতা গান এগুলো পড়েই আমরা মানুষ হয়েছি। সুতরাং আমাদের কাছে বাংলার সবথেকে শ্রদ্ধাভাজন একজন ব্যক্তির মধ্যে কবিগুরু রবীন্দ্রনাথ ঠাকুর। আজকে যদি কেউ এটা করে থাকে, কোনো ইচ্ছাকৃতভাবে তো এটা কেউ করবে না, যদি অনিচ্ছাকৃতভাবেও যদি এটা ভুলবশত যদি এটা কেউ করে থাকে, তার জন্য আমরা খোঁজ নিয়ে দেখছি এবং যদি এটা দেখতে পাই যে এটা আমাদের কেউ জড়িত আছে, আমরা অবশ্যই ব্যবস্থা গ্রহণ করব।
देश में बंगाल के लोगों की जो सम्मान है आज भी बरकरार है, पहले भी था, क्योंकि कवि, साहित्यिक, दार्शनिक, क्रांतिकारी, सेना का प्रमुख बने। टीएमसी पार्टी आने के बाद इसमें सबसे ज्यादा बदनामी हो रही है। टीएमसी को लोग जानते नहीं रविंद्रनाथ कौन है, उनकी फोटो को जला देते हैं। यहाँ मूर्ति तोड़े थे विद्यासागर का। जो आज जो लोग टीएमसी का पार्टी करते हैं, वो पार्टी को कब्जा कर लिए हैं, ये एंटी सोशल है। इनको रविंद्रनाथ से, विद्यासागर से कोई मतलब नहीं है। वो कुछ भी करेंगे, बस उनको राजनीति चाहिए, उनको वोट चाहिए।
More news coming in at this point in time from the national capital, where a child trafficking gang has been busted. 6 infants of less than a year have now been rescued. 6-month-old child rescued 48 hours after abduction. 10 members of child abduction gang have now been arrested. This is an end to reign of infant abductions that have been happening in Delhi city. Arvind Oja has got more details on that story. Arvind, ये कौन सा रैकेट था जो फंक्शन कर रहा था दिल्ली शहर में, इसके बारे में बताएं। Arvind.
देखिए, ये एक इंटरस्टेट गैंग है चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग का, जिसे दिल्ली पुलिस की साउथ ईस्ट दिल्ली पुलिस ने बस्ट किया है। स्नेहा, ये बड़ा गैंग है जिसमें 10 से ज़्यादा लोग अरेस्ट हुए हैं जो इस गैंग के मेंबर हैं, और 6 से ज़्यादा बच्चों को रेस्क्यू किया गया है, जिसमें सभी 1 साल से कम एज के हैं, और एक बच्चा जो 6 महीने का है उसे 48 आवर्स में रिकवर किया गया है। दिल्ली एनसीआर और दिल्ली एनसीआर के आसपास के जो स्टेट हैं वहाँ पर ये गैंग एक्टिव है। ख़ास तौर से जो अस्पताल में बच्चे होते हैं उनको ये निशाना बनाता है। रेलवे स्टेशन पर जो बच्चे होते हैं उनको ये गैंग किडनैप करता है। उसके बाद फिर बच्चों की खरीद फरोख्त होती है। अभी इनिशियल इंफॉर्मेशन जो इंडिया टुडे के पास है उसके मुताबिक 10 लोगों को अरेस्ट किया गया है मल्टीपल लोकेशन से। 6 से ज़्यादा बच्चे जो 1 साल से कम एज के हैं उनको रेस्क्यू किया गया है। एक 6 महीने का बच्चा रेस्क्यू हुआ है। दिल्ली पुलिस सोर्सेज का कहना है कि ये गैंग काफ़ी बड़ा है। मल्टीपल लोकेशन पर अभी भी दिल्ली पुलिस की टीम की रेड जारी है। ये जो रैकेट बस्ट हुआ है चाइल्ड ट्रैफिकिंग का, ये इंटरस्टेट गैंग है। जी
शुक्रिया हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए। अरविंद ओझा गेटिंग इन दोस डिटेल्स as far as that child trafficking racket there busted in the national capital is concerned. He is getting in details of the manner in which this brings an end really to the reign of infant abductions in Delhi city. News from Odisha at this point in time, where there is a murder that has taken place in a madrasa. A minor student in a madrasa has been sodomized and killed. Senior student sexually exploited and killed the minor. This is the shocking story we're reporting at this point in time from Cuttack there. The madrasa student has been killed and the body was then thrown into a sewage tank. 5 minors accused to confess to the crime under POCSO. It's absolutely horrific. The story is developing from the city of Cuttack, where in a madrasa, a young child was abused, sexually assaulted, and then killed, his body thrown into a sewage tank there. Child has been not just sexually exploited, but also murdered in the most brutal fashion. The story is from Cuttack in Odisha at this point in time and is developing from a madrasa, is what we know. Horrific developments that we're reporting on from a madrasa in Cuttack, where a child was not just sodomized but also killed in a brutal fashion. The body then dumped into a sewage tank. 5 madrasa students have been arrested for the murder of this 12-year-old boy. He was sexually assaulted by senior students for last 6 months. Indrajit has got more details. This is a shocking story you're reporting on. This incident, I understand, has occurred on the 2nd of September, and the exploitation of the child was going on for last 6 months. What are the parents saying? Who are these children behind this horrific crime? Indru.
Well, this is a shocking development coming in from Odisha. This madrasa, of course, is under the scanner right now. Police investigation is underway. The police is trying to dig deep into this entire matter, but it's not clear as to why, he was subjected to such torment. But the allegations are very, very serious, and therefore it is being probed with all earnestness and seriousness by the police there. And this has, of course, caused a massive furor, and this comes in the backdrop of similar cases of a lot of women being subjected to such torment in Odisha that has come in. So sexual assault against women was one thing that was and has been in the focus in the recent months. And the opposition has, of course, targeted the government there, the new BJP government in Odisha. But this is something completely more shocking. A minor child being sexually abused in a madrasa has put the madrasa in the focus. And the police, of course, is investigating the matter. They remain tight-lipped. Some of the accused have been arrested, but we'll have to wait for more details to come in from the district administration as well as the police on the status of the probe.
I'm going to leave it there for the moment. Indrajit Kundu getting us those details and the story developing from Nayagarh in Odisha. All right, in a shocking development, a new political flashpoint has erupted between the AAP and the BJP in the capital city. AAP has taken a Fulera Panchayat's wife at Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta after photos surfaced showing her husband attending an official meeting alongside her. The viral photo shows Rekha Gupta's husband seated in an official meeting of the Delhi government with the Chief Minister. AAP leaders have lashed out in the Delhi BJP, alleging that Prime Minister Modi has effectively given Delhi two chief ministers. They've also termed this as an example of dynastic politics, calling it unconstitutional. The popular web series Panchayat had depicted a similar storyline where the husbands of women sarpanchas were seen taking active roles in administration, often overshadowing their wives who officially held the post. All right, of course, we've seen the Aam Aadmi Party in opposition now going after the Delhi Chief Minister, giving it a Fulera Ajaib twist here, saying that this is like what happened in the web series Panchayat, which is extremely popular, saying that when women sarpanchas were essentially controlled by their husbands during in the series, and that really was the comparison drawn by the Aam Aadmi Party here. This simply because Delhi Chief Minister's husband, Rekha Gupta's husband, was beside her, sitting beside her, essentially in an official meeting that was held. The man wearing the lemon-colored shirt on the left side of the Chief Minister was none other than the Delhi Chief Minister's husband. Is this not dynastic politics, is the question that the AAP is asking of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Delhi effectively has two Chief Ministers, Rekha Gupta and her husband, says the Aam Aadmi Party. This is a Fulera Panchayat jibe that has been made at the Delhi Chief Minister. The CM's husband spotted at the government meeting right there, as you can see in these pictures. Why is the husband of the Chief Minister sitting right there is the question that the Aam Aadmi Party is asking. Time for a quick break here. On the other side, all eyes are on crucial vice president poll stage has been set for the high-stakes vice president battle. Polls take center stage. BJP holds president poll workshop. BRS, though, decides to abstain from voting.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए।
अरे ये क्या है?
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये घर की रक्षा के लिए।
न जले न पिघले, घर घर को सेफ बनाएं। अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. PM Modi to visit Punjab on September 9 to review the flood situation. Mallikarjun Kharge criticizes the Modi government's decision on GST reforms ahead of elections. Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishiba resigns amid increasing party pressure.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
From how How the markets move today to what's setting the stage for tomorrow. From tariffs to taxes, mutual funds to your daily stock queries. Join me as I decode the biggest wealth-creating ideas for you at the closing bell. Watch me as I bring to you the Business Today show every weekday at 3 p.m. only on India Today.
Welcome back. All eyes are now on the vice presidential election scheduled for the 9th of September. Preparations are in full swing with both the NDA and the India bloc leaving no stone unturned to secure a victory. In a key development, BRS Parliamentary Party leader K.R. Suresh Reddy announced that BRS will abstain from voting. He said a ruling party minister has already ruled out the need for BRS support while accusing the Congress government of harassing BRS workers in Telangana. The Prime Minister attended a BJP workshop for its MPs to strategize for the polls. Interestingly, he was seen sitting in the last row, a move interpreted as a message that no leader is above the party line. Meanwhile, the India bloc dinner hosted by Mallikarjun Kharge was called off. A dinner was intended to serve as a mock poll demonstration ahead of the vice presidential election. India bloc's vice presidential candidate, B. Sudarshan Reddy, has appealed to NDA MPs to also put national interest above party loyalty, adding that he will respect whatever decision they make.
अभी उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव 2-3 दिन में आने वाले हैं और मैं आप सबसे दरखास्त करूंगा, अपने पार्टी के हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में सोच समझकर आप मतदान करिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप जो भी निर्णय लेंगे वो मेरे हित में और आपके हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में आपका निर्णय होगा। जो भी आपका निर्णय होगा मैं स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। ये देश आपकी है, मेरी है और अपने सबकी है।
Well, BRS has been very clear from the beginning that we had maintained a non-aligned stance in the parliament. Yes, we supported the government bills wherever we felt it was in the interest of national requirement and opposed wherever we felt they were not in the interest of the country. As far as tomorrow, the coming vice president election, BRS party has taken a stance to abstain. And the reason being, the ruling party at the state level, one of the ministers in the union cabinet has very categorically said that we don't need BRS support. And on the other end, we have also noticed that the harassment meted out to the BRS party workers across Telangana by the Congress government has compelled us to take a stance. Unfortunately, there is no nota that none of the above provision in the electoral ballot. Yes, sir. Hence, we decided to abstain. So our abstains can be interpreted as nota.
9 तारीख को उपराष्ट्रपति का जो चुनाव होना है उसमें हम मानते हैं कि ये दलीय आधार पे नहीं हो रहा है, सिंबल से नहीं हो रहा है और जस्टिस सुदर्शन बेहतर उम्मीदवार है। मुझे पूरा भरोसा है देश हित में और चूंकि चेयरमैन राज्यसभा भी वही होंगे तो उनको लोग निर्वाचित करें, हम ये आशा करते हैं और उसका प्रयास कर रहे हैं।
Very important event. This is not simply Vice President of India election. This is an election for safeguarding democracy and constitution and going against democracy and destroying constitution. We have achieved independence in 1947. There are many things came on the way and our people have protected the democracy and constitution. Now, in the parliament and outside the parliament,
अब ये लड़ाई बहुत टक्कर की हो गई है। हम भी नहीं चाहते कि हमारा एक वोट खराब जाए, तो इसलिए चूंकि हमारे दल में बहुत से हमारे साथी पहली बार चुन के आए हैं, तो उसका एक अभ्यास होना जरूरी है कि कैसे वोट डाला जाए जिससे हमारा वोट इनवैलिड न हो। और हमें पूरा आशा है कि सेकुलर माइंडेड जितने भी सांसद हैं, चाहे किसी दल में हो, वो हमारे प्रत्याशी को वोट करेंगे।
Rahul Gautam is getting in more details in that story. We are tracking very, very closely, Rahul. Both sides are doing what they can essentially to ensure that they have the numbers for the vice president of their choice to be in fact elected. It's an important battle. It's a battle also of perception, isn't it?
Absolutely, Sneha. You know, as far as numbers are concerned, it seems that verdict is already out and NDA candidate is going to become the next vice president of the India. But as far as opposition camp is concerned, they are heavily relying upon the inner conscience of members of parliament. They are saying that this is not an election which is happening on symbols, and therefore it's actually an ideological battle that's happening between constitution and RSS. So therefore, they're trying to create this narrative that the MPs are going to vote as per their inner voice. I must tell our viewers that as far as opposition is concerned, they are making last-minute outreach to non-NDA, non-India bloc parties, specifically parties like BRS, although BRS has now announced that they're going to abstain from the voting, but still, last-minute deliberations are happening. We've been informed that BJD is also in touch with Congress party. So obviously, Congress and opposition's idea is not to get votes. Their idea is to send a message that the government is on a shaky ground. That's why they're trying to garner as much as support from various blocs. We've been informed that if the parties are going to abstain, obviously it's going to help the government on the floor of the house. But as far as India bloc is concerned, they are not just keeping their flock together, but they're also trying to add new votes so that they could send a message that all is not well as far as India government is concerned. I must tell our viewers that Mallikarjun Kharge, the other senior leaders of India bloc, they are also in regular touch with senior other members of the India bloc, and this is happening to get the additional votes that would send a message. As far as numbers are concerned, there's a huge margin of almost 120 MPs in the favor of NDA. So it seems that at least the verdict is already out, and Mr. Radhakrishnan is going to become the next vice president. But Mr. B. Sudarshan Reddy, the joint candidate of opposition bloc, he's also making appeals. In fact, he has written letters to all the MPs stating that they should support him, given the fact that he represents constitution and going to uphold the ideals and ethos of the democracy. So clearly, as far as opposition is concerned, they're relying heavily upon the inner conscience or inner voice of member of parliament, but the government of the day is absolutely confident that the numbers are in their favor, and they're going to ensure that Mr. Radhakrishnan becomes the next vice president of India.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Rahul Gautam getting in those details. Like you said, it's fairly clear that the NDA's candidate really would be getting, in fact, or ensuring victory for himself, and that's a boost to the NDA. But of course, like I said, this is a battle of perception that really is playing out at this point in time. More news coming in. It's a shocking assault in a restaurant in Jaipur where women accuse staff of molestation and then get beaten up. Restaurant staffers assault customers. A group of girls accuses staff of molestation is what we're learning at this point in time. A case of assault came to light last night at the Padav restaurant of RTDC, Tourism Department of Rajasthan government. This incident is from Jaipur city. Dev Ankur has got the very latest on that. Dev, what happened here? Take us to the details. Dev. Right, the girls here have accused the employee of molestation. When they protested, employees started beating them, is what we are learning. The entire incident has now been recorded. It was a bizarre sort of a situation where a group of girls accused the staffers of In fact, a hotel of restaurant rather of molestation. This is the part of restaurant of RTDC. This is from the government of the tourism department of Rajasthan. Incident is from Jaipur. Dave is back with us. Dave, what more can you tell us about what really happened here?
Well, Sneha, clearly a brawl ensued in Jaipur at a government hotel which is run by the RTDC, and the complaint is that the restaurant staff, which is a part of the RTDC hotel, allegedly indulged in molestation of a woman, after which hell broke out over there. Allegedly, the hotel staff beat up several people, including young men and women, after which a complaint was given at the local Brahmpuri police station. I've spoken with the Brahmpuri police station in charge, who maintained that this was a case of a seat being not given to one of the guests, and after that there was a dispute, but the complainants have mentioned that it is a case of molestation with one of the women who had arrived at the hotel, because of which the hotel staff thereafter beat up several people over there. Sneha?
Devankur getting in those details. I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Police India is battling severe floods and citizens are in distress. There is no end to political apathy over this matter. In Polban, Bihar, Congress MP Tariq Anwar got a piggyback ride in flood-hit area of Katihar. Meanwhile, Rahul Gandhi is allegedly on a foreign trip and the nation is battling the crisis. In the shocking video, villagers can be seen wading through a waterlogged field while carrying Tariq Anwar on their backs. Was there to inspect a flood-hit area. The visitors stoked a massive political storm, but Congress has clarified that Tariq Anwar was unwell, so he was carried by locals. On the other hand, AAP has hit out at Rahul Gandhi and claimed that while Punjab is battling floods, Gandhi is on a foreign visit. AAP also claimed that when there will be elections in Punjab, Gandhi will come to seek votes in the state.
कहीं ट्रैक्टर से चल रहे थे, कहीं नाव से चल रहे थे, कहीं जो है मोटरसाइकिल से चल रहे थे। इसी कड़ी में एक जगह ट्रैक्टर जो है नदी किनारे हम लोगों का फंस गया, तो हम लोगों को लगभग 2 किलोमीटर पैदल चल करके आना पड़ा। बहुत ज़्यादा धूप था। हमारे सांसद जी का कुछ ऐसा माथा में चक्कर जैसा लग रहा था, तो उन्होंने जो अपनी बात को रखने का समय मतलब ये था कि ग्रामीणों का जो प्यार और मोहब्बत था, बोला कि सर हम लोग आपको लेके जाएंगे, और सब लोग बोलना था कि उनको गोद में लोग उठा लिया।
What are you trying to do? You are on the shoulder of a common Bihari, and then you are visiting flood-affected areas. This is a sense of clear entitlement of the Congress leadership. The Congress is an organization of a privileged dynasty, and what behavior is being shown by senior Congress leader, a member of parliament from that constituency, that I will visit the flood-affected areas, but on your shoulders? What is the message that he is trying to convey? This is beyond our comprehension. Since before the inception of the Yatra, we have seen how Congress party and the entire leadership has left no stone unturned for insulting Biharis.
It's 10 days rather after floods devastated parts of Punjab. Several families are still living by the roadside, trapped between survival and silence. So with cattle, they can't leave homes, they can't return to. They rely entirely on volunteers while the wait for government help drags on. More in this ground report from Aman Bharadwaj.
We are not in a village or somewhere you could see through the visuals, but this is a national highway, and we'll try to show you how the life of people are being affected, and people with their kettles and all their belongings are living on a national highway. This is a Firozpur Hussainiwala National Highway, where people are dependent on the aid help they are getting. Everyone who passes through and donates or do a seva, they're trying to safeguard themselves. आप नेशनल हाईवे पर रह रहे हैं, यहाँ पर रोड पर क्यों?
बोल वे
इसी हाईवे पे रह रहे हो क्यों?
पानी आ गए से
किन्ने दिन हो गए थे रहने ਨੂੰ?
ਸਾਨੂੰ 10 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਜੋ ਗਏ।
ਕਿੰਨੇ ਦਿਨ ਹੋਰ ਰਹੋਗੇ ਇੱਥੇ?
ਅਸੀਂ ਰਵਾਂਗੇ ਕੋਈ 2-4, ਜਦੋਂ ਪਾਣੀ ਲੈ ਗਿਆ ਥਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਈ ਖਰੇ ਤਾਂ ਅਸੀਂ ਚਲੇ ਜਾਵਾਂਗੇ।
सरकार ने नहीं कितने थां बनाई या?
अजय नहीं बनाई जी।
हम यही चाहते हैं कि अब मीह आया है कि अभी हमको ठंड लग रही है तो और कंबल और जाए
तभी हमको सोना मच्छर जाली हो जाए। अब वहाँ जब बारिश आई थी हम रहने की जगह नहीं थी, बैठने की भी नहीं, रिश्तेदार भी आए थे पूछने के लिए, तो फिर सही नहीं लग रहा था, फिर भी हम टाइम पास किया है।
You see, in this all shelter they are living, they are trying to save their life, and this now they got a tea in langar, and they which each and everything they are getting, they try to save that, they are trying to live on that, they are dependent on that, and next to it on the road there's a jungle. But this condition is in Firozpur, where the headquarters, the DC office or the administration would hardly be on 8 to 10 kilometers.
सारा परिवार ही थे। हाँ जी। दो काके एक बेटी है, घर वाली है। हाँ जी।
खाना पीना कितने कर रहे हैं?
खाना पीना सारा इतने करते हैं। हाँ जी।
कभी पहला भी इधर सड़क पे रहना पिया है?
23 भी इतने रहे हैं। 23 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਸੀ।
नहीं तो कोई आया नहीं इतने मदद ਲਈ DC?
ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ।
आंदा जांदा SSP या मतलब कोई अधिकारी रुकिया होवे?
रुकिया कह के चले गए ने, मुड़ के कोई भी नहीं आया। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਇੱਕ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲੀ। ਉਸ ਦਿਨ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਤਰਪਾਲਾਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ 10 ਮਿੰਟਾਂ ਤੱਕ, ਕੋਈ ਤਰਪਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ।
All they demand is a compensation till now, but administration or the government should take a call on it and see the concern they are raising. With video journalist Aman Gupta, this is Aman Bhardwaj for India Today, Firozpur.
Meanwhile, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is facing backlash over a video where he's seen lashing out at a distressed farmer. The farmer visited Kharge's home in Karnataka's Kalaburgi to complain about his crop loss. The region is still reeling from recent floods that have taken a massive toll on crops, but instead of receiving help or support, the farmer was snubbed by the Congress chief here. Kharge chided the farmer for complaining about 4 acres of crops and drew a personal comparison of losing 40 acres himself. The Congress president accused the farmer of staging a publicity stunt, asked him to go and tell the Prime Minister and Amit Shah about the crop loss. Well, the BJP has hit back, saying that the Congress insults farmers just like they insult the army and the constitution. The Saffron Party has also accused Rahul Gandhi of hating farmers, saying that he's ditched the struggling farmers of Punjab and Himachal and left for a vacation.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆ ಬಿತ್ತಿದ್ದಿ? 4 ಎಕರೆ. ನಂದು 40 ಎಕರೆ. ನಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವರ್ಷ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ನೀ ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇನು 6 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ 3 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಗೊತ್ತದ. ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಬರಬೇಡ. ನನಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತದ. ಹೆಸರು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ಉದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ತೊಗರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯದ. ನೀ ಏನು ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಏರಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬಿತ್ತಿ ಓಕೆ. ಮೋದಿ ಶಾ ಕೇಳಿ ತೊಗರಿ
जब एक किसान खड़गे जी के पास पहुंचा और अपना क्रॉप लॉस दिखाने लगा तो खड़गे जी ने उसे ताना मारते हुए, फटकारते हुए, धिक्कारते हुए कहा कि क्या क्रॉप दिखा रहे हो, ये पब्लिसिटी करने आए हो, मेरा नुकसान तुमसे ज्यादा हुआ है। ये है मानसिकता कांग्रेस की किसानों के प्रति। इन्होंने किसानों को उनका अधिकार कभी नहीं दिया। इन्होंने स्वामीनाथन कमीशन रिपोर्ट को लागू नहीं किया। इन्होंने हमेशा किसानों के अधिकारों पर हनन किया और केवल किसान ही नहीं, ये सेना का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये सनातन का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये जनता का भी अपमान करते हैं।
Well, as negotiations are underway to resolve the war in Europe, Russia has hit Ukraine with the largest air attack since the war began. Russian forces launched 810 drones, 13 missiles in an attack overnight, killing at least 3 people across the country and setting dozens of buildings on fire. After the attack, Donald Trump has agreed that the war was more difficult to resolve than he anticipated and asserted that he was ready to impose secondary sanctions on Russia. Zelensky called on allies for support after Russia launched a huge drone and missile barrage. Zelensky called for a broad response from Ukraine's European allies, adding that Putin does not want negotiations.
Are you ready to move to the second phase of sanctions against Russia or punishing Putin? How was your call with the Prime Minister?
І важливо, що сьогодні є широка реакція партнерів на цей удар. Очевидно, Росія старається завдати болю Україні, і удари більш наглі. Це чітка ознака, що Путін випробовує світ, чи приймуть вони це, чи змиряться. Тому важливо, щоб заяви лідерів держав, інституцій були продовжені сильними діями, санкціями проти Росії, проти пов'язаних з Росією осіб та сильними тарифами та іншими обмеженнями на торгівлю з Росією. Їхні втрати повинні відчуватись. І саме це переконливо. А також наша далекобійність. Путін не хоче переговорів, явно ховається від них. Тож дефіцит бензину в Росії та інші економічні негаразди – логічна відповідь на російські відмови йти на припинення вогню, на зустріч лідерів.
Moving on, cancer is still one of the biggest health problems in the world, but now Russian scientists say they've made a major breakthrough. A vaccine called Enteromix that could help the body fight cancer on its own. The results so far from the phase 1 clinical trials are creating a lot of buzz. Take a look in this report.
Cancer remains one of mankind's leading cause of deaths. By 2050, doctors fear over 3.5 crore new cancer cases every year. Amid this enters humanity's latest breakthrough to prevent cancer. Enteromix, the new cancer prevention vaccine developed by Russian scientists, with a claimed efficiency of 100% in early tests. The vaccine will train the body's own immune system to fight and find cancer cells using mRNA technology. This technology helps your body make special proteins from the virus. Your immune system sees these proteins as foreign and starts making antibodies to fight them. These antibodies then help target cancer cells in a more efficient way. The same technology is used in some COVID vaccines. The Enteromix vaccine makes traditional treatments like chemotherapy or radiation redundant. Phase 1 clinical trial data shows the vaccine could shrink tumors and slow cancer growth by 60 to 80% in patients, depending on the type of cancer. But the vaccine needs to go through larger Phase 2 and Phase 3 trials to prove safety and efficacy. Till then, the world remains in hope of defeating the biggest health scourge ever to plague humans. Bureau Report, India Today.
Alright, you can find that much more up on our website. That's indiatoday.in. You can download the app as well. News continues with me on the other side. Thank you for watching.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Oh, sorry.
Watching India Today.
A very good morning. You're watching India Today television. I'm Sneha Mordani. Let's begin this edition this Monday morning with the headlines, the top stories. All eyes on crucial vice president polls. Stage has been set for high-stakes Vice President battle. Vice President polls take center stage. BJP holds Vice President poll workshop. BRS decides to abstain from voting. Aam Aadmi Party's web series analogy to attack the Delhi Chief Minister opts Fulera Panchayat jibe at the Delhi Chief Minister after Rekha Gupta's husband attends a government meeting. Says Delhi government turns into Fulera Panchayat. India's Choksi hunt intensifies. India gives big extradition assurance. India says no solitary confinement for Choksi, pledging extradition assurance. India says no solitary confinement for Choksi, pledging 24/7 security monitor for. In Bengal, TMC MLA issues brazen threat, threatens to pour acid down the throat. TMC MLA targets BJP MLA Shankar Ghosh. BJP slams Mamata, draws Taliban parallel. Kharge's heartless take on crop loss on camera. Kharge lashes out at a farmer. Kisan shows crop loss. Kharge snubs. Kharge then warns the farmer, no publicity stunt. BJP has hit back, lambasting the Congress chief, says Congress insults farmers. Top newsmakers from the South on India Today platform. India Today Conclave South kick-starts today. All right, we have some news just coming in. 21 people have been arrested in a communal clash in Karnataka's Mandya. Stones were pelted at Ganesh Visarjan procession. Hindu organizations hold a protest over clash during Ganesh Visarjan. Stones were pelted at the procession as it crossed a mosque. Communal clashes broke out during the Ganesh Visarjan. It was crossing a mosque, the procession was, and then allegedly stones were pelted. Stones were pelted at the procession as it crossed a mosque, and clashes broke out between two groups in Mandya. In fact, from earlier, where in Mandya, in the state of Karnataka, there were clashes that broke out as a Ganesh Visarjan procession was crossing a mosque. Allegedly, stones were hurled at the procession. And that's the reason why there were tensions that were seen here. Communal clashes have been reported in Mandya, tensions flaring here in the Madhu town after stones were thrown during a Ganesh idol immersion procession. 8 people are injured. Police have intervened, arresting 21. Tightening security is what we are learning at this point in time. When this crossed a mosque near the Ram Rahim Nagar at 8 p.m., a few miscreants pelted stones at the procession. Another group then threw stones at the mosque, triggering a clash between Hindus and Muslims in this particular area. The violence has led to a tense situation in Madhu town as both groups confronted each other, forcing people to intervene to bring the situation under control. 21 people have been arrested in connection with this communal rioting that took place. Home Minister of the state has said that stone pelting incident has been reported from Mandya and things are under control. Section 144 imposed Sagai, and this situation is under control is the word really from the government. Tell us about what do you, in fact, what are you picking up? Sagai.
So what we get to learn from our police sources is that an incident was broke out between two communities when they had crossed a place called Siddhartha Nagar 5th Cross in Madhu town, carrying a Ganesha idol, and they were taking for immersion, and that's when they crossed one of the mosque in Ram Rahim Nagar mosque in and around that particular point, and that's when there were stone pelting between two communities. The situation was under control last night. Again, this morning there were a lot of pro-Hindu activists who have gathered in front of the mosque and protested against it, and the police have resorted to a mild lathi charge to disperse the crowd from that particular point.
That for the moment, pictures are of the tension that was reported there from Mandya. This happened on the 7th, which is yesterday, is what Sagai is telling us. 21 people have been arrested. Sagai, talk to us about who are those people who have been arrested. Where did the provocation really happen here?
These are from two communities who have involved in violence, who have instigated the public to get involved in these kind of violence, and police have enough evidence to prove that these were the people who have involved, and subsequently they have been detained by the police to interrogate further. As we speak now, police are trying to disperse more crowd in Mandya, where they gather in front of the mosque protesting against yesterday's violence. And then if you notice that this particular violence broke out when they crossed crossed one of the masjids near Madur of Mandya, and subsequently there were stone pelting between two groups, and the police are trying to ascertain what was the reason, who were the people who were trying to provoke the other community. As we speak now, the police are also investigating in multiple angles in connection with this particular communal violence.
I want to ask you that this has become a bit of a pattern here, isn't it? In fact, incidents of this nature during religious processions, stones being pelted at each other, this has become a bit of a pattern. Having said that, were the police not anticipating trouble like this?
No, there were enough security which was being provided by the police, but still a situation went out of control when they had crossed one of the mosques in that particular Siddharth Nagar area, and the police are trying to ascertain who were the people who were trying to provoke the other community, and they are conducting the investigation, and probably they will get to know who are the people and who is at the fault. And remember, this is not something new. Even last year we have reported a similar kind of situation in Mandya where there was a similar kind of violence which was been reported during Ganesh Visarjan time, and despite those kind of incidents, the police have not learnt any lesson, and they have not taken care of these kind of incidents in the same district.
People have been injured as well. What more details do you have with you at this point in time, Sagar? Sagar, 8 people have been injured in these clashes as well. What else are you picking up?
Yesterday in the stone pelting incident, there were close to 8 people who have suffered grievous injuries, and these are from both the sides, and police have shifted them all to the hospital. And as we speak now, there were a large number of pro-Hindu activists who had gathered in front of the mosque protesting against this particular violence, and the police have also resorted to a mild lathi charge, and there are more people who are injured even in this particular lathi charge this morning. So more information is yet to come from the police. What exactly was the plan of the pro-Hindu activists who have gathered this morning, and what exactly they were trying to do. As we speak now, the police are conducting a parallel investigation on the same. 144 section has been imposed, where they have asked people not to gather in large number in and around that particular place and across the district, keeping the sensitivity of the issue is concerned, and they have taken cognizance of it and asked people to be careful and not to step out of the house until unless it is an emergency situation as of now.
21 people have been arrested is what we are learning at this point in time. Stones are pelted at the Ganesh Visarjan rally. Like Saga has been telling us, this has happened in the past as well. Hindu groups are now staging a massive protest. Saga, if you could tell us what is the current situation as we speak.
As we speak now, the police are dispersing the crowd who had gathered in front of the mosque protesting against yesterday's incident, and the police resorted to a mild lathi charge against pro-Hindu activists who had protested in front of the mosque, and police are trying to keep the situation under control. As we speak now, after the mild lathi charge, the situation seemed to be calm and sensitive, and police have taken cognizance of it and has imposed 144 section in and around that particular area.
All right, I'm going to leave it at that for the moment. Sagai Raj getting asked those details and telling us about the situation there in Mandya at this point in time. Meanwhile, Congress President Mallikarjun Kharge is facing backlash over a video where he is seen lashing out at a distressed farmer. The farmer visited Kharge's home in Karnataka's Kalburgi to complain about his crop loss. The region is reeling from recent floods that have taken a massive toll on crops, but instead of receiving help or support, the farmer was snubbed by the Congress chief. Kharge chided the farmer for complaining about 4 acres of crops and drew a personal comparison of losing 40 acres himself. The Congress president accused the farmer of staging a publicity stunt, asked him to go and tell the Prime Minister and the Home Minister about the crop loss. The BJP, meanwhile, has hit back, saying that the Congress insults farmers just like they insult the army and the constitution. The Saffron Party has also accused Rahul Gandhi of hating farmers, saying that he's ditched the struggling farmers of Punjab and Himachal and left for a vacation.
ನೋಡಪ್ಪ ನೀ ಎಷ್ಟು ಎಕರೆ ಬಿತ್ತಿದ್ದಿ 4 ಎಕರೆ ನಂದು 40 ಎಕರೆ ನಂದು ಇದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ವರ್ಸ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೇನು ಹೇಳ್ಬೋದು, ಅದೇನು 6 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ 3 ಆಡದವಳು ಮುಂದೆ ಕೇಳ್ತೀವಿ. ಆಯ್ತು, ಗೊತ್ತದ, ಪಬ್ಲಿಸಿಟಿ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳಕ್ ಬರಬೇಡ. ನನಗೆ ಇದ್ರ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತದ. ಹೆಸರು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ಉದ್ದು ಹೋಗ್ಯದ, ತೊಗರಿ ಹೋಗ್ಯದ. ನೀ ಏನು ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಳ್ಬೋದು, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಸಸ್ಟೇನ್ ಆಗಲ್ಲ. ಇಷ್ಟಿಷ್ಟು ಏರಿಯಾದಾಗ ಬಿತ್ತು. ಓಕೆ, ಮೋದಿ ಶಾಕ್ ಕೇಳಿ ತೊಗರಿ.
जब एक किसान खड़गे जी के पास पहुंचा और अपना क्रॉप लॉस दिखाने लगा तो खड़गे जी ने उसे ताना मारते हुए, फटकारते हुए, धिक्कारते हुए कहा कि क्या क्रॉप दिखा रहे हो, ये पब्लिसिटी करने आए हो, मेरा नुकसान तुमसे ज्यादा हुआ है। ये है मानसिकता कांग्रेस की किसानों के प्रति। इन्होंने किसानों को उनका अधिकार कभी नहीं दिया। इन्होंने स्वामीनाथन कमीशन रिपोर्ट को लागू नहीं किया। इन्होंने हमेशा किसानों के अधिकारों पर हनन किया और केवल किसान ही नहीं, ये सेना का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये सनातन का भी अपमान करते हैं, ये जनता का भी अपमान करते हैं।
Moving on, in a shocking development, a new political flashpoint has erupted between the AAP and the BJP in Delhi city. AAP has taken a Fulera Panchayat's wife, Delhi Chief Minister Rekha Gupta, after photos surfaced showing her husband attending an official meeting alongside her. The viral video shows Rekha Gupta's husband seated in an official meeting, which is held in the official residence of the Chief Minister, discussing the development program of the Shalimar Assembly. Our leaders have lashed out at the Delhi BJP, alleging that Prime Minister Modi has effectively given 2 Chief Ministers to Delhi. They've also termed this as an example of dynastic politics, calling it unconstitutional. The popular web series Panchayat had depicted a similar storyline where the husbands of women sarpanchas were seen taking active roles in administration, often overshadowing their wives who officially held the post.
गुप्ता जी ने संविधान की शपथ ली है, गोपनीयता की शपथ ली है, तो कोई देश का कानून उनको इजाजत नहीं देता कि वो अपनी सरकारी मीटिंगों में अपने साथ अपने पति को बिठा के रखे। ये नहीं हो सकता। और हमने देखा कि कई सारे वीडियोस जिसके अंदर उनके पति जो हैं वो इंस्पेक्शन कर रहे हैं, उनके पति जो है अफसरों को जो है डायरेक्शंस दे रहे हैं, उनके पति मीटिंगें ले रहे हैं। एक बिजनेसमैन, जो कि उनके पति एक बिजनेसमैन है, वो राजनेता नहीं है, एक बिजनेसमैन कैसे सरकार चला सकता है या सरकार चलाने के अंदर हिस्सेदारी कर सकता है।
All right, so this is something that has been happening in Delhi city, giving ample opportunity to the Aam Aadmi Party in opposition now to hit out at the BJP government. Shreya has more. Shreya, how is the BJP explaining this?
Well, Sneha, there hasn't been any official statement from the BJP, but what we are believing is that there has been a source-based information that all these Jan Sunwais, because one of the photos that actually the Aam Aadmi Party targeted the BJP, especially Rekha Gupta, with that Fulera CM drive was from the Jan Sunwais, and in multiple Jan Sunwais, indeed, we've seen Rekha Gupta's husband accompanying her. But what we are being told within the inner circles of the BJP, that all these Jan Sunwais are also attended by BJP workers. And probably because he is also a BJP worker is why in that capacity he was present. However, whether or not that stands the ground is something that we will see, because politics has erupted over this. Clearly, with the Aam Aadmi Party suggesting that this is an unconstitutional act on the part of Rekha Gupta to include her husband in government-related work is what the Aam Aadmi Party's main issue about the entire thing is of.
The moment getting in those details is Shreya Chatterjee telling us about the latest controversy involving Chief Minister Rekha Gupta there. All eyes are on the vice presidential election scheduled for the 9th of September. Preparations are in full swing, with both the NDA and the India bloc leaving no stone unturned to secure a victory. In a key development, BRS Parliamentary Party leader K. Suresh Reddy announced that the BRS will abstain from voting. He said a ruling party minister has already ruled out the need for BRS support, while accusing the Congress government of harassing BRS workers in Telangana. Prime Minister Modi arrested a BJP workshop for its MPs to strategize for the polls. Interestingly, we're seen sitting in the last row, a move interpreted as a message that no leader really is above the party line. Meanwhile, the India Bloc dinner hosted by Mallikarjun Kharge was called off. It was intended to serve as a mock poll demonstration ahead of the vice presidential elections. India Bloc's vice presidential candidate Sudarshan Reddy has appealed to NDA MPs to put national interest above party loyalty, adding that he will respect whatever decision they make.
अभी उपराष्ट्रपति के चुनाव 2-3 दिन में आने वाले हैं और मैं आप सबसे दरखास्त करूंगा, अपने पार्टी के हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में सोच समझकर आप मतदान करिए। मुझे पूरा विश्वास है आप जो भी निर्णय लेंगे वो मेरे हित में और आपके हित में नहीं लेकिन देश के हित में आपका निर्णय होगा। जो भी आपका निर्णय होगा मैं स्वीकार करने के लिए तैयार हूँ। ये देश आपकी है, मेरी है और अपने सबकी है।
Well, BRS has been very clear from the beginning that we had maintained a non-aligned stance in the parliament. Yes, we supported the government bills wherever we felt it was in the interest of national requirement and opposed wherever we felt they were not in the interest of the country. As far as tomorrow, the coming vice president election, BRS party has taken a stance to abstain. And the reason being, the ruling party at the state level, one of the ministers in the union cabinet has very categorically said that we don't need BRS support. And on the other end, we have also noticed that the harassment meted out to the BRS party workers across Telangana by the Congress government has compelled us to take a stance. Unfortunately, there is no nota that none of the above provision in the electoral ballot. Yes, sir. Hence, we decided to abstain. So our abstains can be.
All right, in fact, we're going straight now across to India Today's South Conclave. It's happening as we speak. Let's cut across.
Our most distinguished election commissioners and chief election commissioners on one panel. I'd like you all to welcome each and every one of them. May I welcome first Ashok Lavasa. Please join us. He was election commissioner and would have been chief election commissioner had he not resigned at the time. Also joining us, Mr. O.P. Rawat, the former chief election commissioner. Please welcome him. And our third guest, last but not the least, is Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, another former chief election commissioner. Please do join us, Dr. Qureshi. So I'll just keep the book. Thank you. Vanakkam, hello and welcome to our first session at the India Today South Conclave. Over the last few months, one issue has resonated across the country, cutting across geographical boundaries, but particularly resonating in the South because many of the states here are at the moment controlled by opposition-ruled governments, all of whom have uniformly claimed that elections in this country are suffering from numerous irregularities. Rahul Gandhi, the Congress leader, has alleged vote chori or vote theft. How true is this? Is this exaggerated or is this a reality? Also, there is another big question that's swirling in the wind. Delimitation. Will the southern states lose out to the north states because of their better track record on population? Will the number of Lok Sabha constituencies decline for the southern states? Who better then to answer and kick off our India Today South Conclave than a very special panel of former chief election commissioners and election commissioners.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ashok Lavasa, former Election Commissioner, O.P. Rawat, former Chief Election Commissioner, and Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, former Chief Election Commissioner, who's just brought out a new book, Democracy's Heartland, where he explores the battle for power in South Asia. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to cut the chase and ask you first for your initial remarks to what Rahul Gandhi has said. Do you believe each and every one of you, very quickly, that there is vote chori in India, that there is vote theft, or elections are not free and fair? I want all three of you to answer that. Who wants to start first? Why don't you start, Mr. Lavasa, first? Are elections in India free and fair, or is there vote chori?
Thank you very much. I think elections in India are by and large fair. The track record will prove that. As far as the expression vote chori is concerned, I think it is a political expression, and I don't know how to interpret that, because nobody has the means to know who has voted for whom. So I don't feel that vote chori itself is an issue, but yes, the issue is the sanctity and the integrity of electoral rolls.
So you're saying elections are free and fair. Vote chori is a political term.
That's right.
Okay, Mr. Rawat, are elections in India free and fair, or is there vote chori as is being alleged by the opposition? Go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yes, no, I can't. Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I would like to put things in context. The resolution of political conflict could take place through huge battles and wars, where thousands and lakhs were killed. Elections have replaced that process of resolution of political conflict and is the most peaceful way of resolving the political conflict. Now, expecting that nothing will happen during elections, everything will proceed like silence, no news, nothing newsworthy. It is expecting too much. And therefore, take these comments in that spirit, that things will happen, elections will make a noise, and news media will be full of reporting during elections. Nothing much, because India's elections are gold standard, always praised by most of the democracies across the world as most free, fair, and credible elections.
So you're saying this is all noise, that the reality is Indian elections are free and fair. Am I correct?
Noise, like there will not be any smoke if there is no fire. All stakeholders will try moving heaven and earth to win. Even Olympics have doping. So things will be there, but by and large, it is free and fair.
By and large, it is free and fair. Okay, you're slightly hedging there. Dr. Qureshi, are elections in India free and fair, or is there an element of vote chori, irregularities, especially in the electoral rolls?
Well, vote chori is a political rhetoric.
Okay.
But at the same time, the concerns about the purity of electoral rolls are legitimate. I have always said that the electoral roll is our soft underbelly. Always there is a problem about the electoral rolls, and that is the foundation of India's election and its purity. And unless the electoral rolls are pure and clean, fair elections will not be possible. But I agree with both my colleagues that by and large, still considering the size, 1 billion voters, most of the thing goes by clockwork precision, but some political issues mar the reputation, and we have to be concerned about it.
No, you're saying by and large elections are free and fair, but
yes,
electoral rolls are not pure.
No, electoral rolls are
not fully pure.
They can never be perfect. It has been held by various courts also. They can never be perfect, but our attempt is to make them as perfect as we can.
Mr. Lavasa, this argument that by and large it is free and fair. One academic recently said elections in India are free, but they are not fair. There is no level playing field. Let's be very clear. If I have 50 crores, 100 crores in Coimbatore, for example, I will splash it on an election. What's the limit? that you all have at the moment, it runs into, I think, 90 lakhs.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, people are spending 90 crores on an election and your limit is 90 lakhs. Let's get this clear. A, do you agree with Dr. Qureshi that electoral rolls are not pure? That there are irregularities as are being pointed out? People have duplicate epic cards.
It's like saying that in the India Today magazine there is no printer's devil. There could be. So I think in an electoral roll, which today has about 99 crore people, there are bound to be some errors. The question is whether those errors are bona fide or they are malified. The other question is how robust is the system which Election Commission has put in place to ensure that every every elector is included in the electoral roll. And the third thing is whether the machinery in the field which is employed to do this work, it is doing its work freely, fairly, sincerely, meticulously. Because there are instructions of the Election Commission to guide them at each every step. And finally, the fourth thing is how responsible are the electors themselves in ensuring that their name figures at one place, not more than one place, and that if there are any errors, they are taking steps to correct those errors.
No, so if the irregularities are there, in your view, are they bona fide, genuine mistakes, or are they malified?
Both.
But that's a very serious charge if you are saying that they are both. Are you saying, therefore, that the electoral process can be contaminated?
In the sense that, as I said, that how many electors ensure that their name is not enrolled in more than one place? Primary responsibility of ensuring this is of the elector, but I think a lot of us don't exercise due caution and get our names removed from the earlier place. So that is one. Although according to the Representation of People Act, it is a crime to have your name enrolled in more than one place, but people feel that they are not voting in two places, so that's all right. But the other thing is that if there are enrollments which are taking place of people who don't reside in that area, they have migrated to some other place and their names are not deleted, it means that the person, the field functionary, is not doing his job properly.
You want to respond quickly, Dr. Qureshi? Who do I hold accountable? Mr. Lavasa is saying an elector is accountable if he or she has two epic cards and has not removed his or her name from the electoral rolls. Why blame the Election Commission? We ultimately have 99 crores. A huge amount, more massive compared to any other country in the world. It's not easy for the Election Commission to go through with a tooth comb every detail that's available.
Well, I would like to modify what Ashok said. In our time, this problem was there also and acute. If you register at two places, it is a criminal offense. And till our time, if you moved from Tamil Nadu to Delhi, it was your responsibility to get your name removed from Tamil Nadu. But we found that most of the migrants were very poor people. It was impossible for them to go back and get it removed from there. So we made it easy for them. Okay, in your new application form, in your new place, just indicate that please tell us where were you previously registered, and we take the responsibility to get it removed so that you are not bothered. We had made it convenient. I don't know what is the status of that reform that we had done.
So given what we've just heard, Mr. Rawat, the Election Commission is now going through a very extensive, special, intensive revision. It started with Bihar and they intend to go across the country asking citizens to provide one of 11 documents, not necessarily Aadhaar, which was until now being seen as proof that you could go and vote. Do you believe that's the right thing? Election Commission says we are purifying the election rolls by going through an SIR. Do you believe that the SIR which is being undertaken in Bihar and other parts of the country will soon be undertaken in other parts is a step in the right direction?
Rajdeep, I would say that there has been a change in the approach of Election Commission towards such issues, like duplicates. When voter is not getting his name deleted or her name deleted earlier registration, Election Commission put up electoral registration officers net nationwide network to ensure that all duplicates in the country are brought on the screen, and you use deduplication, photo recognition, software of similar demographic entries, and then give notice to that person that your name figures at so many places, so many constituencies. Tell us, where do you want to keep so that all other names are deleted? So instead of criminalizing the Voters Act, Election Commission was always trying to resolve it through technology and through their proactive approach. Now with that, I don't think there is any need, even now, to ask the voter to bring those documents which are not easily accessible to resource-poor voters, especially Bihar. And in a time when floods, monsoon, etc. are taking a heavy toll there, poor people, will they look for their livelihood, or will they go from office to get these documents? That's the key issue.
So are you against the SIR or the timing of the SIR, doing it on the eve of an election in the middle of a flood season? Or are you against the very idea of an SIR that is asking citizens to prove their citizenship in a way by providing various documents?
No, SIR is important to benchmark an electoral roll. And generally SIR is done periodically, say 10 years, 15 years or 20 years.
The last one was 2003. We are now in 2025.
Yeah, so 22 years.
So you think it's the right thing to do, but the timing is questionable?
Timing is questionable because when elections are around the corner, then stakes become very high for political parties. And they have no holds barred for creating things which are non-existent, which are imaginary, and which may result in supporting their cause.
Mr. Lavasa, you want to respond because the Bihar SIR has seen 65 lakh voters already excluded. Many of them are dead. Many of them apparently do not live at the addresses mentioned. It seems to have become an exercise in exclusion. I want to exclude people. Do you believe the SIR is the right thing to do?
I think we need to look at three things.
Yes, go ahead.
One is the purpose, the other are the principles which are followed, and the third is the procedure which is adopted. So as far as the purpose is concerned, purification, rectification of electoral rolls, I don't think anybody can dispute that purpose. The second is, what are the principles that are followed? And I think one of the contentious things which was done in this SIR exercise in Bihar was that they introduced the concept of citizenship. And the term which was used in the 24th June order was that all those who exist in the electoral roll up to 2003, they have a probative evidence of eligibility and presumption of citizenship. I think this is a phraseology which was never employed by the Election Commission in the past. So that is one. I think it's a contentious territory for the Election Commission to enter for the simple reason that all the 75 years that Election Commission has prepared electoral rolls, they have kept in view the eligibility criteria according to the Article 326 of the Constitution. So they have kept in view that only Indian citizens are eligible to vote. Now, is it for the ECI to determine citizenship? I think that is the contentious part. The third, which is more important, which is, I think, causing all the difficulties and the heartburns, is the procedure which is employed. For example, you are putting the onus of providing proof on the citizen, whereas so far it was a very inclusive process by which the machinery went to the people and got them included in the roll. So now, theoretically, as I have said in the past, that if you existed in the electoral roll in 1951, which was the first electoral roll, and you continue to exist all the 74 years, including the last revision which took place in January 2025. But if you did not sign and submit a form which was given to you by the BLO, your name could be excluded. So a clerical process has become more important than the constitutional right of an individual.
But you see, Dr. Qureshi, what the Election Commission is saying is, or not saying explicitly but implicitly, and certain political parties are saying, is over the years, a lot of Ghuspetias or illegal immigrants have entered India. They've got Aadhaar cards. There is an oversaturation of Aadhaar cards. Therefore, we need to purify the rolls to ensure only Indian citizens can vote. Do you agree with that or not?
Well, that is the stand of the government. Election Commission hasn't said that. Your
political parties are saying it.
Political, yes. But what the question you had asked him, whether this was a correct decision. I personally feel it was unnecessary, and I'll tell you why, and ill-timed, and choice of state was also wrong. Why it was unnecessary? Because as you mentioned, in 2003 we had the last intensive roll. You know what does intensive roll imply? That the existing roll is thrown into the dustbin and we have to start afresh. Now we had taken 30 years to reach the stage when 99% of people were on the roll. 98% of the people had elector photo identity card with you, and throwing them into the dump and start again. You have to do 30 years work in 3 months, and flood prone and all that is very difficult. If they wanted to experiment with this idea, they should have started in a state which had elections 2 years away or 3 years away and shown it to the country that this is the right thing to do. Here, I think not only they have opened a Pandora's box, my expression will be they have put their hand into hornet's nest. And the result, the real consequence is yet to come out when finally 1 crore plus people are deleted. That is when hell will break loose. Already it is causing a lot of consternation, but that is when the true test is ultimate outcome. What happens, we'll wait and see.
Okay, so the consensus is by and large elections in India are free and fair, but there are serious question marks over the way the special intensive revision is being carried out, either as a matter of principle or procedure or indeed timing. I therefore want to come for a moment and play out something, because one of your successors, the present Chief Election Commissioner, is in a tug-of-war with Rahul Gandhi. Now, I want you to hear what he said at a press conference he held, and I want your comments. What would you have done in a similar situation? First, let's listen into Gyanesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner, responding to Rahul Gandhi's charges of vote theft.
60% से ज्यादा वोटिंग होती है, जो दुनिया के बड़े बड़े जनतंत्र जिसके लिए सोच सकते हैं। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा जनतंत्र है भारत। दुनिया का सबसे बड़ी मतदाता सूची हमारे पास है, लगभग 90 करोड़ से 100 करोड़ के बीच में। सबसे बड़ी मतदाता सूची, सबसे बड़े चुनाव कर्मियों की फौज, सबसे ज्यादा मतदान करने वाले लोगों की संख्या, और इन सब के समक्ष, सारे मीडिया के समक्ष ये कहना कि अगर मतदाता सूची में आपका नाम एक बार और है तो आपने 2 बार मतदान किया होगा और कानूनी अपराध किया होगा, और मेरे सारे मतदाताओं को अपराधी बनाना और चुनाव आयोग शांत रहे, संभव नहीं। हलफनामा देना होगा या देश से माफी मांगनी होगी, तीसरा विकल्प नहीं है। आपके माध्यम से मैं ये भी कहना चाहता हूं, अगर 7 दिन में हलफनामा नहीं मिला तो इसका अर्थ ये सारे आरोप निराधार हैं।
So there you have Gyanesh Kumar responding to Rahul Gandhi, saying either Rahul Gandhi on affidavit prove his allegations or put his allegations down in an affidavit or apologize to the country. Do you agree, Ashok Lavasa, with what Gyanesh Kumar said? Would you have done the same thing? In 1 week you have to apologize unless you bring out an affidavit.
Well, I think the straight answer to that is that it doesn't require for anybody to submit an affidavit if there is a serious complaint which the Election Commission must look into. And I think this is a presentation which was made with some bit of analysis, and the claim was that this is Election Commission's data. So Election Commission of India, being the custodian of the electoral rolls, if such serious allegations are being leveled, I think it is the responsibility of any public organization, leave aside a body, constitutional body like the Election Commission, that I think this needs to be investigated. You cannot allow a doubt to hang in the air, because a doubt has been raised on the integrity of the electoral roll which is prepared under the supervision of the Election Commission. And therefore, I think they need to inquire into it and tell the people what the facts are.
So, Mr. Rawat, is that part of the problem? The Supreme Court has also said this. There is a trust deficit today between the Election Commission and the political parties, which worryingly could tomorrow also go to the people. We trust the Election Commission. We are very proud as Indians that we have free and fair elections, unlike many of our South Asian neighbors. Do you therefore believe the Election Commission should order an inquiry, doodh ka doodh, pani ka pani, rather than daring Rahul Gandhi to put it on affidavit?
Actually, questioning any stakeholder per se has never been the forte of Election Commission. Like my colleague and friend Ashok said, that whenever any doubt is expressed by even a common voter, Election Commission would always take it seriously, immediately investigate and immediately put the results and findings to that person and in public domain to ensure that no clouds of doubt build up.
So the onus is on the Election Commission.
True. Election Commission should immediately have sorted that out.
But the flip side, Dr. Qureshi, is Rahul Gandhi is accused of discrediting an institution that we have trusted. That every day if you say Election Commission chor hai, Election Commission is in the BJP's lap, the average public will say, we are losing faith. Is Rahul Gandhi to blame here or is the Election Commission to blame?
Well, no, don't forget Rahul Gandhi is the leader of the opposition. And he is not voicing his own opinion, he is voicing the opinion of millions of people. Therefore, if he makes this comment, commission getting angry, it's not in the grain of the commission to get angry.
So what would you have done?
No, we would have ordered an inquiry. We would have taken it seriously and asking him for affidavit. What if he turns around and says, okay, you give me an affidavit that whatever 65 lakh deletions you have done, please give an affidavit. If there is one mistake, you will be criminally liable. Therefore, mistakes can be on either side. Daring the leader of opposition this way, with this tone and with this anger, I don't think it has done any credit to the Election Commission.
Interesting that all the three election commissioners, therefore, are distancing themselves from Gyanesh Kumar, the Chief Election Commissioner at the moment, and saying the Election Commission should order an inquiry into these charges of alleged deletions, additions, and irregularities, alleged irregularities in the electoral rolls. Am I correct? It's like a thief coming into or you alleging that a thief has come to my house and stolen something, and the police says, please give an affidavit that something is stolen. You're saying it's the police's job first to investigate. Am I correct?
Rajdeep, I think the point which need to be understood is this, that who is in the best position to clarify to the people of India what the facts are? It is the Election Commission. And I don't think that Election Commission should treat this as a complaint against the Election Commission, because all this work is done under the supervision of the Election Commission, no doubt, but it is done by the machinery in the field. And when you have lakhs of people working, somebody could have gone wrong. So I don't think there is any reason for the Election Commission to feel that it's an allegation level against them. They have always distanced themselves. All the work of the electoral roll preparation, all the conduct of elections is done by a field machinery which is statutorily responsible for doing that work. It is done under the superintendent's direction and control of the Election Commission. So if there is a complaint, they have to look into it.
Okay. Mr. Rawat?
Yeah, I would like to add here that in the days when any transgression, even in the fields of business, are being decriminalized, and the move is for that, that should be welcome. Why are we criminalizing things in the democratic space or election space? Affidavit means once your affidavit is found false, you can be penalized by 6 months imprisonment. Where is the need of criminalizing activities against the voter, against the complainant, against any political stakeholder?
Okay, interesting. I want to then move from there, and I'll come back to this at the very end, whether our election commissioners are truly neutral umpires, or are they like the Pakistani umpires of the 1980s, who were never neutral? When Indian batsmen were LBW, they were all hit the leg, they were always given LBW. We'll come back to that. But I want to turn to a very important issue, particularly since we are in southern India, which is delimitation. I want to put up first on the screen a graphic so that everybody understands what the concern is. Why is delimitation such a hot potato? Now, at the moment, if you look at the 543 seats and how they are spread at the moment, the scenario now versus the scenario that could come if the seats increase to 848 as per population in a couple of years. And what you will see is all the southern states could lose out. Uttar Pradesh, for example, could go up from 80 seats to 63 more seats. On the other hand, Tamil Nadu would only go up by 10 seats. Andhra plus Telangana by 12 seats, Karnataka by 13, and Kerala by no seats at all. Bihar is going up, on the other hand, by 39 seats. Rajasthan by 25, Madhya Pradesh by 23. This is assuming present population numbers in a couple of years if delimitation comes. Will North India overwhelm South India in the total number of seats, assuming that we have roughly 20 lakhs per constituency, is what we are looking at, and the population of the country after the next census, which has still not been done. I want to ask you, is this a genuine concern, Mr. Lavasa? If I'm sitting in South India, I'm looking at these numbers and saying, am I being penalized for my better population growth rates? What's your response?
I think it's a very genuine concern for the simple reason that the Constitution provides that delimitation is done on the basis of population. Now, it's a mathematical criteria which was incorporated in the Constitution, I think for the simple reason that at that time, this was the simplest formulation available. Over the period of time, you would find, if you trace the growth of the number of seats in different states and the criteria which has been adopted by different delimitation commissions, you will find that while the population criteria has been the most important criteria, other factors have been kept in consideration. Now, there is a reason why at some point in time it was decided that let's defer this exercise for some time. So I think it's not a straightforward problem. There are three reasons why I say it is not straightforward. First of all, we, especially those who are arguing against the population-based criteria, you are saying that we should not follow the Constitution the way it is written. And there is a need for re-looking at that. So that is the first complex issue. The second is that the population criteria which has been followed if you follow that, there are a lot of inconsistencies already in the existing number of seats, right? In the sense that you don't have equal number of voters or electors being represented in all the constituencies. The range is something like 57,000 voter or electors to a constituency, I'm talking of parliament, to 29 lakh, more than 29 lakh. So that is the range. Now, what does it mean to represent a constituency? Because ultimately the job of a member of parliament or the member of legislative assembly is to legislate. They are lawmakers, right? Or they sit in various standing committees of the parliament or the Vidhan Sabha. How does it matter whether you represent 1 million people, 2 million people, or 50,000 people? That range is still existing. So the point which I am trying to make, and maybe I can come back to this issue later, that there is a need to refine the criteria for the simple reason. And let me stop by just stating this, that population control or family planning, family welfare is a policy of the government. It is a policy which was encouraged for everyone to follow. So if the government of India has encouraged states to adopt family planning or family welfare measures, which has led to the control of population in certain states, how can that criteria be used against those states? I think that's a very valid point.
So you're saying don't use population as the only criteria. You'll have to have a mix of criteria while deciding delimitation.
Yeah, I can tell you some criteria.
Yeah, we will come to that because, why should you be penalized? I'm looking at this map and look at southern India. Southern India, by and large, has either seen no change or has seen a decline in population. The blue, which is North India, the Hindi heartland, is where the growth is taking place. You've also written on population, Dr. S.Y. Qureshi, but guess what's happening? Suddenly from Chandrababu Naidu ji to M.K. Stalin, they're saying we need to have more children. They're encouraging people to have more children. So you're reversing population growth because you're worried that you'll lose out politically. So what would your suggestion be? Should we go with delimitation on the basis of population or find some new criteria?
The delimitation is a constitutional requirement. And first two delimitations went by that, and they even changed the composition of the MPs in every state.
Yes.
And there are two purposes of a delimitation. One is within the state, you draw the boundaries of the constituencies so that every MP represents equal number of people. The other was interstate. Now, after the first two delimitations in 1971, 1975, 76, the issue came up with exactly what you're raising now, that Tamil Nadu was the leading state in success of family planning program, which was a national program. We were the first country to have a national family planning program. Tamil Nadu responded, they achieved brilliantly, and so did Kerala and other states. And for that, instead of being rewarded, if you want to punish them, and you had mentioned in the beginning, or maybe Raj in his opening remarks was talking about, it's not just a question of economic and the fund devolution. It is very important. You're contributing about 40% or how much to the central revenue, getting back only 20. It is a question of political power and federalism. Now, any threat to that? Now, in 71, the parliament discussed this and came to the conclusion that we will freeze the delimitation at 1971 census, and that was you might say it was Indira Gandhi government in emergency. But 2002, Vajpayee government came to the same conclusion. The logic which was relevant then is still valid today.
No, but why should is the solution freezing the number of constituencies? Bangalore, there are constituencies in Bengaluru with 30 lakh voters.
No, not within
So I'm asking you, do you freeze delimitation or change the formula?
No,
or do you approve of M.K. Stalin and Chandrababu Naidu saying, please have more children?
No, that of course is a very drastic and dangerous solution. What I am saying is the formula which was adopted in 1976 and 2002, stick to that. Within the state, there will be surely the delimitation and redrawing the boundaries. But interstate, the power of the sharing should be maintained by keeping the logic extended for the next 25 years again.
But Amit Shah ji, the Home Minister, has said, pro rata, nothing will change. So if UP increases by a certain proportion, so will Tamil Nadu. Can we trust politicians or not?
No, we can trust politicians in that.
Really?
Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because that is a very good logical formula. But at the same time, and this is in the context of, the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha have now bigger halls. They have 888 seats. Suppose women's reservation, 30 seats are added, 888. So they will also be distributed pro rata. Pro rata sounds very logical. But in terms of absolute numbers, it will disturb the equation. It will disturb the power. UP will get more number of things, and parliament votes in terms of actual numbers and not on proportions.
So you're saying look beyond population. You agree with Ashok Lavasa? Don't only make population the sole criteria. Yes. Also give a certain mark, let's say, to economic growth. Give markers. Have a grade like some colleges have when you're admitting someone into college, not just one criteria. Do you agree with that?
Yes, I agree. We have to find a very workable solution. We have to think it through. And that is the beginning, because even the formula which is offered, that proportion will be maintained. But in absolute numbers, it will disturb the equation between north and south.
Okay. Mr. Rawat, do you believe that we need a more imaginative formula for delimitation? Just population alone cannot be the criteria, because then every chief minister will start saying, please have more kids.
Going by the past, at the time of independence, we denied this pleasure to the Britishers. We said, nothing doing, no restrictive voting. We will have universal suffrage. And they said, condemned us, that you will ruin your country.
That's
but we
right.
proved them wrong. But futuristic, if you see that Southern leadership asking for more children, that is the crucial point. And therefore, we must try and rebuild the constitutional framework for delimitation with that in mind.
Very, very interesting. You have a formula in mind. What is the criteria you would use, not if it was not just population, to ensure that the north-south divide doesn't widen?
No, I don't have a formula, but I have a suggestion for the consideration of the experts. You take the case of GDP growth. Don't you apply a deflator to distinguish between real and nominal GDP growth? You do apply a deflator. And Finance Commission, for example, which is also a constitutional body, by the way, they sit every 5 years to determine a formula for allocation of financial resources between center and states. Here, you're talking about allocation of political power to different states. So there are two principles involved in this. One is the principle of population proportionality. The other is the principle of federalism. So I don't see why one principle should undermine the other. In this case, for example, the chart that you put up, where you are showing that if you go by the population criteria, for example, the current population criteria is frozen on the basis of 1971 census, right? If you were to extrapolate that, then the total number of seats comes to something like 1480 or some number of seats. But the moment you apply, for example, the total fertility rate criteria, and you use that as a divisor, then the total number of seats required will drastically come down from 1480 to something like 600 and something. Because the total fertility rate is one composite criteria which shows why the population growth has taken place in a certain state. So if you want to neutralize the population factor, then you could apply something like this. Of course, there needs to be proper consultation, and I'm not saying that this is a solution, but certainly the formulation requires to be made more sophisticated.
And I think we are saying this not because we are in Coimbatore, but we would like federalism to be strengthened, where southern India doesn't feel that politically it's North India which is dominating, even as southern India becomes the nation's economic powerhouse. We need to achieve a greater balance in that sense. We have about 4 minutes to go. Let me throw that googly question to you. I don't know, Dr. Qureshi, whether you are a cricket fan. I am. In the 1980s, as I said, the moment the ball hit the pad of an Indian batsman when they went to Pakistan, immediately the batsman would be declared LBW out. And therefore, Imran Khan, to his credit, pushed for neutral umpires. The Election Commission was always seen by the people as a neutral body, above politics. Can we say that the Election Commission is truly neutral? Honest answer. And I'm not just saying today, was it even neutral when the Congress was in power? Is the Election Commission beholden to whoever is in power?
Well, I can guarantee that in my time, which was the Congress regime, not once did I receive a call from PMO or anybody. We were totally independent without doubt. We are very proud, and it showed to the it was really, obvious to the nation. Our credibility was very high. The fact that it is being questioned pains me, no doubt. So therefore, and which is why, you know, we used to make...
So, but you are also appointed by a Congress government. Now they are appointed by an NDA government. They will say all your appointments are done by the government.
Just a minute. Yes, I was appointed by the Congress government, but I censured the law minister of the land and charge sheeted 3 ministers of the same Congress party, because once appointed, we are supposed to distance ourselves. That is provided in the constitution, and we did it. And you know, we used to make fun of Bangladesh and some other countries in Pakistan, where they used to demand an interim government to conduct the election. And we used to say, look, what is the foolish demand? Here, the election commission itself becomes the interim government. Unfortunately, questions are being raised about the neutrality of the...
So you're saying the challenge is on the individuals. The individuals have enough power to remain neutral?
Absolutely.
Even if they get a phone call from the PMO?
Yeah, absolutely. In fact, it happened that PMO called and all three commissioners appeared there. Secretary to PM called. It was unimaginable in our time.
Mr. Lavasa, I won't go into the controversy of how you resigned from the Election Commission because you allegedly submitted a dissent note against the Prime Minister of the country at the time. But tell me, is the Election Commission neutral? Can this audience go back home believing that we have a neutral Election Commission? Honest answer.
Rajdeep, I think since you mentioned cricket, so let me take your analogy a little forward. You said there was a time when umpires gave LBW according to their discretion, but see how things have changed. Now you have a third umpire, now you have telecast, you have DRS. The whole world is watching. The facts are available to the people to determine whether the judgment or the decision was fair or not. So the point which I'm trying to make is that, you see, trust comes out of the conduct of individuals as well as the transparency that an institution has in terms of its systems. So the more transparency you have, I think the greater will be the trust that people repose in the organization.
That's an important point. Mr. Rawat, is the Election Commission non-transparent? You don't tell us, we don't even get, and this is the political parties are saying they can't have access now to CCTV footage. They can't have access to machine-readable electoral rolls, even if I want to point out irregularities. Should the Election Commission become more transparent?
Election Commission is transparent. The electoral roll is not put in digital format because of the fear of hacking, and our database has to be protected because that is sacrosanct for any election. Second thing about CCTV footage, that is not for this purpose because it only records the events which lead to the polling, and that is done to redress the grievances of that day. And lastly, I will add that Election Commission is as neutral as the last man in the polling booth. And you know, in Bihar election in 2015, no violence, no firing, no incident, even when we lost 17 of our polling personnel because of the stress of fighting pressures and not succumbing to it.
I just have a minute left. Two quick questions, because it's not often that we get three election commissioners together. Number one, do you believe the EVM system is superior to the ballot boxes? You spoke of Bihar. I remember covering an election in Bihar in the early 90s amidst allegations of booth capturing. Was the system worse before and better in EVMs, or should we go back to paper ballots?
I strongly support EVM. I've been supporting all along and I stand by it.
Support EVMs?
Support EVM.
Ashok Lavasa, you support EVMs?
Absolutely, I support EVM. Although what I would say is that we should not be complacent that every system is always foolproof. So the effort to scrutinize your own procedures and system should be ongoing.
Mr. Rawat, do you support EVMs?
Within the Election Commission's administrative and security system, EVM is the safest bet.
Okay, so we've got a consensus on that as well. My final question, you know, people had hardly heard of the Election Commission till someone who lived not too far away from here suddenly became the Chief Election Commissioner, T.N. Seshan. Do you believe that the T.N. Seshan model is the right model, where he once said, I eat politicians for breakfast? Do you believe that's the way the Election Commission should be? He or she should put fear in the minds of politicians.
You know, I think Mr. Seshan was the need of the time and he did brilliant work and he made the Election Commission respectable, and we are all beneficiaries of what he did. At the same time, even Mr. T.N. Seshan could not have been able to speak this kind of language that he eats politicians for breakfast, because he'll get indigestion.
Or he might have the ED knocking on his door, which is another question. Mr. Lavasa, the Seshan model is the way forward or not?
Rajdeep, if you
put
permit,
fear in the minds of politicians.
If you permit, I'll answer your question by another anecdote from cricket. Sir Grace, you know, when he was retiring, he was
W.G. Grace.
Yes, W.G.
The cricketer.
Grace. The cricketer. When he was retiring, he was invited by his village to play an exhibition match. So he went, and on the very first ball, he was out. And the umpire raised his finger. So Sir Grace walked up to the umpire and he said, look, all these guys have not come here to see your umpiring. They've come here to see my batting.
On that note, wonderful to have had 3 election commissioners speaking so candidly from their experience. I think we've all gained a lot from this conversation, and this is what we need really. We don't need confrontation, we need dialogue. And out of that dialogue, if we can create a more transparent election system, I think public faith in our elections will only be further strengthened. We are not like the other South Asian countries mentioned in Dr. Qureshi's book, many of whom do not have elections. There, if you lose an election, you're thrown into jail. So we are a bit better than I think most of the other countries, but we still need to raise the bar compared to what it is today. Become better and more transparent all the time. I thank all my panelists joining us here on the India Today South Conclave. Give them a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much.
Start to the event. I request all you gentlemen to please stay on stage, as I'd also like to call upon Mr. Amar Sinha, CEO, Radico Khaitan Limited, to hand over a token of our appreciation. Let's have a huge round of applause, please, for a wonderful start to this day, day 1 of the India Today Conclave South.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching the lunch break on India Today with me, Sriya Kundu. And at the very top of the segment, we have breaking news coming in. This is Prime Minister Modi, who is to address, or rather brief, the NDA MPs on the vice presidential polls. It is scheduled to take place today itself at 4 p.m. NDA MPs to be briefed in 3 batches is what we have picked up on the vice presidential polls. Now, sources have also said that NDA MPs are to be, in fact, briefed today in batches, and that union ministers are to brief the NDA allies at multiple locations on procedure to vote for the vice presidential polls. These are the latest details we are picking up just a day before the vice presidential polls, which is to take place tomorrow. We have Piyush Mishra joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details. Piyush, a very good afternoon to you. This is what we are picking up. Prime Minister is to brief the NDA MPs at 4 p.m. More importantly, it's to happen in 3 batches. What more details are we picking up with regards to how they are to proceed with it?
Well, that's right. 3 different meetings have been scheduled at the residence of Shrikant Shinde, Kaushal Singh, who is a JDU MP, and also the residence of TDP MP Shri Krishna Devaralu. So there are 3 different meetings those are taking place, and these meetings are of Shiv Sena, TDP and JDU MPs, and in these meetings one union cabinet minister will go and brief all the MPs about the procedure of voting for vice presidential posts. A presentation will also be given by the union minister, in which they are going to explain as to how to cast vote for vice presidential posts. So it's a day-long exercise which will begin at 12:30 p.m. at 3 different locations where the MPs of NDA allies will be present, and then from 2:45 p.m. there will be a meeting of BJP MPs in Parliament at Bollywood Auditorium, where the BJP MPs will be briefed by the government representatives. After this, at 4 p.m., what they're told is that PM Narendra Modi is going to address the gathering of all NDA MPs at Bollywood Auditorium, and this address is most likely will be on the vice presidential polls, which is all set to take place tomorrow. Remember that Narendra Modi had introduced C.P. Radhakrishnan to all the NDA MPs during the meeting of NDA Parliamentary Party. In that meeting, Prime Minister has spoken about the background of C.P. Radhakrishnan, and today, after the meeting, they are at 3 different locations when NDA MPs gather there in Parliament at Bollywood Auditorium. Prime Minister is going to tell them about the vice presidential polls, how important it is, and why it is important to have a leader like C.P. Radhakrishnan in the office of Vice President of India. So it's a day-long, jam-packed day for all the MPs of NDA. First, NDA MPs will be briefed by union ministers, and then after that, BJP MPs, a workshop will resume at 3 p.m. in Parliament.
Right, Piyush, given that the polls, the vice presidential polls are tomorrow, this comes in as a very crucial development. Piyush, thank you.
Building his state in many ways. He's someone who's got impeccable credentials, comes from one of India's storied political families, but is carving a niche on his own. Please welcome a minister in the government of Andhra Pradesh handling several important portfolios. Nara Lokesh is our special guest. Please welcome Lokesh here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, politicians come from different backgrounds. Some come from more privileged backgrounds than others. Others have to prove themselves over the years, even if they have a famous family surname. And that's exactly what our guest who joins us now has done. He played a crucial role in the victory of the Telugu Desam last year in Andhra Pradesh. His yatra had an important impact. And since then, as minister in key areas like IT, he's driving his state forward. Please welcome our special guest here on the India Today South Conclave, Nara Lokesh. Lokesh, welcome. I want to start by asking you a question which is going to play a major role in the next 24 hours. Tomorrow, around this time, the elections will be held to the Vice President of the country. And everyone wants to know what are the Telugu-speaking MPs going to do, because Revant Reddy, Chief Minister of Telangana, has made an appeal that this is a matter of Telugu pride that you vote for the opposition candidate, Justice Sudhakar Reddy. Is your party going to vote for Mr. Reddy, keeping in mind the Telugu factor, or are you going to stick with the NDA candidate, Mr. Radhakrishnan?
Rajdeep, thank you very much for having me here. It's always a pleasure. Telugu Desam Party has joined the NDA unconditionally, continues to support NDA unconditionally. We believe that right time, right place, right leader makes all the difference. We believe in the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister. So it could be the Vice President election or various other elections. Our support is very clear. We're going to support the candidate of the NDA. Two, after the NDA announced the candidate, myself along with all my MPs, we went and wished CPR sir in Delhi. And Sudhakar Reddy Garu was announced as a candidate after that. So they knew that we are supporting CPR Garu. The support is quite clear, and they played politics with it. And we are not going to succumb to such politics.
You're saying they played politics with it. CPR is from this part of the world, from Tamil Nadu, and you've got Sudhakar Reddy, who is someone born in what is now Telangana, but is being projected as a symbol of Telugu pride. So what happens to the Telugu pride? This is a vote which individual MPs can take. You don't have a party whip. What if some of your MPs decide, no, Telugu pride matters more than anything else? Is there a Telugu pride factor in the Vice President candidate being someone who's a Telugu bidda?
No, Bharat first.
Bharat first.
Bharat first. That's been our agenda. We are quite clear on it. It's important that we continue to support the leadership that can lead India from the front. We believe that that is the Honorable Prime Minister. We support his leadership 100%, undisputed. So we are not going to get distracted by a Vice President elections in that sense.
It's very interesting you're saying this, because I remember last year when the general election results came out, everyone's eyes were on Chandrababu Naidu. And even today in Delhi, every few weeks there are whispers. Will Chandrababu Naidu stay with Narendra Modi? Could he be offered the prime ministership and become an opposition prime minister? I interviewed your father when you all completed 1 year, and he made it very clear, I'm sticking with the NDA. Is the son also echoing what the father says? Are you going to once and for all scotch all these rumors that Chandrababu Naidu has one eye on the prime ministership and he's waiting for the right moment to strike?
Chandrababu Naidu ji has both eyes on Andhra Pradesh. His agenda is very clear. He wants to make Andhra Pradesh number one.
Okay.
There is no second thoughts about it. In the past also we have said, we are to Gully leaders, we are not Delhi leaders. So we enjoy Gully politics. So we are here to develop our states. So let's put a full stop to all these rumors for the next 4 years. The next election will be in 2029. We will support this administration, this government, one-sided. On matter of bills, if there are any opinions, we'll express it in a closed door setting.
But unconditional support otherwise?
Absolutely.
Absolutely unconditional support till 2029. Telugu Desam is firmly with NDA, come what may.
Beyond 29.
Okay. Okay.
I just refer to 2029 because there's an election in 2029. See, once you believe in a leader, see, I'm a person who believes that one person can make all the difference. And history has shown it. Look at Singapore, look at Malaysia. Look at erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, Mr. Naidu did it. I believe the Honorable Prime Minister is the right leadership, right time, right place that India needs. And it's going to be an unconditional support.
Okay, I take your view. It's very different from what the situation was in 2019 when Chandrababu Naidu ji was against the BJP, but times change. We will, that's politics, I guess, in this country.
Well, we are humans. We do make mistakes. And we learn from our mistakes.
Okay. You mentioned bills specifically. There are a couple of contentious bills that have come up in recent times. For example, in the last parliament session, a bill has been brought to amend the criminal laws in a manner that if a minister or a chief minister or even the prime minister is arrested in a case and doesn't get bail for 30 days, he or she has to resign immediately. Do you support that bill, or do you believe that bill can be misused by your political rivals, whoever is in power, to target someone they don't like?
So I strongly believe that India needs clean politics. It's very, very important. With rising income levels and per GDP growing at the pace at which it is, we'll be a multi-trillion-dollar economy and tens of trillion-dollar economy. And so will there might be a potential where corruption will also rise. So it's important to have clean politics. I believe that in the past, Supreme Court has given clear guidelines that any political cases against politicians have to be tried and judgments have to be given within the year. It's unfortunate that that is not happening in India. I believe that serious reforms have to come in. Politicians should be held accountable for, in a different level. At the same time, as far as this particular bill, I believe that guardrails have to be there so that it's not misused.
Because that is a fear, isn't it? You've seen it in Andhra Pradesh itself. Your father was jailed when he was in the opposition. There's talk that y'all are now targeting Jagan Mohan Reddy. Given the nature of our politics, do you believe that some protection therefore needs to be there for politicians? Otherwise, bills like this can be misused.
Rajdeep, we are not targeting anyone in Andhra Pradesh. If someone's broken the law, they're going to face music of the law. That's about it. There's no targeting, no selection happening in that sense.
No vendetta.
No vendetta.
You put Chandrababu Naidu ji Gadu in jail, I will put Jagan Reddy in jail.
Well, if Naidu ji wanted to do it, he could have done it by now. That's not our interest. Our interest is our state. Our interest is to make Andhra Pradesh number one across all sectors. And that's the single agenda with which we are working. Number one. Number two, in the past they made it very clear that if anyone breaks the law, they'll have to face music, including Lokesh. If I break the law, it will be Mr. Naidu who will send me to jail first. I don't need opposition. He will do it. No second thoughts about it. His own son, his own party, he will not hesitate.
No father is sending his son to jail.
Well, if I make a mistake, if I break the law, believe me, Mr. Naidu will send me to jail. No second thoughts about it. Saying that if you look at even the Waqf bill, we had our opinion. We expressed it in the JPC. We spoke about it threadbare. And the amendments that we had given, it was accepted. So I believe that there's a role that opposition can play. There is a role that allies of NDA can play in the dispensation. And I believe we should get the better out of the bill.
But are you not worried that you're working, therefore, within a BJP-dominated ecosystem? Yes, in Andhra Pradesh, you are the party number one, but the BJP wants to dominate the politics of the country. Eventually, they will marginalize and finish or try and finish all the regional parties. Does that worry you, or are you all confident enough that you will be able to have a relationship of equals with the BJP?
I will maintain my relationship with the people of Andhra Pradesh. They decide where we sit. So as long as I'm in their heart, I believe I will be strong. So we forget that and we simply politicalize everything. So whatever we do will be in the interest of the people of Andhra Pradesh, and I believe that is what has made TDP strong. In our 40 plus years of existence, that's what made us strong.
So is that the way it is? In southern India, BJP will always be the junior partner to AIDMK, junior partner to TDP, and wait and watch for the right moment where they can suddenly dominate. Or you believe southern India is very different? Here, regional parties call the shots.
I believe Telugu Desam party is very different. I can speak about Telugu Desam party. I can't speak about other political establishments out there. We are strong. We continue to make our party stronger. Generationally, leadership transition has happened in the party. We are carrying everyone together. It's one of the if you look at the kind of MLAs that we have, 50% of them are first-timers, 17 out of the 25 ministers are first-timers. So we bring a lot of raw energy, passion and commitment to do good for our state.
I just want to ask you on one other major national issue. We just had a panel of chief election commissioners and election commissioners on the contentious issue that there is, according to some opposition parties, vote theft taking place in the country, vote chori. Do you believe there is vote chori taking place in India as the opposition alleges? Do you believe that this special intensive drive will be used to benefit the government? Where do you stand?
See, as a political party, we have a very, very robust structure which goes down to the booth. In the past, when electoral rolls were revised, we would get the data, as in we would get the physical format, digitize it, and study which age group the voters have been deleted, added, where they moved. We would actually do all this analysis. This is not new to TDP. We've been doing this for now almost a decade and a half. In the past, we've expressed our opinions on various subjects. We believe that the voter list should be robust, and the SIR should happen. Should happen not just before elections, but we should give enough of time for people to actually represent their views. So if my vote is deleted, I should have enough of time to have my vote be re-registered, and so on and so forth. So therefore, as a political party, we have a very robust mechanism where any voter that's deleted, we actually check whether it's true, whether it's fair or not, and then we have a mechanism to again enroll them.
Do you believe there is vote chori?
Absolutely not.
There's no vote chori?
No vote chori.
So it's the loser's lament. Whoever loses out claims vote chori.
Yeah, it looks like Congress realized the importance of voter list today. We understand the importance of voter list since our inception of our party. That is the most fundamental thing. We've been very focused on it. See, when we met the Election Commission also, our MPs made it very clear on how it should be done, and we expressed our opinion strongly.
Let me ask you one last question on a national subject, because you're also HRD minister of your state. Now, we are in Tamil Nadu, which has strongly objected to the national education policy, 3-language formula, believes that this is an imposition of Hindi through the back door. You, on the other hand, your father and you have both supported the idea of 3 languages and allowing Hindi to be taught in schools. Why? There is a fear, you don't have the fear that Hindi will be imposed through the back door?
Let's take a step back and let's talk about language, right? If you look at it, when I met the Honorable Minister in Delhi, Dharmendra Pradhanji, he made it very clear that we should look at medium of instruction in Telugu, not even English. He said Telugu mein karna hai. Mother tongue is very, very important. But as an Indian, I know the importance of learning Hindi. I'm a product of 3 languages, English, Telugu and Hindi. My son is also a product of 3 languages today. And in Andhra, it's not just about 3. Why shouldn't our kids learn 5 languages? Today, our kids are learning German, Japanese, so that they can actually go work in those countries. Where opportunities are there, I think we should learn a language. And with all fairness, NEP has said 3 languages. It has not said Hindi should be the 3rd language.
So what would you tell the people of Tamil Nadu today? Because their government is fearing the idea that this is Hindi through the back door.
I think it's important that our citizens, learn whichever language they want. Give them the opportunity. So what is wrong?
Okay.
So no one is saying the 3rd language the 3rd language has to be Hindi. No one has said that. There's no law in that effect.
But maybe the time has come where some of the North Indian states also start learning South Indian languages.
Why not? And there are billboards, there are directional boards in various North Indian states which are in South Indian languages. In Andhra Pradesh, the state board, we actually, medium of instruction in the borders, we have Oriya, we have Tamil, we have Kannada. It exists already. We're doing it.
Okay, so it should all happen organically without imposition is the way forward.
No, based on the local requirement. What do the kids want?
Okay.
Let's keep the kids as the center of our universe, not politics. And then talk about NEP, right?
That's a good point. Let's come to Andhra Pradesh, a state that you're saying you want to make state number 1. Now, when you took over the government in 2024, the state debt had ballooned from 3 lakh crore in 2019 to about 9 lakh crores in 2024. And it is still a big challenge managing the fiscal debt because you all had made various promises during the elections, handouts, and thereby your fiscal debt, many believe, remains a major cause of concern. How do you then attract investment and make Andhra Pradesh, as you want to call it, state number 1, when you have such a massive fiscal debt problem?
We are already attracting investments because we have a brand ambassador called Chandrababu Naidu ji. If you look at it, India's largest steel plant is coming to Visakhapatnam. We're getting data centers to Visakhapatnam. We're getting various IT companies to Visakhapatnam now. We're getting a lot of electronics manufacturing companies to Rayalaseema. Reliance is building the largest CBG projects in Andhra Pradesh. We're already attracting investments across board. And in the 6 promises that we made, the first promise is to create 20 lakh jobs in 5 years. We were the only political party to have the audacity to put a number to the number of jobs we are going to create in 5 years. And we are going about chasing those jobs.
But you're still a long way from that target. I mean, you're throwing this at people that we are going to create these jobs. It's still a big challenge, surely. And you are attracting investments, yes, but you're doing it by giving huge concessions. You just gave what? 99 paise land allotment?
Yes, that is to TCS.
To TCS?
Absolutely, why not? Because look at it, if TCS is going to create 25,000 jobs, which is the case in this particular geo that we have given, look at the kind of ecosystem that they're going to create. It's called the first mover advantage. If I have to compete with Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, UP, various other states out there, Gujarat, then I have to think outside the box. See, a lot of people criticized Mr. Naidu in a similar fashion in the past. They said, why do you need 5,000 acres to build an airport in Hyderabad? Please go and look at that airport today. Even for the next 100 years, they don't need to talk about a second airport, while Karnataka today is talking about a second airport. You need leadership with vision. You need a lot of boldness to do things, and we're doing it. And we have looked at the economic rationale, the kind of economic activity and state taxes that all these youngsters are going to pay outweighs giving land at a market price to TCS. And we'll continue to attract investments across board.
I like the way you're openly talking of competing with other states. It's almost as if you're saying, you're telling people, please don't go to Hyderabad, come to Visakhapatnam. I mean, Hyderabad, which many years ago, Chandrababu Naidu said he was the one who had transformed it. Now you're saying, you don't need to go to Hyderabad, I'll give you a discounted rate and you can have all the land you want in Visakhapatnam. It's interesting because is that the way forward? That states will compete with each other for investments. And that's the way the southern ecosystem in a way will be built. Don't come to Coimbatore, come instead to Tamil Nadu. Come instead to Andhra Pradesh.
Now you're pitting cities versus each other. I think that's not our agenda. Our agenda is states should compete and entrepreneurs should benefit out of it. You know, a lot of startups in specific sectors like space, in the recent time, we have given them land, 200 acres, to build a launch pad, to take satellites up. We have done it. So we are, I believe, at the end, entrepreneurs will benefit out of this. And states have to compete. There's nothing wrong. I believe that's very, very important in this day and age. And it will only make us better. It will enable us to deliver on the promise of speed of doing business.
Because there was a controversy recently also over Hindustan Aeronautics Limited. Because aerospace is one of the areas that you're looking at as a growth area. And there was reports that HAL may move out of Karnataka and come to Andhra Pradesh. It was eventually, that rumor was scotched by Karnataka itself. But is that how you see it? That if there is a company which today doesn't want to invest in a Karnataka or Kerala, please come to Andhra Pradesh, we are welcoming you. Is that the attitude that you want to bring? Even if it means some kind of a tug of war with the state.
Mr. Naidu made it very clear. HAL is going to be in Karnataka, no second thoughts about it. We have not asked them to relocate. But if the local government is unable to give, any government is unable to take care of their investors, and when there is a state willing to, give a handout and say, come, let's build the ecosystem together, what is wrong? We are the traffic-free side of Bangalore airport. So that's where Kia ecosystem exists. Kia also, we fought with various other states and got it to Andhra Pradesh. I believe it's important that states learn to compete rather than crib about it.
But is it a big challenge for you, Nara Lokesh, because you're from a state which was, in a way, created just a decade ago. And you could even almost call it a greenfield in that sense. Versus, let's say, Hyderabad, which already had a built-in infrastructure for IT over 20 years. Is that a big challenge when an investor comes and has to choose between Hyderabad's infrastructure and then a Visakhapatnam? Is that a major challenge you've had as a relatively new greenfield state?
Well, it's Fortune 500 company versus a startup. So we are a startup state. We are hungry. We are entrepreneurs. We have the desire. We have the fire in our belly to go attract investments. Now, as we speak, our MSME minister, my colleague was in the summer Davos, where they're doing the MSME conference there, understanding how to create a vibrant MSME ecosystem. So it's not just about big boys. We are focused on MSMEs. We're focused on handlooms, textile. So across sectors, we believe that Andhra Pradesh has an important role to play, and we're going to play that role.
One of the challenges Andhra Pradesh had, particularly in those early years, soon after statehood, and the bifurcation of the states in 2014 was funds. At the time, Chandrababu Naidu ji Gadu wanted special status. That's gone. But you've leveraged your power with the center to get funds. I keep meeting a lot of other opposition-ruled state ministers and chief ministers who say, Chandrababu Naidu just has to pick up the phone to a bureaucrat and funds keep pouring in. In July 2024, you demanded financial support of more than 1 lakh crores. December 2024, Mr. Naidu met Prime Minister, sought special assistance. July 2025, you have sought 10,000 crores support. It seems that you have struck a very good deal. You will support the NDA government, they will give you the funds. Yes or no?
As I said, our support to NDA is unconditional.
The funds are part of the condition.
No. Again, you put the condition, I didn't. It's unconditional. But look at it. If you look at projects, semiconductor projects, one of the projects went to Punjab. So are they going to say that, NDA government is against AAP in Punjab? No. So states are competing. Now look at it. When I met Ashwini ji and I said, let's look at, why don't you put in a good word for Andhra Pradesh among investors? He said, I'm giving you a challenge, which I gave to every minister across states. He said, bring about 2 reforms. One is labor reform. The other one is land conversion reform. If you're the first state to do it, I will support you. And we did it. In 45 days, I did it. That's the exciting part. So states should learn to reform. And there's a government in Delhi willing to support a state that is hungry. If they are complacent, I'm sorry, but they cannot blame Government of India for it.
We are also discussing investments and growth, Nara Lokesh, at a time when there is concern over Trump's tariffs. And your state is one of the leaders, for example, in seafood exports, which could be hit, and many fear its aquaculture will be hit by Trump's tariffs. We are in Coimbatore, where a number of people fear that hosiery and smaller garment factories will be hit by Trump's tariffs. How concerning are the tariffs to you, given your desire to take your state to another growth level trajectory?
It is a challenge, but India thrives under challenge. We bring about reforms when we are challenged. That's the way we operate. So I said, okay, this is a problem statement. I got all the Aqua boys in a room. I said, let's look at the entire ecosystem. And I said, okay, 25% is the challenge. Now tell me, what should Government of India and Government of Andhra Pradesh do to offset this 25%? Chalo, ye reform laya. Okay, we're going to offset 2%. State will give power at a subsidized price for a limited period. We'll offset 5%. So we worked on the equation. I said, okay, here is the solution to offset the 25%. This is what Government of India has to do. This is what state government has to do. And we are now working with central government to deliver on that.
What about seafood exports, for example, to give you a specific, since that's concerned with your state? How are you going to reassure seafood exporters in a state like Andhra Pradesh? Don't worry, we will not allow Trump tariffs to destabilize your industry.
This is the exact activity I've done with the seafood exporters. I got them in a room, 3 hours working session. I said, we have to solve the 25% problem. Tell me, how can I reduce? So 25% ka hai. You take this decision, okay, 5% we can augment. We've done it. We've done a working group already. We are ready for it. At the state level, we're going about implementing the decisions we have taken in that working group. And we have already shared our recommendations to Government of India. And we will augment it.
But are you worried that there will be a hit that the economy will take, including your state economy?
There will be challenges. I won't say a hit. But then crisis is an opportunity. Let's use this as an opportunity. Because Aqua is extremely dependent on the US. Let's look at opening up to Russia, China, and in a better way to Europe. So we're quite clear.
When I hear you speak, I almost think that, is this what they taught you at the Stanford School of Business? That, treat a crisis as an opportunity? Is that a benefit to have gone and done an MBA and then come back and put in a closed door room, sit with seafood exporters to decide how are you going to meet the challenge of Donald Trump?
Padayatra helped me. So, when you walk, you really understand the geography far better. You understand people's aspiration much better. The granular things is what matters. If you look at Aqua prices, farm gate prices has continued to be stable. But I know what's going to happen in 2 weeks from now. I know what's going to happen from a month from now. So I'm able to foresee that challenge. And that's where, of course, an MBA helps. I'm able to foresee that challenge, and we are working on resolving this.
So what going ahead are the big challenges for you to make Andhra Pradesh this state number one? As I said, there is the challenge of the fiscal deficit because of the condition of the parlous condition, financial condition your state was. There's also the Amravati challenge. A lot of critics of your government continue to say, why is Chandrababu obsessed with building this capital city in Amravati in the middle of nowhere? Is this because he still cannot get over the fact that Hyderabad has gone away, his dream city is no longer his, therefore I need to create an alternate? Do you really believe the Amravati dream can sustain itself and turn into a city of the future?
Absolutely. And I think India needs 100 Amravatis. India should learn to build new cities altogether. What's wrong? That is what Cyberabad is. If you look at what Cyberabad is today, it is a new city. Hyderabad, Secunderabad, and then came Cyberabad. All in what? 30 years? And today Cyberabad is supporting the entire economy of Telangana. So what's wrong in dreaming? These are the same people who said, does a computer feed you? In Telugu they said, computer annam bedtunda. Does computer feed you? Look at how IT is supporting our youngsters today. So it takes one visionary who has this big audacious goal to go deliver. And Mr. Naidu is a doer and a deliver. He's done it in the past, he'll do it all over again.
So in the middle of farmlands with accusations that farmers' lands are being taken away, you believe that's a very old way of looking at the idea of building a new city?
When farmers themselves are willing to give land, and they're saying we want to be part of this growth story, then what is the problem? There's no issue in that sense. When people are willing to come forward and create a knowledge economy in a small area, it's 35,000 acres. It's a beautiful ecosystem that we're going to build, a world-class infrastructure we're going to build. And I believe this is the way India should look at actually building cities.
Do you believe, therefore, that IT, which you made one of your sort of unique selling points is the way that a state like Andhra Pradesh will distinguish itself from its counterparts. Use this IT, AI revolution that's going to take place to transform the way the businesses are done. Will you be manufacturing-led, or do you become a service sector, IT, AI-led knowledge economy? Which are there two models out there and which one would you choose?
Andhra will fuse both.
Andhra will fuse both?
Yes. We are an extremely long state. If you look at our geography, we are an extremely long state. So each district, we have said, okay, this is going to be the focus area. And in that, we looked at vertical and horizontal integration. Now, what do I mean by vertical? Let's take a cell phone as an example. There are a lot of components that go into a mobile phone manufacturing. I believe that India needs to learn to build ecosystems. So within a 100-kilometer radius, we want to build the entire vertical ecosystem. So it could be the camera lens module manufacturer, the Li battery, the casing, the display, the haptic engine, the whole 9 yards we're going to build. Horizontal integration is where my ministry comes in. Education, skill development, testing equipment. So I believe we should learn to build this kind of sustainable ecosystems, and that's exactly what we're going to do in Andhra. And it's going to be across board. In manufacturing, even in IT. And with all fairness, we are working towards quantum computing. And India's first 158 qubit quantum computer is going to come to Amravati. And January is the timeline for it.
Is that also, since you're also HRD Education Minister, does that also require the way we change our education system to make people more skilled? I thought one of the more interesting aspects your father revealed to me in an interview last year was, I don't believe in caste census. India should have a skill census. We need to skill the young and give them the skills that will enable them to adjust to this new economy. How are you actually going to move in that direction to actually make youngsters skilled for this new economy that you talk about?
As education minister, I keep thinking that my responsibility is both for the mind and the soul. So if you look at it, we are now integrating our youngsters to the market. So we're coming about with a Naipunyam portal where in certain traits, we're actually going to test our kids. And on a framework, we're going to say this is where they rank and you can hire them. It's a very transparent mechanism where supply and demand is matched and there's a skill intervention. We have done this for nursing recently, where close to 18 kids are going to Germany as healthcare professionals. And I believe we can send close to 50,000 of them
and
to different
these could be from small rural areas?
All of them are from rural areas. All of them are from rural areas across castes. I believe that is the magic we can do. See, while jobs is important, I believe that our fundamental fabric of Bharat is equally important. And that's something that I've been very passionate about. Gender diversity, respecting women. This is something I believe it should start at home. It should start from kindergarten all the way up to PhD. There are a lot of colloquial words in Telugu language that we use, like, are you wearing bangles? So when you want to demean a person, you say this. Are you wearing a sari? Don't behave like a girl. Don't cry like a girl. And this is something I'm taking quite seriously. You know, first grade, second grade textbooks have pictures, household chores, all of them being done by women. Why is that the case? In the US, Brahmani and I shared work 50-50. So we changed the photos. We made it 50-50. And if you look at all the sports persons' pictures in the books, it's all men. Now we're making it 50-50. Even women should aspire to be part of the sports ecosystem. And that's where I believe we should work towards, the mind and the soul.
You know, when I hear you, it's interesting because I told you this once. I interviewed your late grandfather, the great N.T. Ramarao in the early 90s. Then, of course, your father as he was building Hyderabad. And now the son. I fear that ages me. But I want to understand, how are you different to your father and grandfather? How is Nara look? Are you someone who wants to use them as role models? Or you want to carve your own path? You're very different to your father and grandfather. How are you different to them, or are you very similar to them?
The fruit doesn't fall far from the tree. So I draw great inspiration from them. I learn a lot. It's like, Teacher's Day I said it. My lifelong teacher is my father. And that's the Indian fabric. Right? You learn a lot from your father. You learn a lot from your mother, your grandparents at home. A lot of values come from them, and that's what makes us That's what makes Bharat great. No second thoughts about it. But then there are occasions where I disagree with our leadership. I disagree with my father. You know, in cabinet also I disagree with certain views. So he gives us the flexibility to voice our opinions. And that's what is the making of a great leader. And Mr. Naidu enables us to do it.
No, is that a generational fight? That you have a very different way of looking at the world, and he still has a very different way of looking at the world. He's still, if I may say so, much more of a politician who became a technocrat. You're the other way around. You're someone who's had all the benefit of a fine foreign education. You come back, you were a technocrat who's had to become a politician. Is that a difference? Is there a generational clash between Nara Lokesh and Chandrababu Naidu?
Had to is a wrong word. No one forced me to become a politician. In my essay for my Stanford MBA, I made it very clear that I will become a politician and I will lead my state from the front. So I was always inspired. I was always passionate about being a politician and serving my people. And yes, I mean, generational shift will happen in India. It's just a matter of time. But I believe that, Mr. Naidu is the right leader for Andhra Pradesh and we are all here to support him.
Okay, there's a lot of young people here listening to you. I know there's a large Telugu diaspora which watches your videos very closely, as well as a lot of young people here. What is the best thing that you would say about politics to encourage the young to join politics? And what's the worst thing about politics?
So, last few days I've been visiting schools. So I asked the kids, I said, how many of you want to be engineers? Everyone raised hands. Doctors, a few raised hands. Lawyers, IAS, IPS officer, and few other professions. But then when I said politician, no one raised their hand. And that worries me. Because well-educated individuals should enter politics. We have to lead from the front. The change that we want to bring about in politics, we have to lead it. No one is going to do our job.
Even if they don't have a family surname?
Absolutely. Look at the way in Andhra we have done it. Teachers have become, a teacher is now our home minister. Political parties enable us. There are great opportunities for youngsters to be part of the ecosystem. And in Andhra Pradesh, Telugu Desam Party, since 1982, has encouraged youngsters, people from various professions to come up.
So you don't believe that you have to be part of a dynasty to enter politics?
Absolutely not. You know, if you look at Telugu Desam Party, we've handled all three very well. We've carried legacies forward. You know, Ram Mohan Naidu is a great example of it. He's doing an amazing job. He's a cabinet minister at the central government on his own right. He's done exceptionally well. Second, we have leaders who've been 3-time MLAs to up to 7-time MLAs. We are carrying them. Then we have youngsters. 50% of them are first-time MLAs. We are also taking them together. I believe that all of us have an important role to play in Indian politics. And together, that's what makes Telugu Desam Party different from other political establishments.
What's the worst thing about politics? When do you think, I have had enough of this, I want to nicely relax and go on a nice holiday away from all of this?
Well, I do like to take breaks. I'm also human.
What's your favorite holiday destination?
There's nothing like a favorite holiday destination. It depends on the season and where I would like to go. And am I going with my wife or with my son or with my parents? So it depends on where we...
So where would you go with your wife and son and where with the parents?
Devansh loves to ski. So if it's a winter break, we go skiing. So that's there. With my parents, it's exceptionally difficult to take Mr. Naidu on a break because everyone recognizes him. So I find a destination where no one can recognize him. And then I take him to such a destination.
There is no place in the world where there isn't a Telugu speaker. And if there is a Telugu speaker, I'm sure they'll find you. I want to end though by thanking Nara Lokesh for something he did. About a few months ago, my colleague Apurva, who covers Andhra Pradesh, did a story on a village which was completely cut off by water bodies, and therefore the children were struggling to reach their school, which was several kilometers away. A report by Apurva and on the BBC about the condition of the students inspired or pushed Nara Lokesh to ensure that the children will have a school where they live. And I think when a politician responds so quickly to what is done, it's a sign, Nara Lokesh, that you are a politician of Gen Next who is willing to change with the times. So for that and much else, we appreciate you joining us. And it's always a pleasure to listen to a Gen Next politician who has a mission at the moment to make Andhra Pradesh one of India's leading states. Ladies and gentlemen, Please give a big hand to Nara Lokesh.
Thank you, Rajdeep.
Thanks, Doctor. Thank you. Thank you.
And that has been a wonderful session. I request both you gentlemen to please stay on stage, as I'd like to thank our session sponsor G Square, and also call on stage Mr. Bala Ramajayam, MD of G.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
How is he always winning?
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto. Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
Hi, here are the top headlines presented by Motorola. India alliance to hold mock poll ahead of vice president election. Blood moon visible during total lunar eclipse across many countries. Russia launches massive drone attack on Ukraine. Over 800 drones downed.
Welcome back. You're watching India Today, and this is the lunch break this hour that we're bringing to you. And at the very top of this segment, here is a report. And this is from the health sector. Cancer is still one of the biggest health problems in the world. But now, Russian scientists say that they've made a major breakthrough. A vaccine called Enteromix that could be helping the body fight cancer on its own. The results so far from the phase 1 clinical trial are creating a lot of buzz. Let's take a look at this very report for more details.
Cancer remains one of mankind's leading cause of deaths. By 2050, doctors fear over 3.5 crore new cancer cases every year. Amid this enters humanity's latest breakthrough to prevent cancer. Enteromix, the new cancer prevention vaccine developed by Russian scientists, with a claimed efficiency of 100% in early tests. The vaccine will train the body's own immune system to fight and find cancer cells using mRNA technology. This technology helps your body make special proteins from the virus. Your immune system sees these proteins as foreign and starts making antibodies to fight them. These antibodies then help target cancer cells in a more efficient way. The same technology is used in some COVID vaccines. The Enteromix vaccine makes traditional treatments like chemotherapy or radiation redundant. Phase 1 clinical trial data shows the vaccine could shrink tumors and slow cancer growth by 60 to 80% in patients, depending on the type of cancer. But the vaccine needs to go through larger Phase 2 and Phase 3 trials to prove safety and efficacy. Till then, the world remains in hope of defeating the biggest health scourge ever to plague humans. Bureau Report, India Today.
And with that, we've come to an end to this edition of the Bulletin. But do stay tuned to India Today as we come back with all the top stories and the latest updates in the next hour. Stay tuned.
This is how people are living in the national capital. It's not just shocking, it's just so sad. People continue to live here as if, some of them, as if nothing has happened, and that's what is bizarre. We are in Delhi's Civil Lines area, and this is how the river Yamuna looks like at this point in time. With Simran and Sanjay in New Delhi, Sneha Moldani for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting, only on India Today TV.
Very good afternoon, viewers. You're watching the lunch break on India Today with me, Sriya Kundu, and we have all the top stories lined up for you this hour. But before that, we'll quickly take a look at the headlines doing the rounds at the very top of the hour. Vice presidential polls take centre stage. Prime Minister Modi to brief NDA MPs on vice presidential polls at 4 p.m. today. BJP holds VP poll workshop. BRS decides to abstain from voting. AAP's web series analogy to attack Delhi Chief Minister. AAP's Fulera Panchayat jibe at Delhi Chief Minister after Rekha's husband attends a government meeting. Says Delhi government turns into Fulera Panchayat. India Today Conclave South kicks off. Andhra Mantri Nara Lokesh rejects vote chori charge, vows NDA support in vice presidential war, backs three-language policy, rejects Hindi imposition charge. Mallikarjun Kharge's heartless take on crop loss. On camera, Kharge lashes out at farmer. Kisan shows crop loss. Kharge snubs. Kharge warns farmer. No publicity stunt. BJP hits back. Lambasts Congress chief, says Congress insults farmers. India's Choksi hunt intensifies. India gives big extradition assurance. India says no solitary confinement for Choksi. India pledges 24/7 security monitor for Choksi. With that, we are in fact bringing to you breaking news that's coming in. This is with regards to a story that has in fact come to light in the national capital today. BJP has now hit out at the Aam Aadmi Party over the Fulera Panchayat jibe. BJP has come out to say Sunita Kejriwal sat on Chief Minister Kejriwal's chair. Illegal orders were signed by the Chief Minister Madam under Kejriwal. And Aam Aadmi Party's Fulera Panchayat jibe that was in fact made at the Delhi Chief Minister. Remember, these were visuals that are on your screens right now, wherein Chief Minister's husband was seen attending the government meeting. And this is where the Aam Aadmi Party had launched attacks and said the Delhi government has turned into a Fulera Panchayat. Now, if you're wondering what the Fulera Panchayat is all about, the jibe is all about, it is Aam Aadmi Party's analogy to the web series. In their attack against the Delhi Chief Minister. This is the series Panchayat that they are speaking of. Aam Aadmi Party in fact even posts photo of Chief Minister Rekha's husband at the government meeting. In the web series Panchayat, the husband of the women's Sarpanch informally was seen exercising authority, in fact oftentimes overshadowing the Sarpanch herself, which is the person who held the very post. Now we have Piyush Mishra joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details into this very story now with the BJP's attack coming in. Piyush, a very good afternoon to you. Let's understand now that the BJP has also come out to launch attacks, and this time they are citing the time when Arvind Kejriwal was behind bars and it was Sunita Kejriwal who had temporarily taken over. She was seen addressing press. She was seen even going ahead with orders that were signed by the Chief Minister, that was Arvind Kejriwal. We have more breaking news coming in at this given point. We will bring to your highlight this particular news that we are picking up. Social media ban sparks protests in Nepal. These are the visuals we are in fact getting. It's a Gen Z revolution that's been started against the Oli government in Nepal against social media ban. The new generation of the country has in fact started demonstrations against the government's ban on social media and corruption. Thousands of youth were in fact, as you can see on your screen, seen marching on the streets and shouting slogans against the government during this demonstration. demonstration itself, the government had in fact disrupted phones and internet services for hours. Now, despite the social media ban, the youth had made some social media their medium and called for the demonstrations today. The youth seemed angry with the ban on 26 social media accounts, which includes the likes of Facebook, platform X, WhatsApp, YouTube by the Nepal government. And now the Gen Z youth has come out to the streets to demonstrate, and it's been named the Gen Z revolution at this given point. That is what we are picking up. You can see the numbers in which they have come out on the streets to, in fact, express their frustration on the very ban. The reasons behind this ban, some of them, if I were to quickly sum it up for you, was non-compliance with government rules to register locally and establish accountability mechanisms. Platforms were required to appoint local liaison officers, grievance officers, and implement self-regulation and content moderation, which they were unable to do. The government's aim is also to curb online hate speech, misinformation, and cybercrime. Anil Giri joining us from Kathmandu at this given point. Anil, if you could take us through what the situation is like, give us a pulse of the ground. We can see the numbers in which these students and the youth have come out on the streets at this given point.
You know, thousands of Gen Z generation, youth, they are coming in the street in Kathmandu, protesting against the, corrupt, political system, political party leader. And they're also protesting against the, the social media ban, and they want to clean up the, political, this mess. So they spontaneously, thousands of Nepali youth, probably more than 25,000, youths are coming in the street, and they are marching towards the parliament building. And the local police, local administration in Kathmandu, they have imposed the curfew. And the situation is in the ground is very volatile, and situation is very, very scary in Kathmandu right now. Yes.
Absolutely, we can understand. Given the visuals we are in fact picking up from there, just to set some context for our viewers, take us through what exactly was this ban all about that the youth is protesting against in Kathmandu at this point.
So I am not hearing your voice properly. Could you repeat your question?
Anil, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I am hearing right now, yes.
Yes. My question is, what was the ban with regards to, why was there a ban on social media platforms in the first place?
So, the government said that so they have to register the social media. They have to come and register the social media in our system so that, they can contain the filters and something like that. So this has been created a huge opposition from the public, and it has become a huge backlash from the public and the new generation. So there is a backlash among the public. So there is the government has unnecessarily put this kind of condition to come and register the social media like Facebook, YouTube and Twitter and others. More 26. The government has categorized the 26 different social media platform to come and register there in the government system, and they have been imposing, and the government has said that if they are not going to register in the government system, they will disband them. They will ban them. So that is the main reason. That is why there is a frustration among the local. There is a frustration not only youth, even general people who are the users of the social media. They are also very much angry over the government decision. So they are demanding the unban of the social media. The major demands of the youth are also is that to please unban the social media, please stop corruption, corrupt system, and please clean up the political, system. So that is why thousands and thousands of youths are now coming in the street in Kathmandu since early morning, and they are protesting in Kathmandu.
We can see the numbers in which they have turned up. Anil, thank you, in fact, for joining us and giving us a pulse of the situation from Kathmandu at this given point. In fact, viewers, as we speak, we have Nepal MP Siraj Faruqi also joining us on the broadcast. मिस्टर फारूकी, आपसे पहले ये पूछना पहले तो हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए धन्यवाद। काफ़ी मात्रा में हम देख रहे हैं ये जो यंगस्टर्स आए हैं प्रोटेस्ट करने के लिए इस बैन के ऊपर, आप क्या कहना चाहेंगे इसके बारे में?
देखिए, ये एक्चुअली ये अपोजिशन भी इसमें जो है इन्वॉल्व हो गया है और इस तरीके से जो है उसको पुशअप कर रहे हैं लोग जो है, और जाहिर सी बात है ये यंगस्टर के लिए तो ये सोशल मीडिया का जो है ये बेहतर साधन था इनके लिए, और उसके लिए जो है बंद किया। और कल भी मिनिस्टर से बात हुई थी इस जो है संबंध में, लेकिन उन्होंने वो लाइटली लिया जैसा लग रहा है, और इसकी गंभीरता को लोगों ने नहीं समझा। और आज जो प्रोटेस्ट हो रहा है ये सिर्फ काठमांडू नहीं है, ये मैं समझ रहा हूँ कि बड़े जितने भी शहर हैं नेपाल के, ये हर जगह पर हो रहा है। और अभी भी पता चला है कि जो है वो संसद भवन जो है वो वहाँ पर भी जो है वो एंट्री करके गए हैं उनके कंपाउंड में, जिसकी जो है कुछ लाठीचार्ज वगैरह भी किया है, सुगैस वगैरह भी किया है, लेकिन इससे ये हल नहीं, मसला हल होने वाला नहीं है। इस पर सरकार को फौरन ध्यान देना चाहिए। जो है अभी भी गृह मंत्री हम एक मीटिंग की उसमें बैठे हुए थे और फौरन उन्होंने जो है कहा कि नहीं, कंट्रोल करने की कोशिश हो रही है जो है।
सिराज जी, हम एक ऐसे वक्त पर हम इस मुद्दे को देख रहे हैं जब सोशल मीडिया एक काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स काफ़ी इम्पोर्टेंट है, और हम देख रहे हैं यूथ कितनी फ्रस्ट्रेटेड है इस बैन को लेके। तो गवर्नमेंट का ये डिसीजन क्यों था ये बैन लाने का, एंड दैट टू अ कंप्लीट बैन, ये क्यों डिसाइड किया गवर्नमेंट ने?
ये डिसाइड ये आज का नहीं है, ये काफी अर्से पहले से ही जो है ये बातें चल रही थी। सोशल मीडिया को जो है वो जो कुछ फॉर्मेलिटीज पूरी करनी थी, वो पूरी करने के लिए उन्हें बार बार कह रहे थे, लेकिन जो है उधर से कोई भी रिस्पांस न आने की वजह से ये इस तरीके के हालात पैदा हुआ जो है। और चूंकि आप सोशल मीडिया कुछ ज्यादा यंगस्टर के लिए तो कुछ ज्यादा ही जो कि एजुकेशनली भी बहुत सी चीजें ऐसी हैं जो बच्चे उससे जो है लाभ उठा रहे हैं, तो ये सब सारी चीजें जो है ये इसमें इसको मद्देनजर रखते हुए इस तरीके का फैसला करना चाहिए था, कहीं ना कहीं कमजोरी
जी। पर हम अगर सोशल मीडिया की बात करें, अभी कुछ महीने पहले हमने ऑस्ट्रेलिया में भी देखा था एक ऐसा बैन लाया गया था, बट वहाँ पे भी उस एज के लिए कि 16 तक जो बच्चे हैं उनके लिए सोशल मीडिया प्लेटफॉर्म्स को अलाउ नहीं किया जाएगा, उनके लिए वो बैन रहेगी। क्या कोई ऐसी मिडिल ग्राउंड सॉल्यूशन नहीं थी इस प्रॉब्लम के लिए जो नेपाल के लोग भी फेस कर रहे थे? कोई ऐसी रेगुलेशन नहीं थी?
और इस टाइप की कोई चीजें तो नहीं थी जो है यहाँ। और जाहिर सी बात है ये क्योंकि मीडिया से रिलेटेड जो भी चीजें थी जो है, सूचना मंत्रालय और जो है वो संचार मंत्रालय का, उनका एक डिसीजन बहुत पहले, करीब 1 साल पहले की बात है, जैसा कि मुझे पता चला है। और गृह मंत्री अभी करीब आधे घंटे पहले ही जो है एक थी उसमें बैठे हुए थे, उस मीटिंग का मेंबर मैं भी था, तो वहाँ बैठे हुए थे और फौरनी वो मीटिंग भी स्थगित हुई और फौरनी वो इसको हैंडल करने के लिए वो गए अपने मंत्रालय। तो मैं समझता हूँ कि उनसे भी बात हुई तो यही उन्होंने कहा कि ये फौरी तौर पर यह काम नहीं हुआ, इस तरीके की चीजें बैंड लागू नहीं हुआ है, ये काफी पहले से इस तरीके की बातें आ रही थी, और चूंकि वो इग्नोर कर रही थी वो कंपनी, इसलिए जो है उन्होंने जो है इस तरीके का डिसीजन लिया जी।
जी सिराज जी हमारे साथ बने रहिए। We also have Pranay Upadhyay joining us on the broadcast right now to in fact explain the situation at hand, what we are looking at. Pranay, the visuals are concerning, the numbers in which, and I keep reiterating this, numbers in which these youngsters have come down to the streets to express their frustration only shows the anger that they have against this very ban. How are we looking at this?
In Nepal, and not only the capital city of Kathmandu, but the other cities as well. What we are seeing here in terms of the visuals is that the people have come, and largely the youth have come out in large numbers to protest against the Oli government's decision to ban the social media platforms. And around 26 social media platforms, including Google, WhatsApp, TikTok, and many other platforms have been banned by the Oli government. In terms of they were expecting, the government wanted them to have a compliance, and in the failure of that compliance, but we have seen that recently there have been protests in favor of the monarchy, to bring back monarchy. Recently there have been protests against the electricity commission chief's removal. So there is a conflict, there is a there is a tension, there is an anger brewing up in Nepal. And post COVID situation, if you see, the Nepal economy is really under a pressure, and amid those pressures, I think the Oli government has failed to manage the situation here. However, the compliance remains an issue for any government. But here, if there is a complete ban, you referred about the Australian ban. Look, the situation in Australia was it was different, because they wanted to regulate the presence of social media content, and especially wanted to regulate for the minors. But here there is a complete ban, and as you know, in large numbers, in many developing economies, the content economy has also become a big contributor for many youth, become an avenue for their employment, their economic resource generation, and therefore that's why you see large number of people have come out. Especially this is you can call it as a Gen Z protest in Kathmandu and various other cities of Nepal.
Right, Pranay, I'll come back to you. Viewers, these are some new visuals that we are bringing to you from Kathmandu. Again, as per the reports that we are gathering, Kathmandu isn't the only place in Nepal that we are seeing these protests from. But yes, these are the visuals we've been able to access from Kathmandu. Let me quickly bring in Anil Giri into the conversation here. Anil, visuals keep pouring in at this given point. There are people telling us about how the situation has been worsening in other parts of Nepal as well. Take us through what exactly is happening.
No, that is true that, the protesters, youth in the other part of the cities, like in Viratnagar, in Pokhara, in Bhutua, in the major cities, youth are protesting, outside the country also. The thing is that the social media have been running Nepal without registering since the day one when they came in the operation. Why did the government? Because they are paying the tax here. So the government is making unnecessary bullying to the social media, this bully government. That is why there is anger, there is a frustration among the people. Social media has become the part of life in this world now, okay? And they cannot blanketly ban like this. So they can. And what social media companies, Meta and others, are saying to the government, please bring the law. You cannot regulate the social media by directives, some government directives. So please bring some laws that gives some kind of legal framework so that we can come and register in your country. And the social media, they have also serious concern about the content filter in the social media. You cannot post anything that against goes to the government. So there are this is my question, this is my answer to my other fellow friends who is speaking there, this and that. The thing is that the government has decided to put some restrictive measures while using the social media. That is also a measure, because of concern from the public. It's not about the Gen Z or the new generation. It's a concern about the hundreds of thousands of Nepali users. Social media has become part of life in Nepal now. Okay, it's a democratic country, and you cannot impose the blanket ban on social media and the messaging app. That is why that is why every single Nepali people have come out in the support of this movement. The reason is that.
Right. Anil, do stay with us. Pranay, coming back to you, you've made a very crucial, you've raised a crucial point with regards to how content economy has become a big part of economies across country. We've seen the kind of revenue that's generated from making content and pushing content out there. At a time like this, a complete blanket ban on social media, would you not say the government will somewhere feel the effect of that as well? And we are seeing that in terms of protest, but economically speaking?
You're absolutely right, Shreya, and definitely this is the reason why so many people have come out. And as our fellow panelist was also pointing it out, that it's not about the youth alone, but many people have come out. They want to protest, and social media remains an important part of the life. And it's also if you see the messaging app, we you and I we all use these messengers. We all communicate via these social media platforms, and this remains an important part of our day-to-day communication ecosystem. So therefore, this is completely unacceptable in terms of the people. But also on the other side, there is a flip side of it. This remains a question that why these social media platform, why these internet giants and these companies are not complying with the rules and this has created this problem. I think this is the reason why where the internet freedom and the social media social media platforms. If you remember, Shreya, government of India also brought some kind of a regulation and some kind of IT rules and IT guidelines, with which every company and every platform operating in India were asked for some certain kind of a compliances. Though government of India did not ban those applications, but asked them and persuaded them to comply for those compliances and those guidelines. Likewise, I think Nepal government should have also persuaded them, should have engaged them, rather than putting a complete ban. And not only the content economy, but the day-to-day communication, the day-to-day dealings. People have their
Right.
yeah.
Pranay, do stay with us. I have with me Khagraj Adhikari, Nepal senior politician, CM Gandaki Pradesh. Mr. Adhikari, thank you for speaking to us at India Today. At this given point, these are some of the visuals we are seeing. It's alarming what has started as almost a Gen Z revolution. That's what it seems like from the visuals against the social media ban that's been introduced by the government in Nepal.
Thank you for calling me. First of all, I want to correct your some saying, because I'm not in position of CM. I am immediate past CM. Just now, I'm in the position of the leader of my parliamentary party. Yes, today the Gen Z generation is very aware about the social media, and they were engaging in the social media. But all the social media government has announced to come to register in the proper channel and deliver the service or service to provide the service all the deliver. So this is the only try to make it in registration and regulation. Due to that, we can make it private. We can preserve the private secrecy, privacy, and criminology. Not to promote the criminology. Due to that, only the government has announced to service provider, not the Gen Z generation.
Right. Mr. Adhikari, while we understand the need for this ban or why the government took this very step, addressing the issue of non-compliance by these platforms, and that's a very pertinent issue, that's a very concerning issue. But what happens to all these youngsters, the youth, which is not just the youth, all those who make their livelihoods, have their revenues from social media platform? We've seen influencer culture growing across the world, and Nepal is also a part of it at this given point. When we speak of the influencer culture, where do they go?
Up to now, there is no collection of any collection of revenue to government. All the social media platforms, they are doing without taxation. They are not paying taxation, and they are not giving revenue, and government is not collection revenue. Due to that, government wants to enroll in the government registration, and how they are doing and how they are awering all the Gen Z and including all the society. So government want to, make a one regulation, want to make a one enforce to make the easy service provide, and they can give the quality service to the beneficiary. So government is not going to ban all the social media and platforms.
Right. Mr. Adhikari, I have one last question for you here. What happens to situations, what happens in situations like this is, and you can see, despite the social media ban, these youngsters were able to access some platform and call for people in these numbers to the streets to come out and protest. Bans like this oftentimes ends up pushing people towards what we call the dark web. They start using these platforms illegally. So in that case, would you say this blanket ban is indeed a wise decision?
Yes, I want to assure you that government is not going to ban all the social media platforms. Only the government want to make it sure and assure to quality service provide, but the government is not able to just right now to what is the goal of the government, what is the aim of the government. So when the agitation was arranged by the Gen Z platform, Gen Z group, they had already announced that some provocator and some penetrator had been penetrated, and they make violent the regulation law is and the agitation is violent, and violation is not our aim. So please go back in your home, and we are not able to manage it ourselves. They had already announced about the agitation.
Right. So you're saying they had already announced about the agitation before the ban came into place, and the fact that the government's aim here is to, in fact, provide quality service from these platforms wherein they comply to the laws of Nepal and regulations of the Nepalese government. Thank you, Mr. Adhikari, for joining us on the broadcast and putting forth the government's perspective of putting this very ban. Next up, I'm also being joined by journalist Sanjeev Puyal from Kathmandu again. Sanjeev, coming to you, my question firstly would be with regards to the situation. What are you picking up at this given point, given that the protests are not just restricted to Kathmandu, it's spread to several other pockets in Nepal, other cities in Nepal as well. Give us a sense of the situation.
Yes, thank you for having me. Actually, yeah, the situation, the protest situation is actually spiraling out of control. And when the protesters try to enter the parliament, the security break the prohibitory area, the like two people have been injured, have sustained bullet injuries when when security personnel opened fire. And I've also heard that, and it has been confirmed by the Kantipur media itself, that its TV journalist Syam Shrestha has sustained bullet injury, and he has been taken to a hospital for treatment to a nearby hospital, a government hospital, civil hospital, which is just next to the parliament building. And the news reports are, and as you can see in the television channels, that the visuals that we are getting, that it is the protest is really spiraling out of control, and it was not expected to reach that level.
You say it was not expected to reach that level. We were just speaking to senior politician Mr. Adhikari at this given point on the broadcast, And he was saying the main aim of the government to bring about this very ban is to provide quality service to all the internet users out there, or rather all the social media platform users out there. But do you think, Sanjeev, that somewhere the government may have been a little hasty with this ban? Maybe there was another alternate way to go about with this entire situation.
Yeah, actually, the government definitely is trying to regulate the social media in Nepal, and the government this is not the first time that Nepal government has told these media to these social media organizations to come and be registered with Nepal government, but it had been issuing this notice long back, and the government had been also giving like more time to do that, but yeah, there definitely could have been other ways to do that, but this protest is not just for the ban of social media. Actually, the another thing that this Gen Z have come together for this protest is to protest they are already frustrated with the country's health and education system and rampant corruption. That is corruption and nepotism. So they are fed up with these issues, and on top of that, this recent government decision must have provided another impetus for this protest to increase to this level.
Right, Sanjeev. Thank you for bringing us that insight into what exactly has gone down and joining us on India Today. Viewers, these are the visuals we are leaving you with at this given point. You can see how it has intensified the protests, wherein it's been called a Gen Z revolution, as you've been listening to all our panelists calling it the same. Disturbance at its peak, protests at its peak, demonstrations at its peak, which has also reached the very parliament in Kathmandu at this given point. So yes, situation seems grim at this given point, and we are continuing our coverage of this. We're keeping a very close watch as to how things develop. But at this given point, with these visuals, we're slipping into a short break. Do stay tuned as we come back on the other side.
Moto G96 5G. All eyes on you.
I choose a world where we dream, and the limit is the sky. And this world is my home where I'm living my best.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए।
अरे ये क्या है?
ये आपकी रक्षा के लिए और ये घर की रक्षा के लिए।
न जले न पिघले, घर घर को सेफ बनाएं। अपार अणुशक्ति फायर प्रोटेक्ट वायर।
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
How is he always winning?
Gotta have some spin, never blending, dripping like so clean.
Moto G96 5G.
Eyes on you.
Hello, Moto.
मंगलदीप, दिल से करो बात भगवान के साथ। मंगलदीप धूप कोन्स 2 गुनी खुशबू के साथ दे पूजा का बेहतर अनुभव।
Punjab has
been facing incessant rainfall causing a massive havoc, especially at the border districts. A lot of people wading through waters, a key concern. Several of the cities facing the wrath of the water woes in Punjab at this point of time. With camera person Girish, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Ludhiana for India Today.
Grounded in journalism, on the ground reporting. Only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching the lunch break on India Today, and at the very top of this segment, we have breaking news for you. And this is with regards to BSF now detaining a Pakistani national at the border. Pakistani currency, in fact, was recovered from this very intruder once he was caught. These are the visuals of this very intruder being caught by the BSF and the currency that he was carrying and was recovered from him. BSF detains the Pakistani national near IB in Suchetgarh and recovers the Pakistani currency from him. This is the press release that's been made by the BSF. On 7th September, that is just yesterday at about, we see in the late hours of the night, BSF troops in fact observed suspicious movement wherein a Pak national was observed crossing the IB and approaching aggressively towards the border fence in the Tehsil Suchetgarh, and this is in Jammu. He was warned by alert troops but paid no heed, and BSF troops in fact sensed the threat, fired on him, and then he was taken into the BSF custody. Later on, during questioning, it is that then when he revealed his identity as Siraj Khan and that he's from Tehsil Bhalwal, district Sargodha in Punjab, Pakistan. During search, Pakistan currency which was recovered from him, that we are showing to you on your screens right now, he has been currently handed over to the police. Protest being lodged with the counterpart. Now, these are the details we have been able to gather at this given point on the very intruder, and also how he ended up crossing the border, coming this side, and then getting into the BSF custody. That is when the BSF instead, in fact, nabbed him. Now we have Jitendra Bahadur joining us on the broadcast to bring us more details on this very story. Jitendra, very good afternoon to you. आपसे पूछना चाहूँगी और क्या जानकारी मिल रही है, ये पुलिस कस्टडी में है अभी, BSF कस्टडी से ट्रांसफर होकर, हम और क्या जान सकते हैं इसके बारे में?
देखिए, ये जो पाकिस्तानी नेशनल्स है, इसने घुसपैठ किया है। घुसपैठ करने के बाद BSF की तरफ से इसको चेस किया गया बॉर्डर पर। मल्टी एजेंसी पूछताछ इससे की गई, जिसमें IB, मिलिट्री इंटेलिजेंस, इसके साथ साथ BSF और तमाम एजेंसियों ने पूछताछ किया है। इससे लगातार जानकारी ली जा रही कि किस मकसद से इसने घुसपैठ किया, लेकिन जिस तरीके की सिचुएशन इस वक्त बॉर्डर पर है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए BSF जो है 24/7 अलर्ट पर है।
जी जितेंद्र, हमें ये सारी जानकारी देने के लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Viewers, we'll quickly, in fact, currently just go back to a story that we were bringing to you. This is with regards to the Nepal protest, what is also being called as the Gen Z revolution in Nepal. Visuals coming in, concerning visuals at that. Police, in fact, opened fire and dhamak as Gen Z protest intensifies there. Few injured in police firing during the new Baneshwar protest. Injured, in fact, has been taken to the Everest Civil and other hospitals. At this point, activists set up first aid camp in Mehtighar. Social media ban sparks protest in Nepal, which we've consistently been covering, as it has come to highlight the Gen Z revolution, which was started against the Oli government in Nepal against their social media ban. The new generation of the country has started demonstrations against the government's ban on social media and on corruption. Thousands of youth were seen marching on the streets, shouting slogans, as you can hear in the very background of these visuals that we bring to you, all against the government during their demonstrations, which, remember, doesn't just restrict itself to Kathmandu at this point, but has spread to several other centers across Nepal. During their demonstration, the government had in fact disrupted phones and internet services for hours. And despite this very ban on social media, the youth made some social media their medium and called for demonstrations today. In fact, when we spoke to a senior politician a little while ago, he had said that provocations or messages about such a protest which was to happen had already been going around before they even implemented the very ban on the platforms. And that is how they ended up garnering such support, bringing out so many youngsters to the streets to join the protests and the demonstrations. The youth currently seems angry, frustrated with the ban on what we are gathering 26 social media accounts. Not all apps fall under the ambit of this ban, but the important ones, or rather the ones which are more widely used, like Facebook, X, WhatsApp, YouTube, they've all been banned by the Nepalese government. And now this is why the Gen Z revolution has started. These demonstrations have started in Nepal. Now let us also tell you this, that this very ban was introduced by the government citing non-compliance issue, and it was the Supreme Court of Nepal that came out to give this direction that the government can regulate the usage of these very platforms to address the non-compliance issue. And now these are the latest visuals. This is the current situation that we are seeing on the streets of Kathmandu. In fact, we were even being told by some journalists we were speaking to earlier, who are currently in Kathmandu at this given point, who came out to tell us that the parliament, these protesters had even reached the gates of the parliament. However, they couldn't breach those very gates. But the situation seems extremely intense given the kind of visuals we are gathering. We see the anger being expressed. Students, youngsters running across the streets. We see police action in place as well, where we are now gathering that there has been shooting that has also taken place by the police officials, given the situation getting out of hand in certain places. In fact, the shooting took place in Damak, is what we are learning. But you can see the anger clear from these visuals, from the protests, how these demonstrators have been going ahead to put forward their message, make their demands rather clear at this given point with regards to this very revolution. So yes, these are the visuals that we are bringing to you of the Gen Z Nepal demonstration at this given point. If we are to just take you through some of these apps, it's Facebook, Instagram, X, WhatsApp, YouTube, Reddit, LinkedIn, which are widely used. So which is also what conversations have been started around, that in a day and age where content ends up bringing in revenues, or in fact a lot of youngsters have their livelihoods depending on content production which they push out, what is their future next, especially when we speak of Nepal? Where do they go? How do they continue with their livelihoods with these apps being completely banned? There's also a concern of such widely used apps being banned where it pushes users to the dark web. Will we see such repercussions in Nepal? Well, that's a question that needs to be answered as well. But again, the senior politician also said that these revenues, or rather these livelihoods, are non-taxable. So the revenues collected by the individual influencers, they have no taxes that are paid. So the government doesn't get any revenue from the content production. So there is not going to be any implication of this on the government's revenue per se, given that there is no direct revenue. But yes, it will affect the livelihoods of plenty, and we can see that, and that's not restricted just to youngsters, but also to all users out there of all age groups who push out content. The anger that you can see, barricades being pushed down, Protesters running with their posters, raising their voice. Several posters of the Chief Minister, of the Prime Minister, I beg your pardon, being defaced by these protesters across cities. Several of them have been injured. As police has been taking actions, we can see water cannons being used against the protesters. In fact, now shooting having also taken place. You can see the barricades being pushed down for the protesters on the other side to be brought in by those who've been able to breach these barricades in the first place. That is the kind of anger. And in situations like this, when the public, when protesters, in fact, end up losing control almost at this given point that we can see from visuals, it gets concerning at this point. We have in fact been accessing several social media posts where a lot of Gen Z pages have also come out to say that for today we have gained success, so let us now return home and return home safely. But clearly those messages have not made any effect on these protesters. We see the anger only intensifying with each passing minute. Sanjeev Poyal, journalist, joining us back on the broadcast to in fact take us through the situation. Sanjeev, the first question here would be with regards to the shooting that's taken place and police action at large. We see water cannons, we see these protesters breaching barricades, bringing them down, bringing protesters on the other sides. What exactly is the situation when we speak of police action?
Yeah, actually, yeah, the police is definitely the main job of the police personnel is to provide security to the government buildings and the parliament. And the government was well prepared in advance. That's why they put this prohibited area and then didn't allow the protesters to broke that area. But the protest escalated so the protest actually intensified, and the gathering was so massive that the protesters stormed, broke the barricades and clashed with the police. And they started, and the protest really turned massively violent. And we have also seen a lot of visuals of these youths throwing whatever they find at their hands, and even throwing back tear gas canisters.
Tear gas canisters being used, yes, we can see them in the visuals that we have access. But you know, Sanjeev, I have to ask you this. There are some social media pages, and they are Gen Z pages as well, that are coming out to say that the protests today have been successful already for them to raise their voice and put the message across to the government. But there are several groups who are also involved in this protest with vested interests. What is that about? Can you take us through what is that about?
There's some of the people from the Gen Z, this protest group, have said that that there must have been some infiltration of the people who do not belong to us, and we are not aligned with our cause. But yeah, it is right now. It's not. We cannot say for sure whether the people from there was infiltration of people from outside the group or not.
So at this given point, are we learning about any particular message that was sent out right before the protests about a call for a peaceful protest, or was it supposed to be this enraged, the kind of frustration we are seeing currently? Was there a situation where the initial protest or the revolution, Gen Z revolution that was called for, was actually supposed to be peaceful?
Yeah, it was supposed to be peaceful, but it was definitely, the government definitely need to be prepared because this is protest, and there's just like war, you cannot say how the protest will develop when the situation gets aggravated.
Absolutely. I think that's a very pertinent point you've raised here, that in situations like this, you never know where it goes. And from the visuals that we are seeing, barricades have been breached. We can see the anger, all the youngsters running across the streets. At this given point, there's also a conversation about the protests being against corruption, not just the social media ban, but also against the government.
Yeah, actually, it is not just the corruption. It is not just the corruption, but the main theme of the protest. The main theme of the protest is this